afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll begin the council meeting in 1 minute. On va commencer la réunion du conseil municipal dans 1 minute. Good morning, or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Bon après-midi, mesdames et messieurs. Bienvenue à la réunion Conseil municipal de la Ville d'Ottawa pour le 7 février, une réunion spéciale. Welcome to a special Ottawa City Council meeting for Monday, September 2022. A special meeting called by Mayor Watson to
Réunion convoquée par le maire Watson pour discuter des répercussions qu'a la manifestation des camionneurs sur les et les entreprises de la ville. Cette réunion se fait par voie électronique, conformément à l'article 238 de la loi 2001 sur les municipalités, dans sa version modifiée par la loi 2001 visant à favoriser la reprise économique face à la COVID-19. Si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour un moment de réflexion.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Appel nominal.
Councillor Luloff. Present. Councillor Dudas. I see you, Councillor. Councillor Harder. Councillor Curry. Councillor El-Shantiri.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh. Here. Councillor Shirelli. Councillor Eglai.
Here.
Councillor Deans. Councillor Tierney. Councillor Fleury.
Ici.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor McKinney.
Present.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Brockington. Councillor Menard.
Here.
Conseiller Cloutier.
Présent.
Councillor Kitts. Here. Councillor. I see you, Councillor.
Here.
Councillor Moffat.
Here.
Councillor Meehan. Here. Councillor Hughley.
Here.
Mayor Watson.
Ici.
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Déclaration de conflit d'intérêt, declaration of conflicts of interest. None. Regrets, no regrets filed to date. Resolving the committee of the whole, Councillor Cloutier, appuyé par Councillor Kitts, s'il vous plaît.
Le conseil municipal décide de siéger en tant que comité
That City
plénière
Council resolved to move into committee of the whole pursuant to Section 52 of the procedure bylaw.
pursuant to Section 52 of the procedure bylaw.
On the motion carried, adopté.
Carried.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Bon après-midi, tout le monde. These are difficult and unprecedented times for the City of Ottawa and our residences and businesses, and particularly those in the areas directly affected by the ongoing truck convoy occupation. What was initially described as a peaceful protest has now turned into a siege of our downtown area. As we convene for this special meeting today, I'm asking all members of council to continue to work with our municipal, provincial, and federal partners to find ways to regain control of our city. Nous devons continuer à travailler avec nos partenariats municipaux pour trouver des
We must
solutions.
continue to work with our partners, municipal partners.
Declared a state of emergency in the City of Ottawa. This declaration serves notice to our residents that we will do everything in our power to take back the streets of Ottawa from the criminal activity and hooliganism that has transpired over the last 9 days. Initially, this was labeled as a protest against the public health policies that democratically elected governments at the provincial and federal levels have enacted to protect us from the deadly COVID-19 pandemic. But sadly, the demonstration has turned into an aggressive and hateful occupation of our neighborhoods, which has absolutely nothing to do with the truckers' quarrel against vaccine mandates enacted by the governments of Ontario and Canada. I imagine most of these people would react with horror if a number of large trucks traveled to their community and occupied residential neighborhoods while they ran their engines nonstop and honked their horns late into the evening. And let's not forget the words and symbols of hatred that we have witnessed during this occupation: Confederate flags, Nazi flags, racial and homophobic harassment towards our own residents in a city that rightfully prides itself on being caring and compassionate. These acts and the occupation are having damaging and long-term impacts on the well-being and health of our residents. People are living in fear and are terrified, and they've now been subjected to the nonstop honking of large trucks for 9 days, which is tantamount to psychological warfare. They have harassed and spat on grocery clerks for simply asking them to wear a mask. The staff and women seeking emergency shelter at Cornerstone are experiencing anxiety and distress to the point where many clients have had to be admitted to the hospital to seek help. The delivery of critical chemotherapy medication was canceled for a woman living in downtown Ottawa because the delivery company didn't think they could get it to her. Yesterday, we learned of a horrific story that clearly demonstrates the malicious intent of these protesters occupying our city. At 5 a.m., and this was captured on the building's video, on Sunday morning, two young men in the lobby of the building on Lisgar Street, where they proceeded to light fire starter bricks near the elevators before taping up the door handles so residents would struggle to get out during a fire. Thankfully, no one was hurt, but this story could have ended very, very differently. It's extremely disturbing and points to a desire to harm our residents and obvious criminal intent, which I know the Ottawa Police Arson Unit is now investigating. I cannot stress this enough, and I hope this message gets through to the truckers. The lives of individual, innocent people are at stake right now, right here. La vie de nos résidents vulnérables est en jeu et cette occupation doit cesser tout de suite.
This occupation must cease right away.
Under these damaging demonstrations, I want to thank you, and I ask you to continue to show patience and courage during these very challenging times. The behavior we've witnessed severely contradicts Canadian values, and it's not representative of the good men and women in the trucking industry who are currently hard at work making sure our grocery store shelves are full. And make no mistake, this protest is not hurting the Government of Canada or the Province of Ontario, and you have no sympathy left here to advance in the City of Ottawa. Who are you hurting is anxious and vulnerable residents, and this should not be their fight. Today, I call on protesters who are left behind to show some human decency and to leave our community now that you have made your point. Please allow the residents who have been so deeply and negatively affected by your demonstrations to get their lives back. I know it's also been a challenging time for our women and men in uniform who have been asked to be on the front lines of this occupation. On behalf of Ottawa City Council, I want to thank all of the officers and employees of the Ottawa Police Service and Chief Slowly and all of the other officers joining us from other forces for their extraordinary service during these very troubling times. It's very easy to criticize their work from the comfort of our offices or living rooms or behind our computers when we really don't know how difficult it is for them every day to respond to so many dangerous circumstances in bitter, miserable, cold weather. Many of them have worked extremely long hours for consecutive days, and they have to show a lot of restraint while being far outnumbered by aggressive protesters looking for a fight. And what they need from us now is our gratitude and encouragement, because very few of us would volunteer to take their place today. Most of us do not worry about whether or not we might get home for dinner, but our brave men and women in uniform, as do their spouses and children watching this standoff on television. They think that the possibility every time they enter a volatile situation that often entails large numbers of individuals who might have access to weapons or crowbars. Chief Slowly and the Ottawa Police Service have been doing everything in their power to bring this demonstration to a safe and peaceful end quickly and safely as possible. Over the course of the last few days, progress has been made towards reclaiming parts of our city. On Saturday, officers were able to clear Confederation Park, which has now been secured and fenced. Dangerous stockpiles of gas and propane, 3,200 liters of gasoline, as well as vehicles were seized when Ottawa Public Police Service officers descended on the baseball stadium parking lot yesterday evening. Anyone caught trying to replenish supplies in the red zones is now being arrested and charged with aiding in illegal activity. 7 people were arrested in total yesterday, and over 60 investigations are currently underway with respect to criminal activity associated with this occupation. And although we are grateful for and have started to welcome additional officers on loan to the city from the RCMP, the OPP, and other forces, we need more reinforcements. Given the scope and scale of the collection of large trucks that are now occupying our downtown core, of which there are 400 to 500 remaining as of today, and the potential for violence as our officers engage in increasingly hostile confrontations to shut down the supply lines of gas, propane, and other goods, more boots are needed on the ground. Nous avons besoin d'aide et de plus de ressources sur le terrain. I fully support the ask made by our Chief of Police to both the OPP and the RCMP to work with their teams and other police services across the country to help us end this siege in the heart of our nation's capital and in our residential neighborhoods. This would be a partnership of federal, provincial, and municipal forces. Chief Slowly will provide more details on that request for assistance in just a moment. As a result, I will be writing to Premier Ford and Prime Minister Trudeau later today to convey Chief Slowly's request and ask them to help us dramatically increase our law enforcement capacity as quickly as possible. I ask that you not take our request lightly, as the situation on the ground remains highly volatile and the demonstrators are vowing to stay until they overturn the decisions of democratically elected governments both on Parliament Hill and at Queen's Park. In order to assist our bylaw officers in their challenging task of ensuring our municipal bylaws are enforced, the city has asked the Chief Justice of Ontario to increase fines for many unlawful acts we have witnessed in our downtown core. The request was to increase the fines for idling from $100 to $1,000, the noise bylaw fines from $490 to $1,000, and the fines for encumbering a roadway from $350 to $1,000. Chief Bylaw Officer Roger Chapman has confirmed that the Chief Justice of Ontario was supportive of our request and is committed to enacting these higher fines as soon as possible. I want to take this opportunity to thank all members of Council who are feeling the stress and anguish of their residents, particularly in those zones where demonstrations are at their highest. That includes my thanks to Councillor McKenney in Somerset Ward and Councillor Fleury and Rideau Vanier. I also want to thank Councillor Deans for her stewardship of the Ottawa Police Services Board during these very trying times. Now, Council will hear today various updates on how things are unfolding in our attempts to contain and end this demonstration. I'll call first on Chief Slowly to provide a situational update on what's transpired in the last few days. Then Steve Kanalakis, our City Manager. Then we'll open it up for the motions that you've presented to introduce the motions, and then we'll go into questions and comments and statements at that time. So Chief Slowly, the floor is yours. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Merci beaucoup. Good afternoon, Council. I want to thank the Mayor and City Council for inviting me here to speak with you today. I know the ongoing unlawful demonstrations are causing each of you, your constituents, in fact, all Ottawa residents and business owners, employees, much distress, as they are causing me and my members. This is a significant, unprecedented, unlawful situation which is simply unacceptable and quite frankly unsustainable. I've heard from hundreds of residents and business I want to thank the Mayor and City Council for inviting me here to speak with you today. I know the ongoing unlawful demonstrations are causing each of you, your constituents, in fact, all Ottawa residents and business owners, employees, much distress, as they are causing me and my members. This is a significant, unprecedented, unlawful situation which is simply unacceptable and quite frankly unsustainable. I've heard from hundreds of residents and business owners in the areas directly impacted by the downtown demonstrations, as well as those who live far afield, who must travel through the core, have business in the core, must go to medical appointments in the core, must seek social services and not-for-profit services in the core. Indeed, I've heard members of the Ottawa Police Service, as early as this morning, one member after a 12-hour night shift in sub-minus 20 degrees advised me that he lives directly within the area of Kent and Metcalfe. He and his family and his children have been experiencing noise and hate and mischief for unrelenting periods. And he, as much as he is a servant of the city as a police officer, would like to see an immediate end to these demonstrations and a return to some sense of normalcy for he and his family, his neighbors, and his partners in the immediate area of the community. On Friday, the command and I announced a surge and contain strategy in an effort to end material support and supplies to the demonstrators, while also increasing our intelligence and enforcement operations for unlawful and unsafe demonstrator behavior. We are doing everything we can possibly do to end this demonstration safely, lawfully, and quickly to protect the residents of Ottawa and our businesses. We are learning literally day by day from our experiences as we gather more intelligence and insights, as we lay charges and make arrests, as we enforce and find out our capabilities, as well as the capabilities of those who are resisting and engaging in unlawful activity. We are doing everything we can on a daily basis to acquire more resources in the most practical and immediately impactful way. And as they become available and are deployed in our streets, we redeploy our resources to provide better services and safety to the immediately impacted areas, as well as to the rest of the city. As of this morning, I can report the following activities and efforts over the weekend. The end of the GoFundMe, almost $10 million denied to the demonstrations. I just want to advise, while that effort was successful, almost immediately other efforts to fundraise, other platforms around which funds were made available have popped up, and that is an increasing challenge. A significant success between the city and the service in ending the GoFundMe, but there needs to be ongoing efforts at all three levels of government to deny funding to the unlawful demonstrations. The end to the occupation and encampment in Confederation Park. That was done entirely through the efforts of police liaison team members and negotiation, including the support of Indigenous elders, to try to find a peaceful, safe resolution. Over the course of 36 hours, with the participation and partnership of Mr. Toby Nussbaum and his team, we were able to get a negotiated, peaceful settlement, no injuries, no deaths, no riots. We were able to remove all people, all containers, all gas and incendiary devices, all chattels from the area, and pack it up on flatbreads and get it out of the area. Fence in the area to reclaim it. There was an additional major operation over the last 24 hours to dismantle the Coventry Road staging area, which included arrests of 7 individuals in criminal charges, the seizure of thousands of liters of propane and gasoline, including a full tanker of gas, ongoing investigations and ongoing efforts to hold that property that we were able to take last night. Please know that in the ensuing hours overnight, there have been several major efforts by demonstrators to reclaim all or parts of Coventry, and we have active operations to secure that from any further ability to stage and supply from that area. We are trying to find ways to fence that area in and restrict any further staging ability in that area, and we're working with our city partners to accomplish that. That said, the size and number of trucks, demonstrators, and capability has been significantly reduced over the past week, particularly in the last 3 to 4 days. What we anticipated as a similar or even larger size demonstration from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday was significantly reduced in the area of 50 to 60%. The previous weekend saw 3,000 vehicles enter into the city limits, 3,000 trucks, in addition to thousands of other vehicles. This weekend, we saw about 1,000 trucks. The previous weekend, numbers were as high as 10 to 15,000 demonstrators in the downtown core. Numbers were down to 5,000, including counter demonstrators. The amount and continuous element of noise, threat, hate, harassment that the downtown core experienced the previous weekend was significantly reduced, still unacceptably high, traumatic in its impact, and a need to eliminate it right down to zero as quickly as possible. But the word is out. Don't come, and if you do, and you break the law, there will be consequences. Ottawa residents are tired, frustrated, and angry. They have the right to be. The Ottawa Police Service are working 24/7 to bring an end to this demonstration with the resources that we have at our disposal. We have turned up the heat, and we have quickly reduced the number of trucks and demonstrators in our city. We continue to deploy all available officers. There are no days off. We have negotiated a change in our collective agreement with the cooperation of the Ottawa Police Association to bring all of our officers back on duty in order to maintain the staffing levels that we've had since Friday, and that has been significantly the reason for our ability to deploy extra resources for enforcement, investigations, and intelligence operations. This is not sustainable. This is simply not sustainable. We have from the RCMP received 257 officers. Unfortunately, the vast majority of which are required by the RCMP to maintain their ability to protect Parliament Hill and parliamentarians, Rideau Hall and the Governor General, as well as the Prime Minister's residence. We have an approximate number of 20 to 50 of those RCMP officers that are available for us to deploy within our incident command structure. That is a significant help. It is not enough, and it is not sustainable, and we're seeking additional resources. From the Ontario Provincial Police, we have received on average over the last week 100 officers per day. Again, very professional officers from across the province. They've come here well equipped with vehicles, IT equipment, supervisory support, and logistical support, and they're embedded within our incident command and have been incredibly effective in helping us with our core operations. We are asking for more. It is not enough. It is not sustainable. I want to thank Commissioner Brenda Lucki and OPP Commissioner Tom Creek for their efforts today. I've been in daily communications twice and sometimes 3 times daily communications to coordinate our efforts and to increase resources, and they've been incredibly adaptable and generous with what they've done so far, but we need more. We are incredibly grateful for the support of all of our partners. I will not go through the full list of municipal police agencies that have provided support to us, but they come from Eastern Ontario, the GTHA, and as far away as Niagara region. We are incredibly grateful for those resources. Today, we received a letter from Parliamentary Protection Services and Public Safety Canada for the additional logistics of cement barriers and flatbed trucks to move those barriers to contain the ground that we are taking through enforcement operations. No one should misunderstand what I'm saying. We are doing everything that we can to bring this to a lawful and safe end. This unacceptable and unlawful demonstration must end. And that includes efforts over the past week, once we realized this had moved from a demonstration into some form of occupation, and as others have framed it, an insurrection, we are doing everything we can to engage all 3 levels of government, not just from a policing and law enforcement and justice standpoint, but all 3 levels of government to provide whatever supports they can to this city and this service. We need everyone to do what they can to support an end to this demonstration. On Saturday, the chair of the Police Services Board, Councillor Diane Deans, asked me in a specially called board meeting what resources we need to try to reach a conclusion to this demonstration. She gave me and my team until yesterday to provide a list. We briefed the chair yesterday as well as the mayor, and today we have provided a formal letter to the office of the mayor for him to share with the Solicitor General of Ontario, as well as Public Safety Canada, for the resources. We are grateful for the chair, our board, and council for their ongoing support. We are grateful for the mayor and his team for their leadership. The resources we're requesting will first increase the stakes to the unlawful demonstrators. We are requesting of the City of Ottawa to make changes to bylaws such as the noise bylaw, parking bylaws, that can be done immediately or in the next few days. We've heard some of that information already in the mayor's comments, and I suspect we'll hear further from City Manager Kanalakis and his excellent team. We would like the city to implement daily emergency operations center meetings and to coordinate a whole of city response. We've had excellent, I want to repeat, excellent cooperation, coordination, and communication with Steve Kanalakis, the city council, the mayor, and his staff to date. We're looking to see if we can even raise that bar further. Second, our operations remain significantly strained. All of our officers remain on active duty. Many of our officers have gone more than 14 days in a row without a day off, often working 10, 12, 14, 18-hour days in the coldest winter we've had in 10 years, the bulk of which in minus 20 and 30 degrees Celsius. To maintain current operations and take meaningful action in the red zone occupation areas, as well as in the active demonstration areas that are most traumatic and most troubling to our residents and businesses, we are asking for an additional 1,800 police and civilian personnel. 1,800 police and civilian personnel. To put that into some perspective, the entire amount of members of the Ottawa Police Service is 2,100. The entire amount of police officers in the Ottawa Police Service is 1,200. We are asking for 1,800 police and civilian resources for our immediate use within our incident command umbrella. Although policing is part of the solution to this demonstration, it is not the only part. We are requesting that the city utilize its convening power to engage financial institutions, insurance companies and associations, gas companies and associations, trucking companies and associations, local BIAs, anything that can be done to restrict the material and financial support going to the demonstrators. We're asking the city to convene and explore additional enforcement tools from all three levels of government, municipal, provincial, and federal, laws and regulations and orders that may include areas, but not limited to, public health, environment, and transport. I want to again express, as many on this call already have, and I'm sure as we go through each council, each of you will express on behalf of your constituents and your families. This is unacceptable, and it has hurt our community, it has hurt families, it has hurt individuals, it has hurt members of this service. And we need to find a safe, lawful, sustainable solution to this, one well beyond the resources of the Ottawa Police Service or the City of Ottawa. I want to thank every member of the Ottawa Police Service who have given far more than I could ever ask, and have given in ways that I will never truly know and be able to articulate to anybody. They have given and given and given, and they're still willing to go out there, but they need more help, and they need it now, and they need it sustainably and predictably. I want to thank our partner agencies, the City of Ottawa, emergency services providers, ambulance and fire, roads and transport, incredible levels of work by our city employees. The city should be proud of every single one of them. I want to thank our police and justice partners, Eastern Ontario Crown, RCMP, OPP, the municipal police agencies who've come together and meaningfully helped. Offers were flowing in from mayors of other jurisdictions, chiefs of police of other jurisdictions, from the far west, the far east, and the far south of this province. We have made a very big request today. 1,800 police and civilian personnel immediately and sustainably directly under our police of jurisdiction incident command control until the end of these demonstrations in the city. We know these asks are significant, and I want to ensure each of you that we will continue to do everything in our power and with the resources at our disposal to end this demonstration. With that in mind, anything this council can do to help us to fulfill any or all of these requests will make a material difference in our ability to put an end to this unlawful demonstration. With that, I am here with my command members, Deputy Chief Trish Ferguson, Deputy Chief Steve Bell, Chief Administration Officer Blair Dunker. We are here to answer your questions and provide an operational update and answers to anything you may have. I do want to just ask the mayor and the council, there may be a requirement, given the scope of our operations today, for me to excuse one or both of Deputy Bell or Deputy Ferguson, should they be required for operational exigencies. I will make myself available for as long as council sits, but my operational commanders may have to leave at an earlier time. With that, Mayor, I thank you, and I turn things back over to you, sir.
Great.
Steve, you're speaking, but you're muted.
So you're muted, Steve.
That hasn't happened to me for what, half an hour before that happened. Seems to happen regularly. My apologies. I want to thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank Chief Slowly for his comments. We've been working very closely supporting Ottawa Police throughout this effort, and it's been a very effective partnership the entire time. However, I'd like to give General Manager Kim Mayotte of our Emergency Protective Services an opportunity to provide some comments. He's been leading our efforts as one of the senior leadership team members of the city, and him and his team have been doing remarkable work in support in the AOC and in the National Capital Regional Command Center, where we're integrated with our policing partners and other partners managing this event. So Kim, if you'd like to say a few brief comments.
Thank you, Steve. First, let me say that we understand that this has been and continues to be a frustrating and difficult time for you and the residents who live and work in the downtown core. The city continues to work in lockstep with the lead agency, Ottawa Police Service, to restore some of that normalcy in our community. Hier, le maire a déclaré l'état d'urgence en raison.
We declared the state of emergency because of the protests in downtown Ottawa.
The urgency of this unprecedented situation and its citywide impacts and consequences. Cette déclaration permet de déployer.
This state of emergency allows us to deploy everything that we have to face of the situation, such as we can ask help from other jurisdictions or other levels of government.
However, that an emergency declaration does not provide the mayor nor anyone else in the municipality with any extraordinary authorities that are not otherwise provided by law, such as imposing a curfew. Since the week of January 24th, city staff have been working to support Ottawa Police Services to prepare and respond to the demonstrations. City services are being coordinated around the clock through the Emergency Operations Center. In addition to supporting police in some of their enforcement work, the EOC has been working with a range of partners to mitigate impacts of the demonstrations on both residents and the city services. Over the weekend, for example, the Emergency Operations Center worked with partners to relocate high-risk home and community care clients whose level of care was compromised due to traffic impacts and concerns for the safety of healthcare workers entering the downtown core. The EOC is working closely with the Ottawa Hospital, Ottawa Public Health, the city's own Human Needs Task Force, and a range of other community partners to ensure that the needs of healthcare workers, hospital patients, and those most vulnerable in our community continue to be addressed. The EOC also supports continuation of operations for the LRT, which is providing vital transportation lifeline for Ottawa residents. The LRT was able to operate without any station closures all weekend. The work with the city's EOC will continue at full force, including the ongoing liaison role we have with the National Capital Region Command Center, which is a police-led area command for this situation. Cette fin de semaine a été marquée par une augmentation.
This weekend, we saw an increase in the numbers of fines. To be able to do that, our agents worked in close collaboration with the Ottawa Police Services, and they helped monitoring the parking lots and the other activities around.
and that the flow of traffic is maintained. Since the demonstration began, bylaw officers have issued almost 1,000 parking tickets for various violations associated with the demonstration. 780 of those were issued over this weekend alone. Bylaw has also towed 29 vehicles associated with the protests for impeding traffic and blocking laneways. Enforcement activities were also undertaken at the Raymond, Charlotte Grant Thornton Park, with police, Ottawa Fire Services, and bylaw working together to remove containers of fuel that were being stored there illegally. Ottawa Fire Services is working closely with partners of Ottawa Police Services and other agencies to monitor any public safety concerns. Nous sommes prêts à répondre à toute situation qui demande notre...
We're ready to act if we need to intervene. Since the very beginning, we said that our main priority was to protect residents, ensuring that emergency vehicles have clear access. And this is what we're continuing to do. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. Ayotte. Thank you very much, General Manager Ayotte. So now we're going to ask, we have 11 motions in one direction. We'll get the motions on the floor, and then we'll come back to deal with them one at a time. And if you have any questions for the chief or any other city official, that would be the time to do it. So the first motion, request for support to federal and provincial governments from Councillor Dudas, seconded by Councillor King. Councillor Dudas, if you'd like to introduce your motion, please. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We all fully support the right to protest as Canadians. However, what we are seeing in the streets of downtown Ottawa is categorically not a protest. And it is important that the distinction be made between actions and beliefs. By all means, people are allowed to write letters, call politicians, and yes, even protest. Have your voice heard if you're opposed to a government policy. What you do not get to do is hold your fellow citizens hostage as leverage for your demands. To date, the Ottawa Police, and we've just heard from our chief, their resources have been focused on keeping things from further deteriorating. And make no mistake, there are individuals within this group that are looking for any excuse from police. We saw that very violence erupt in southern Alberta when the police moved in to try to clear the blockade. That was on a rural highway. That violence repeating in downtown Ottawa would be absolutely unthinkable. We live in a democracy, and for that to function, we must be able to have open, respectful, and civil debate. But that is not what's going on right now. This is a siege. It is unlawful, and it must absolutely come to an end. We also have to be mindful of the message we're sending today. There are many in both Canada and around the world watching what is transpiring on our streets, and the tactics that are being employed by these individuals risk setting a very dangerous precedent. That this type of action is an acceptable and effective form of protest, we must send the clear and unambiguous message that it is absolutely not. The upper levels of government have been clear that they will respond to requests from the City of Ottawa. And with that in mind, I am going to be tabling the following motion, which I will read. Whereas the City of Ottawa has now declared a state of emergency in response to the continued illegal occupation of Ottawa's downtown core. Whereas lead organizers for the occupation have released statements being unequivocal about their demands. They seek to hold the City of Ottawa hostage as leverage against the federal and provincial governments. And they have no intention of ending their campaign and leaving the city until their demands are met. Whereas the methods used by these individuals to illegally occupy the City of Ottawa and terrorize residents and businesses utilize unprecedented tactics that have no place in a free and democratic society such as Canada, and mark an intolerable departure from what could be considered lawful protests, including the 24-hour blasting of air horns, tractor trailers blockading streets, makeshift structures popping up, vehicles driving around residential streets with open tanks of fuel, numerous propane tanks being stashed away under tarps, and the widespread harassment of residents, business, and journalists. Whereas the use of racist and anti-Semitic flags and xenophobic symbols, the mockery of Indigenous culture, the harassment and denigration of residents within the 2S LGBTQI+ community, as well as the defacing of national and Indigenous monuments, have left residents fearful for their safety. Whereas since their arrival in Ottawa, the occupation has been spreading out to other parts of the city. The staging area is now in suburban areas and trucks blocking residential streets, as well as into the Byward Market, far from the parliamentary precinct where demonstrations are not only anticipated, but they're welcomed. Whereas the Ottawa Police Chief has been clear, this occupation is so unprecedented. The Ottawa Police Service does not have the resources to adequately address the situation. If this siege is going to end, it will require more than just those resources from OPS. Whereas the tactics used by these individuals set a very dangerous precedent, and regardless of the cause or beliefs, this is an unacceptable departure from lawful forms of protest that cannot be condoned or allowed to continue. Whereas the City of Ottawa does not have the power, the authority, nor the jurisdiction to meet the demands from the individuals occupying our city, leaving Ottawa as collateral damage. Therefore, be resolved that the Mayor, supported by City Council, formally and publicly call on both the Government of Ontario and the Government of Canada to step in and immediately provide all necessary financial and logistical supports required to bring this occupation to a peaceful end and allow the City of Ottawa to return to normal.
Great, thank you. If I could just remind members, we're just introducing the motions. We'll come back one at a time to speak to them. So if we could just stick to introducing the motion and leave remarks till we come back to deal with the specific motion. So our next motion is also by Councillor Dudas, seconded by Councillor Harder, request for support to Ottawa business. So if you can introduce just the motion, please, Councillor. Thank you.
Certainly. Could I have it put up on the screen, please? Okay. So whereas the City of Ottawa has now declared a state of emergency in response to the continued illegal occupation of Ottawa's downtown, whereas the methods used by these individuals to illegally occupy the City of Ottawa and terrorize residents and businesses utilize unprecedented tactics that have no place in a free and democratic society such as Canada and mark an intolerable departure from what would be considered lawful protest. Whereas, per the survey of more than 200 businesses conducted by the Ottawa Coalition of Business Improvement Areas, almost 3/4 of businesses located in and around the downtown core have lost revenue as a direct result of the occupation. Whereas that same survey found that just over half of those businesses will not be able to recover from the lost revenues. Whereas roughly 40% of businesses, mostly retailers, restaurants, and services, had to close their doors for the safety of their staff and patrons, with the Rideau Centre's closure alone impacting over 1,500 employees. Therefore, be resolved that the Mayor, with the support of Council, make a formal request to both the provincial and federal governments for the funding support specifically focused on supporting Ottawa businesses impacted by the occupation.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Dudas. Next motion is also by Councillor Dudas, seconded by Councillor Tierney, please. If you could introduce Councillor Dudas.
Whereas the City of Ottawa has now declared a state of emergency in response to the continued illegal occupation of Ottawa's downtown. Once again, this is the same whereas as the others. I'll skip through that. Whereas this period, countless residents have been under extraordinary distress. And for those who suffer from anxiety, have been victims of violence, or arrived as refugees from war-torn countries, it is causing additional mental health issues. Whereas agencies dedicated to supporting Ottawa's most vulnerable, such as the Shepherds of Good Hope, have seen volunteers and staff harassed and even assaulted. As well, after 62 years serving Ottawa's most at-risk youth, the Youth Services Bureau of Ottawa had to shut down their drop-in center for the first time in their history. Whereas due to the sheer number of impacted community social support agencies, organizations that are dedicated to caring for Ottawa's most vulnerable residents, portends the extensive and prolonged impact this occupation will have on Ottawa residents, in particular vulnerable residents. Therefore, be resolved that the Mayor, with the support of Council, make a formal request to both the provincial and federal governments for funding specifically focused on supporting community social support agencies impacted by the occupation.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Excuse me, our next motion is by Councillor King, seconded by Councillor Deans. Councillor King, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And if we can get the motion on the screen. Thank you. Whereas the illegal occupation of Ottawa has negatively impacted residents who have been harassed and intimidated and whose daily lives have been made intolerable, and whereas the illegal occupation has obstructed the provision of essential city services, and whereas the illegal occupation has augmented financial hardship for small businesses, restaurants, and shopping complexes already negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic within Ottawa's central business district, especially Centertown, Sandy Hill, Lower Town, and Byward Market neighborhoods. And whereas the illegal occupation has totaled approximately $800,000 per day in policing costs, impacting the Ottawa Police Service's ability to deliver adequate and effective policing. And whereas the high cost of restoring public order and community safety due to this illegal occupation should not unfairly burden municipal taxpayers, therefore be it resolved that Council requests the Mayor write to the Ontario Premier to proclaim in force Schedule 1 of the Comprehensive Ontario Police Services Act 2019 to allow the Ottawa Police Service Board and the Solicitor General of Ontario to charge those persons responsible for causing a temporary increase in the cost of providing adequate and effective policing in the City of Ottawa, those increased costs. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Our next motion is by Councillor Leeper, seconded by Councillor King. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'll ask for it on the screen, please. From myself and from Councillor King, whereas since on or about Friday, January 28th, hundreds of trucks and other vehicles, as well as hundreds to thousands of truck drivers and other individuals at any given time have illegally occupied the downtown core. And whereas on January 29th, 2022, the City of Ottawa's Emergency Operations Center entered activated operations in response to this threat. And whereas on February 6th, 2022, the Mayor declared a state of emergency in Ottawa pursuant to the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, and whereas the city's response to this ongoing emergency continues to draw on the resources of the city's operational staff and senior leadership team, and whereas all members of council, but particularly those whose residents are directly impacted by the ongoing and illegal occupation of the downtown core, are immediately focused on efforts to support the residents of the City of Ottawa and ensuring their ongoing safety during this unprecedented crisis, and whereas subsection 14 7 of the procedure bylaw provides that during a state of emergency, council and committee meetings may be convened as special meetings in accordance with sections 14 and 87 of the procedure bylaw, and subject to the following special provisions. A, agendas may be limited to items that, in the opinion of the chair, informed by operational staff and the clerk's office, are of a time-sensitive nature, such that they must be considered during the emergency period. And B, subject to the minimum notice provisions for special meetings in this bylaw, the mayor or chair in the city clerk's office shall endeavor to publish agendas in accordance with the timelines for a regular meeting, and where not possible, with as much notice as possible under the circumstances. And C, when a special meeting is called under this section and notwithstanding subsections 14.5 and 87.3, additional items may be added to such special meeting agendas with less than 6 hours notice, with the approval of 3/4 of members present and voting. And whereas the agenda for a regular city council meeting scheduled for February 9th, 2022 includes a number of items of regular business, some of which may carry on consent. And whereas the Built Heritage Subcommittee meeting agenda for February 8th, 2022 includes items where the deadline for approval under the Ontario Heritage Act will expire should a council not approve them by February 28th and March 13th respectively, and it is staff's intention to bring forward an emergency demolition for a building damaged by fire at 323 Daily, which must be approved by the BHSC and council at the earliest opportunity due to safety issues. Therefore, be it resolved that council approve the following: that at the regular city council meeting of February 9th, 2022, council shall consider only those matters that can carry on consent, or where staff advised that there is a statutory deadline under the Ontario Heritage Act, Planning Act, or other legislation that will be materially impacted by delaying the report to the next scheduled city council meeting of February 23rd, 2022, and 2, that meetings of Standing Committee, Subcommittee, and Advisory Committee meetings for the week of February 7th through 11th be cancelled, including A, Planning Committee February 10th, and B, French Language Services Advisory Committee February 10th, and 3, that the meeting of the Built Heritage Subcommittee of February 8th, 2022 be limited to the consideration of 323 daily, rising to council on February 9th, 2022. 4, that staff be directed to seek extensions to the Ontario Heritage Act deadline for those matters on the February 8th, 2022 Built Heritage Subcommittee agenda to allow them to be considered by the BHSC and Council in March, and should extensions not be forthcoming, authorize the BHSC chair to call a special meeting to consider those items and approve that those items may rise directly to City Council prior to the expiration of the OHA deadline. And 5, that while the state of emergency is in place, that all City Council, Standing Committee, Subcommittee, and Advisory Committee meetings shall either be cancelled by the chair or convened as special meetings under subsection 14.7 of the procedure bylaw, and limited to items that, in the opinion of the chair, informed by operational staff and the clerk's office, are of a time-sensitive nature such that they must be considered during the emergency period. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next is Councillor Menard, seconded by Councillor McKenney on idling. Councillor Menard.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm just waiting for it to go up on the screen there. And I've got 2 motions today, and so I guess start with the idling one and then move into the more consequential motion. On idling, whereas trucks have been occupying the downtown core for 10 consecutive days, running their engines continuously for extended periods of time and exposing residents to fumes and noise. And whereas idling vehicles contribute to greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution in the form of criteria air contaminants, which are responsible for 15,300 premature deaths annually in Canada, with 500 of those taking place in Ottawa. And whereas the existing idling bylaw is not enforceable against the current occupation due to an exemption when the outside temperature is less than 5 degrees Celsius, including the wind chill as determined by Environment Canada, therefore be it resolved that a temporary additional provision in the bylaw be enacted with a sunset clause of 2 months, hence as follows. Section 3 be amended to add immediately after IA, occupied vehicles when the temperature outside the vehicle is less than negative 15 degrees Celsius, including the wind chill value as determined by the Environment Canada temperature reading, to be applicable within the demonstration zone as defined in Schedule A, attached to this bylaw, and RCGT Park at 302 Coventry Road, and there's Schedule A for folks to see. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Next is Councillor Dean, seconded by Councillor King, re daily media availability. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just ask that the motion be put on the screen. Whereas residents need access to timely and accurate updates about the ongoing truck convoy demonstrations, and whereas misinformation about the demonstrations is prevalent, and whereas the situation and response from the Ottawa Police Service and City of Ottawa is fluid, and whereas the City of Ottawa is not currently providing daily updates to keep the public informed on how the demonstrations are evolving and the plans to end them as soon as possible, therefore be it resolved that City staff, led by the Emergency Operations Center, organize a daily media availability for the duration of the truck convoy demonstrations, including participation from a spokesperson from the Ottawa Police Service, bylaw services, and any other affected city services as relevant.
Thank you. Next is a motion by Councillor McKenney, seconded by Councillor Fleury on the parliamentary precinct. Councillor.
Wait for that to come up.
Get the motion to come up, please.
One moment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Whereas since on or about Friday, January 28th, 2022, hundreds of vehicles and hundreds to thousands of individuals at any given time have illegally occupied the downtown core. And whereas this illegal occupation poses an ongoing, serious, and immediate threat to public safety, the safety of all Ottawa residents, in particular those residing in the abutting downtown neighborhoods. as well as the operation of business and services in the downtown core. And whereas the illegal occupation shows no signs of ending, and whereas the Ottawa Police Service does not have sufficient resources and capability to manage the occupation in the area of the parliamentary precinct, while also providing adequate police services to ensure the safety of those residents living in the surrounding dense residential areas. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the City of Ottawa formally petition the Government of Canada to assume responsibility for public safety and security within the parliamentary precinct, and to commit to an immediate and significant increased level of support, officers, resources, materials, and equipment to the Ottawa Police as a police force of jurisdiction in the adjoining areas, subject to the resolution of any jurisdictional discussions between the Ottawa Police Service and the RCMP.
Okay, excuse me, thank you. La prochaine motion, c'est
Next motion, it's Councillor Fleury with Councillor McKenney. Thank you so much. I'll just wait to be on the screen.
Whereas the illegal occupation is bringing chaos to our downtown streets, and whereas the defamation of our city's sacred monuments, streets, intimidation, and our businesses and residents, and blatant disregard for our city laws is abhorrent. Whereas the noise and intimidation has forced businesses to remain closed, residents captive in their own homes and living in fear. Whereas the occupation has entered its 11th day with no clear end expectation and timelines. Whereas the individuals who've taken over our city need to respect our laws and our community, businesses, and residents. Whereas we are extremely concerned with the number of incidents and the escalation of those incidents within our community. Whereas specific to our city bylaws, this illegal occupation is consistently disobeying bylaws pertaining to idling, noise, honking, parking, outdoor fires, barbecues, food preparation, storage of combustible items. And whereas more specifically the noise bylaw 2017-255 section 3, idling bylaw 27266 section 2, use of care and roads bylaw 2003-498 as amended section 3, and open air fire bylaw 2004-163 section 3. And whereas the city council's duty to stand up for its residents and local businesses for their public safety and well-being, therefore be it resolved that staff in bylaw and regulatory services consider making an application for a set fine increases for offenses as set out in the above mentioned bylaws for more effective deterrence at $1,000 per offenses as provided for under the Provincial Offences Act, and be it further resolved that these set fines remain in place during the declared state of emergency.
Merci, conseiller. Councillor Menard, seconded by Councillor McKenney, with respect to vehicle occupation in the core. Councillor McKenney, please.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor McKenney as well. Whereas since on or about Friday, January 28th, 2022, hundreds of vehicles at any given time have illegally occupied the downtown core. And whereas although the Ottawa Police Service has identified a red zone comprising of the parliamentary precinct and immediate area that have been the concentration of the occupied area, in response, the impacts of the convoy have extended well beyond the parliamentary precinct to the surrounding streets and dense residential areas. And whereas trucks and other vehicles remain illegally in the broader downtown core, and over the past weekend, the activities have continued to negatively impact residential areas at all hours, including but not limited to debilitating noise from honking, excessive diesel fumes, the blocking of ambulances, driving on sidewalks, fuel stockpiling for vehicles, and blocking residential and commercial access with vehicles. And whereas the remaining participants in this federally focused protest, so long as it may continue, should be directed towards the area of the parliamentary precinct as vehicles are cleared from the surrounding streets. And whereas the City of Ottawa has the authority under the Municipal Act 2001 and other applicable legislation to enact and enforce bylaws within its jurisdiction. And whereas Council has duly enacted and delegated authority to city staff to enforce various bylaws, including but not limited to traffic and parking, noise, use and care of roads. Whereas penalties under these bylaws include, but are not limited to, issuance of tickets, and in accordance with Section 86 of the Traffic and Parking Bylaw, the towing of vehicles that are illegally parked or stopped. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council supports city staff in using the recently declared state of emergency and enforcement powers delegated to them under legislation and the city's bylaws to tow vehicles illegally occupying residential areas and address ongoing impacts of continued bylaw violations from these individuals. And be it further resolved that staff advise council daily on the status of enforcement activities related to the occupation, including the number of vehicles towed and numbers and natures of tickets issued. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Menard. Next is Councillor Hubley, seconded by Councillor Tierney. Councillor Hubley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So our motion is we're recognizing that we're still in the middle of this and that we don't have an end date yet, but it's very important that we look at what has taken place pre-planning as well as throughout this demonstration so that we can inform future decisions. So we're looking for an after action review of this, Mr. Mayor. And so I'll read it out. It's whereas federal, provincial, municipal governments, including the National Capital Commission and Parliamentary Protective Service, should collaborate in a joint response to any national demonstrations. And where there are always potential for inconsistencies and silos within the information sharing and dissemination practices between the numerous layers of government, and whereas municipalities such as Vancouver, Toronto, and Quebec have experienced protests of a similar nature, and whereas best practices would dictate that a review of communication and information sharing protocol and dissemination be action post-demonstration, whereas residents of our city of Ottawa have significant questions on the various aspects of the pre-planning, the initial response by both police and the levels of government, the response to key events during the occupation, and we believe our residents have a right to know what went wrong, including what worked well. And therefore, be it resolved that the City of Ottawa commission an independent evaluation of the response to the occupation of the City of Ottawa with a review to better overall government agencies' response to planning, coordination, communications, sharing of resources, including deployment, and report back to FEDCO by May 2022 for consideration by all levels of government prior to Canada Day. And be it further resolved that as this demonstration was national in nature, the City of Ottawa seek funding from the Government of Canada for this review. And be it further resolved that Council requests the Ottawa Police Services Board to review. And finally, be it further resolved that the report include but not be limited to answers to the questions included in Annex A to this motion. And Mr. Mayor, what we're hoping is if the motion passes, we want to have leave the annex open for other councillors to add whatever they want onto this list of questions that the report would look into. Would you like me to read out the sample questions that we have so far?
I don't think that's necessary because it's available to the public, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Then that's our motion, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you for that, Councillor. Okay, so we'll go to questions now of the chief.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a direction. You mentioned.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize, Councillor. We're going to do the directions to staff at the end of the meeting because Councillor Tierney has one as well. So we'll put the directions to staff at the end of the meeting. Does anyone else have another motion before we go to questions? General in nature before we go back to the specific motions. Any other new motions? I see a number of hands up, but if someone could just give me a wave to see if they have another motion they'd like to present. Councillor King, you have another motion? I don't have a copy of it.
Yes, I do have a motion around the condemnation of hate at the occupation.
Okay, they're just getting me a copy and then we'll put it up on screen if you'd like to introduce it, Councillor.
And Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Meehan. I also am working on a motion. It began as a direction I had ready, but I've changed it to a motion. Thank you.
Okay, we'll come back to you. So Councillor King, if you'd like to, we can get Councillor King's motion on the screen, and then we'll hear from Councillor King as he introduces it, seconded by Councillor McKenney. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Your Worship. Whereas we acknowledge that the display of Confederate flags, Nazi yellow stars of David, and swastikas during the illegal occupation of the city of Ottawa is traumatizing to members of vulnerable communities, especially from the Black, Jewish, Muslim, or racialized communities, and members of the two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex communities who continue to be marginalized by acts of hate and violence, whereas the use of racist and anti-Semitic flags and xenophobic symbols, the mockery of Indigenous culture, and the harassment and denigration of residents within the two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex community clearly shows that this illegal occupation has not been peaceful, whereas defacing national and Indigenous monuments, denigrating rainbow flags, inciting hate, and wielding signs with violent imagery sows fear, division, and polarization in neighborhoods throughout the city of Ottawa, whereas community cohesion requires the health, safety, and security of everyone in our communities, whereas United for All, a coalition of 44 organizations representing over 150 partners who are all committed to overcoming hate-based violence, racism, and extremism in Eastern Ontario, has soundly condemned the hate that was both experienced and witnessed during this occupation, whereas preventing and confronting hate in our communities is a responsibility of all citizens, whereas Ottawa City Council unanimously endorsed the establishment of an anti-racism secretariat for the City of Ottawa as a commitment to holding the city to account for addressing systemic racism and discrimination, whereas the anti-racism secretariat is developing the City of Ottawa's first anti-racism strategy for consideration by Ottawa City Council this year. Therefore, be it resolved that Ottawa City Council unequivocally condemn the racism, anti-Semitism, and discrimination respectively experienced by the Black, Jewish, Muslim, racialized, and members of the two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex communities during the illegal occupation in the strongest of terms. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Merci, Councillor King. Councillor Meehan, you had a motion? Councillor Meehan?
Mr. Mayor, I believe Councillor Meehan's muted.
Councillor Meehan, I think you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're just typing up the new motion right now. Can I indulge
so we'll come back.
Council's? Yes, thank you.
We'll come back to that. Just for the benefit of the public, our letters to the Premier, Councillor Deans and I have co-signed a letter to the Premier and the Solicitor General provincially and the Prime Minister and the Public Safety Minister federally with the Chief's request for the 1,800 new personnel to come and assist us in the City of Ottawa. So that's gone out and we've sent copies to members of Council. So we're now going to go to questions. Before we do that, we just got word that the court has issued an injunction. Mr. White, can you explain to us the implications of the judge's decision? I know I'm probably surprising you with this, but we just received word of a injunction for 10 days, granted for 10 days. What does that actually do to help resolve our situation?
Mr. Mayor, it is as yet unclear. The judge the proceeding continues. The judge has indicated that he is willing to grant an injunction, given that he considers it to be ex parte, in other words, that the people that it might affect have not been parties to the proceeding. It will be limited to 10 days. The court has recessed for the next 10 or 15 minutes, after which they will have a discussion and argument on what the terms and the scope of the injunction order will be. So that will presumably be around the geographical area, whether it absolutely prohibits the blowing of horns or whether it limits it to certain hours and things like that. So we continue to monitor that. and we can provide an update as we learn more and once the fullness of the ruling is known.
Okay, thank you for that. So you will keep us posted throughout the afternoon. So these colleagues, we're going to begin now with general questions to staff and the police. Once we've finished that, we will then go motion by motion, and we'll get Councillor Meehan's motion when it gets typed up. So our first questioner is Councillor Shirelli. Reminder, we still have the 5-minute rule, and if you go over that, you can put yourself back on the list because we're in committee of the whole. Councillor Shirelli, 5 minutes.
Thank you. So my question is to the police chief. We've heard about the hate symbols that were carried around during the demonstration, but I've heard a number of media question what evidence we have that the people carrying these symbols were actually truckers or part of the actual convoy, or what are the chances that they could be members of the Ottawa community. So do we have evidence that the people carrying those symbols were truckers?
Thank you very much, Council. I'm going to turn to Deputy Chief Steve Bell, who oversees our intelligence and investigations, to provide an answer.
Yes, thanks, Chief, and thank you, Councillor Shirelli. So we are continuing to do the investigations to identify the people who were, the information that's been provided to us and the people who were carrying those hate symbols. What I can tell you, regardless of whether they were part of the convoy demonstration or not, they have no place in our community and have absolutely no place anywhere. And we need to follow the laws and do our investigations and charge them accordingly. We do know that as the investigations unfolded, the activity has been in and around the area that's been occupied by the demonstration, but that would have no material fact on the charge or investigation that we're undertaking.
Okay, so it would not be accurate to just assume that these were part of the demonstration or part of the convoy.
Our investigation will determine the reasons why they were here. The investigation will also determine the applicable charges relating to the acts of carrying those around.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Luloff, please.
I'll defend the right to free speech and lawful demonstration until my last breath, but what undermines these rights are completely ignoring the equal and more important responsibilities that come with these rights. And every single person exercising their right to demonstrate, to uphold the rule of law. This is what underpins our entire society, that everyone is equal under the law. So that means you don't get to break the law to make your point, and you don't get to paralyze and terrorize an entire city because a democratically elected government has made a policy decision to align our country with our largest trading partner. You don't get to use your vehicle as a weapon, and you don't get to accost or threaten residents of our city, and you don't get to hold an entire community hostage, and you don't get to forcibly close down businesses and harass people trying to go about their lives. City Council cannot direct police, but we can express our expectations. Whether or not police decide to meet our expectations is up to them. But it is my expectation that this ends by whatever lawful means necessary, and that it ends immediately. This occupation is undermining the very foundation of this country, and it's attracting some of the most extreme and violent radicals that this country has to offer. We are a country of peace, order, and good government. Peace and order are not negotiable. And if you feel you do not have a good government, then engage in the democratic process. But what these occupiers are doing to our city right now is undemocratic. They say they love this country, but they don't seem to have an idea of what this country stands for. And we cannot allow ourselves to be abstracted to pick up hockey, a flag, and an anthem. This occupation is an ugly caricature of Canada, and it must end now. I've called for unity. I've highlighted the completely reasonable concerns some people have regarding the curtailing of civil liberties to fight this pandemic. And I visited the occupied area this morning and listened. But we cannot have a productive conversation at the business end of a gun or the grill of a semi-truck. And we cannot have that conversation with violent radicals and miscreants sitting at the table. I support any lawful action required to bring this illegal and insidious occupation to an end. And I'll ask my questions on the next round. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well said, Councillor. Councillor Curry, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly echo all of that. My questions are really on this process. So I see a number of excellent motions. Thanks to all of my colleagues for creating them. I'm wondering about some of the language on them and whether they are purposefully vague when we say, a formal request, funding supports, any and all. Is it purposefully done that way because there would be an in-camera meeting where we would talk about specifically what that means? What I'm not seeing is when the chief of police asks us for very specific things, and you mentioned one of them about the 1,800 officers, where does that show up in a motion? Or would we be having an in-camera meeting because it is not in our best interest to talk about very specifically what we're going to do next? And I just add to that, we received a really good informational email from Mr. White, and there are a number of things in it that I think, are we going to talk about some of those specific actions that could be taken, or is that something we would do in camera?
Mayor, I can respond to that. With respect to the memo that's been circulated, I don't believe that there is anything in that memo that would require an in-camera discussion. That is simply an overview of the tools that may be available. With respect to the request from the chief, and I defer to others, but I understand that request to be from police service to police service or to law enforcement agencies, and not a request that council supply those 1,800 officers.
Thank you for that. I guess I'm just wondering though, is there anything else we need to put more specifically into these motions? To me, some of them they're excellent, they make a lot of sense. I'd be supporting them all, but they're not very specific. And so I just wonder if that's required or there's an understanding of what we mean by, funding supports.
Just, Councillor Curry, if I could answer that. I spoke with the clerk earlier, and if there is a legitimate reason to go in camera because of a security sensitivity issue, we can do that, and we'll ask our colleagues, the chief and his colleagues, as well as Steve Kanalakis and our team, if there are any items as we go motion by motion that require greater clarity and require confidentiality because of security aspects.
Okay, I'll wait for that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for raising it. Conseiller Cloutier, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Thank you. Chief Slowly, thank you. Thank you for your work, your service, and thank you for your members. Je comprends les défis, les pressions énormes.
I understand the challenges, the huge pressures that your officers are under, and the volatility of the situation. We're all here and understanding the feelings of our residents, of the downtown employees, the Sandy Hill employees that experience a lot of harassment lately.
Councillor colleagues to remove the convoy and return our city to its residents as soon as safely possible. And I stand with all my council colleagues who have had enough of this unlawful display. It's not freedom. It's not freedom of expression. Thank you, Councillor Luloff, for your words. Freedom is exercised in a peaceful protest enforced by the rule of law and at the ballot box. It's not exercised through threats of violence, intimidation, and displays of racism that take our downtown hostage, our city hostage, and it's time for the occupation to end. And so with that, I have a couple of questions, and they are general in nature. Chief Slowly, you had said earlier in a past meeting you thought less and less that this situation had a police solution. Today you said police is part of the solution. Can you just give us a little bit more context on what you said last week and what you said today?
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'll try to give a very practical example. We have spent the last 72 hours interdicting fuel coming into propane, gasoline, wood incendiary devices coming into the downtown core. Some of it coming in through a wide variety of methods, as I mentioned, from vehicles and conveyances, including a horse and buggy at one point, including a large staging area that was dismantled overnight on Coventry Road. The challenge is traditionally we would seize the one source of fuel, the one person or group of people doing it. We would go to the location where the amount of fuel was being staged, and having interdicted it and made arrests and seized the property, that would be the end of it. And we could move on to the next situation. And yet literally within hours of those operations at Coventry Road, there were attempts to retake that location and establish other staging locations across the city. I think it was Councillor Dudas in her comments earlier on in one of the motions that talked about the red zone really has spread out into the suburban wards, and that is a fact. We are spreading our resources already too thin into more and more wards and more parts of the city as the nature of this demonstration occupation is showing its flexibility and adaptability to countermeasures. Gas cans are being brought in different ways now than they were on the weekend, and we're having to, in real-time methods, change our approaches to interdict the fuel coming in. This is not the normal type of operation where if you isolate, contain, and eliminate one element of it, you can then move on safely with your resources to the next element. It's incredibly difficult. That is just one example of why we do not feel this is a solution of police alone. We need new elements of bylaw, provincial offenses and federal offenses. We need creative thinking and convening of different sectors, whether they be the business sector, the not-for-profit sector, the health sector, to consider how those areas might contribute to an overall safe and timely resolution, lawful resolution of this. And obviously, we need the continued support of all three levels of government, whether it's to meet the resource requests that we've tabled to the mayor's office, or for them to consider other powers and convening authorities that they may have. We continue to do, from the beginning, our 100% best through a policing solution to reach the best, safest, most lawful resolution to these demonstrations. And we'll continue to do, as we've done from the very beginning, to engage civil society and all three levels of government in additional solutions.
Thank you, Chief. You know, you use the word retake the location. You use the term retake the location at RCGT Park, not far from my ward, in Councillor King's ward. You know, it has a military tone to it. Chief, you asked for, today you told us you asked for 1,800 additional people, men and women on the ground, and I don't know what, if they're sworn officers or other resources. I haven't read the letter that the mayor wrote to the Prime Minister and the Premier. But when, given what you've asked for and the qualities they need, when can we expect to have these 1,800 additional resources in Ottawa working?
Thank you, Councillor. I appreciate it. Again, without being able to speak for what those levels of government can and will do with the requests that have been sent by the mayor. In traditional operations where we seek seconded officers from other agencies, depending on where those agencies are and what we're asking for. So for instance, Kingston Police, and I'm grateful for Chief Ange McNeely there, Cornwall Police, Chief Spowert, offered resources. Within 24 hours, we had general uniform officers in their police cars with their use of force capabilities, drive the short distance from Kingston and Cornwall, and were available for deployment within 24 hours and have been effective. And I'm grateful for those two municipal agencies. When we requested a public order section from Peel Region, it took 48 hours for those public order officers to stage in Peel and drive in the vans and bring their equipment, set up in a hotel, and then be deployed within the 48 to 72 hours. When we're making requests of the Ontario Provincial Police, Sûreté de Quebec, RCMP, these are jurisdictions that cover extremely large areas of territory, and they may be pulling officers in the RCMP case from as far away from St. John's, Newfoundland, as Victoria, BC. It may take a week or 2 weeks for those resources to arrive. So short answer is as quickly as it can. Longer answer is it depends on where they're drawing those resources from.
So those resources do not have to be sworn on Saturday. You had to swear in, or OPSB had to have a a motion to swear in 257 RCMP officers. That does not have to occur.
So if it's the RCMP or out of province police services, we would have to swear them in as special constables and have the powers of Ontario. If they're from Ontario, OPP or municipal police services, we would not have to swear them in.
Got it. Thank you. Chief Slowly, you said that people looking to join the occupation to stay away and that there would be consequences for illegal actions. Can you tell me about the consequences? Because frankly, we have not seen many. What are the consequences you're referring to?
Well, thank you, Councillor. And I totally understand when people say they still feel that sense of real and present trauma, a sense of real and present fear and danger. I take them literally. Whatever the after effect was of whatever they experienced, an act of hate, someone telling them to take off their mask, someone yelling or spitting at them, disrespecting an elder or an infirm member of community, someone from a disadvantaged or racialized community who has experienced anything near to what our officers have experienced, I can understand that sense that nothing has changed. I can also tell you the size of the footprint of the demonstration and the core in that red zone has shrunk. The number of trucks have gone down significantly. The number of active demonstrators in the city at any given time in the 24-hour cycle has gone down significantly. The level of noise, at least that I can perceive from where I sit in my office right now, has gone down to intermittent honking. So there has been a substantive reduction through negotiation, enforcement, and the message that if you come, there will be consequences. There is a lot more work to be done. And with the additional resources, we can drive that down as close to zero, as quickly, as safely, as lawful as possible. And that's what we're asking for, more resources to do more of what we've accomplished so far, quicker, and resolve this to a state of reasonable normalcy for the residents and business people of this city.
Thank you for that. How confident are you that the occupiers, they're not demonstrators, they're not a freedom convoy, they're occupiers, are going to be charged after they depart the city for crimes committed while they were in this city during the occupation? What would be included in those charges?
Well, as I said before, I'll invite Deputy Chief Bell to talk about this. We started consultations with the Crown's office once we knew that this was a confirmed demonstration that would be arriving here. We anticipated we would be laying some criminal charges. We anticipated that depending on the nature of the demonstrations, there may be some offenses, criminal offenses in particular, that we could not lay charges at the moment or during the actual period of the demonstration / occupation / as some is called, insurrection. And so we were prepared to have investigations continue in the weeks, months, and in fact years after, to continue to lay charges. I have been involved in events like this where we have laid charges sometimes years after the fact. We've seen that in the Vancouver riots post the hockey, the Stanley Cup, days, weeks, months after. We are already putting together an investigative capability that will pursue the charges coming from this, stand alone from their regular duties as investigating charges here. So processes in place beforehand, during, and after to make sure that whatever criminal charges took place here have convictions, go after prosecutions and convictions. But I would invite Deputy Chief Bell to provide more details on the current state and future anticipated state of those investigations. Steve?
Yeah, thank you, Chief, and thank you for your question, Councillor Cloutier. So much of our effort in the last number of days and a large ask that we have in the requests we've made are specifically concerning what you're talking about. We've divided our investigative strategy into 4 different components. One is the calls that we're receiving from people who are interacting with people in and around the demonstration zone. The second is our enforcement efforts, like you saw yesterday, specifically around managing the criminal activity in the demonstration zone, such as bringing gasoline into that area. Beyond that, we're also looking at a more broadly how we address the people that are responsible and continuing to engage in the activity from a criminal perspective as we move along. So we have a stream specifically related to that. And the other one is around Highway Traffic Act, bylaw, commercial vehicle licensing and insurance, more HTA related, more truck and vehicle related investigations that we're conducting. part of the ask we have is specialists in all of those different areas, as well as social media and cybercrime capabilities, because we know over the course of the 10 days, there's been an incredible amount of social media activity relating to this. Much of it components that we'll be able to use in criminal prosecutions moving ahead. So thank you for your question. It is absolutely a key focus of how we're looking to manage currently to end the occupation, but as well hold those accountable for who are engaged in it.
Thank you, and thank you, Deputy Chief Bell. I appreciate that. This might be to Chief Slowly or Deputy Chief Bell, or to Mr. White, our legal staff. You said we received an injunction, or the mayor said we were granted an injunction, 10 days. Can somebody comment, first of all, who asked for that injunction? Was it the city, or was it a group of residents? And were we participant in the injunction? How will it be enforced?
Mr. Mayor, I can start with the first questions. The injunction is actually an interim stage of a class action that was commenced on behalf of residents in the downtown core that have been affected by the continuous blowing of truck horns. It is, again, the class as framed is those residents. It is against certain organizers and other unnamed parties in the protest. This as a private action involving those, the city was not invited. So it is not an injunction that has been sought by the city or a proceeding in which the city has been involved. So as I say, once we know more about what the scope of that injunction is, then I'm happy to communicate that. And in terms of enforcement, I think that is an issue that is still under discussion before the court.
Okay. Chief, anything on that? Is it premature to talk about enforcing the injunction that you perhaps haven't seen?
Yeah, thank you. I think that Mr. White articulated that perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. White or Steve Kay, or have we asked for special powers? Have we asked the province or the federal government to invoke or put in place a special state of emergency or other type of power, legal power for the city or for our police force with which to deal with this occupation?
No, we have not, Mr. Mayor. David, do you want to speak to that?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. The city has not at this point. The provisions exist. They're outlined in the memo. I apologize for the short time that council has had available in advance of today's meeting, just given the breadth of that memorandum. The authorities that are available, the extraordinary authorities that might be available, those would be generally under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act in the event that the province decides to declare an emergency. That is within their discretion. On the federal level, there is no authority in the municipality to request either the kind of the invocation or the city can request. The city has no ability to require, for example, the federal government to invoke either the Emergencies Act at the federal level, or, for example, the National Defense Act, which provides for the availability of Canadian Armed Forces in support of civilian authorities. So I think the general view, and you've probably heard this articulated by the federal ministers just before council, is that the authorities exist today with respect to the criminal code, provincial statutes, municipal bylaws, to address it, to address the protest as it is. So we have not sought any kind of extraordinary authority, nor have we seen the province or the federal government act on their own authorities in that regard.
1 minute, Councillor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. White, for that. Yes, you're right. You're referring to Mr. LeBlanc. He said we have the tools and the jurisdiction to respond in a press conference earlier today. Our former colleague on this council, now a federal MP, and Premier Ford have tweeted or expressed that we have sent them and given them everything they've asked for, or we're waiting for them to ask for something. And so I'm wondering what the strategy is, what the tactic is that we have not asked for those extra powers. Did we, up until now, not feel that they would be necessary? Are we contemplating any asks of that sort? Not for resources, got the 1,800, and people have said that we can have all the resources we want, but the powers with which to deploy those resources.
Mr. Mayor, I'll start. My office and the city administration have been in regular discussion with the Ottawa Police as the police force of jurisdiction and the agency ultimately responsible for the kind of maintenance of law and order in the city of Ottawa, as to whether there are additional tools that might be available to support their operational plans. So those discussions are always ongoing. In the event that there is something that can be identified that might be, let's say, operationalized, we are happy to pursue that either through discussions with other levels of government or, for example, through the pursuit of our own injunction.
Mr. Mayor, may I also add that the other piece of information which I'd like to share with council is that myself and Chief Slowly are part of a group of senior federal officials at the deputy minister level from key federal government departments, speaking on a daily basis on what assistance, including the province, by the way, with the province, what assistance they can provide to the city. And the focus right now has been on what Chief Slowly has identified as the request of the police board, in which the mayor has now written the premier and the prime minister, is resources. There are also other regulatory and legislative avenues being pursued at the federal level and the provincial level, and I'm not going to share those publicly right now because they're still working that through their departments and with their respective ministers. But there are a number of things that they're looking at to try and aid us and help us. Many of the things that have been asked, whether it's emergency powers and all those things that are in the in our city solicitor's legal thing, are things that possibly could be used, but quite frankly, our assessment right now, including the federal governments and the province, is that additional resources is what we need most right now. And the military was one of the things that comes out of some of these requests, and the military has not been ruled in as an option. It has not received a positive response from our federal government colleagues, including what I understand at the political level and including what the prime minister has said. So it's not something that will be invoked, and we haven't asked for that. The focus has been on getting boots on the ground, as the chief said, to help with the staffing that Ottawa Police needs to get this to a place so we can end it. And so that's why we haven't moved to these other extraordinary measures, because we're working on a number of things behind the scenes to try and help. But the immediate need, these things, like everything, are not short-term solutions. We need people to come here now into the city to help Ottawa Police. We're trying to focus on the outcome that we want right now.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are all my questions. I guess what I haven't heard, and I think what our residents expect, is a timeline, not a specific timeline. There are tactics, there are strategies, but we need to see the end of this occupation. It cannot go on forever. I think we all agree on that, and I think that's the point that our small business people, that our residents in the core need to hear from us. And so I'll be looking for that a little bit more in the motions that we'll be considering later.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Merci, conseiller. Councillor Eglai, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I guess, almost an invitation and some introduction to where I'm going with this. I think we're all clear, and we can make no mistake that the protesters are not here because they have a beef with the city of Ottawa. They're not here because they think we've done or not done something. They're here because they don't like the federal mandate and policies, they don't like provincial policies and mandates. And we unfortunately are in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a fight going on, and the city of Ottawa, unfortunately is the battleground for that fight, but they're not here because of something we've done. So I think the active engagement of the provincial and the federal levels of government is absolutely essential to resolving this. And for them they've been there, they've been helping us out. I guess where I'm going with this, so as I share some of the concerns that Councillor Curry raised about whether we're being specific enough in the wording of our motions for what we need. Every time we pull staff together, the chief and his deputy chiefs and Kim Ayotte and Steve Kanalakis, the regular business of the city is not happening. And so I guess my my invitation, if you will, to you, Steve, and Chief and Kim, there's a bit of a tradition around the council table to be deferential to us at council meetings and wait for us to ask the questions. And I understand that, and that's what we do in normal times, but these aren't normal times. So as these motions come up, I would invite you to say if we're missing something, if we're not putting all the tools that you need in that toolbox in that motion, please tell us. Don't wait for us to ask. These are unprecedented times. These are new. This is a new thing that we're dealing with, that you're dealing with. We have to work together. So if the motions come forward, as Councillor Curry said, and you think there's something that's not quite right, something that might be missing, something that you need to do your jobs more effectively, it's not so much a question, but it's an invitation. Please let us know. Let us know before we vote on the motion, so we don't have to collect everybody together again. Because my biggest fear is we direct the mayor goes back to the federal and provincial governments who have said, consistently, we're there for you. We're there to help you out. Tell us what you need. So I don't want it to be a back and forth when we need to get things done right away as to what it is that we really need. So if we're missing something, Mr. Kanalakis, Chief, in those motions, in the wording of the request that we're going to ask the mayor to make on behalf of council, please let us know now so we can incorporate those as friendly amendments into the motions, and we can make sure that you have everything that you need to get this job done as quickly as possible, so we can provide relief to the thousands and thousands of our residents that are impacted by this every day for the last 10 days. We want this over. We want it done as quickly as possible, as safely as possible. So we need you to be very clear today as to what you need us to ask for from the other levels of government. So we don't get into a back and forth, but we make the request is granted, you get the resources, you get the tools that you require, and you go out and you do your job. So I'll just leave it at that for now.
Okay, Councillor, were you wanting a reply, or was that a statement?
Well, I'm hoping the reply is yes, we will. That we'll let you know if as the motions come forward, that if there's anything missing, we will bring it forward to your attention so it can be incorporated into the motion so they can be more effective.
Mr. Mayor, we absolutely will.
Sorry, go ahead.
I said, Mr. Mayor, we absolutely will. This is, we will be very frank in terms of dealing with these motions or anything else that we need that comes up as a result of the questions and the answers given back. I can assure you that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eglai. Again, Chief, if you feel that, because we have a number of questions and we haven't reached the motions yet, if you feel that you need to excuse your colleagues, the deputy chiefs, please, by all means. I know council will understand the pressure you're in and the time constraints and so on, so we appreciate your time. Councillor Menard, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor. I want to start by thanking a few people who were missed in opening comments. The residents of the city who have stepped up when, quite frankly, they felt abandoned by authorities. And those are the people offering safe walks to others, the people that are reporting continuous harassment and warning others in the streets, the people on social media like the Centertown Helpers Discord and Twitter Spaces, the residents and media who are in the red zone reporting out incidents, and in some cases contradicting what authorities have been saying, sometimes in real time. The people holding nightly forums on the trauma this is causing and the services that are being offered. This is community supporting community, and they deserve our thanks. And people like Councillor McKenney, who quite frankly, Mayor, deserves more than just a passing reference in opening remarks, for delivering injunction notices to the area, for managing thousands of emails from residents who are concerned, for delivering food to people and animals, and for bringing hope to people, and the bravery shown by showing up on the front lines. All of these folks deserve our thanks, because there have been major mistakes made from what we've seen in these last 10 days. And we're just starting to rectify them now, but inexcusable what we saw in the first few days of what occurred here. On the injunction, did the city end up pursuing its own injunction? Because I know we were waiting for that. We had said we were at one point. We have now residents like Paul Champ and Emily Timan who did this on behalf of residents. Did the city pursue its own in this case?
Mr. Mayor, the city has not yet pursued its own injunction. That discussion is an ongoing one with Ottawa Police. Pursuing an injunction, certainly on behalf of government, is not something that doesn't come with potential risks, particularly if the injunction sought is overly broad, with the potential result that, for example, the court either doesn't grant the injunction, grants it partially, or that, for example, if the injunction is ultimately appealed and overturned, those kinds of risks are that the people that are the subject of that injunction can be emboldened by that. And that's a discussion I've also had with my colleagues at the federal level. So we have prepared materials in the event that obtaining an injunction or obtaining some kind of injunctive relief is something that the police believe would serve to assist their operational plans and assist them in dealing with the protest. But to date, we have not filed that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. To Chief Slowly, today you called a statement inaccurate regarding the enforcement of fuel stockpiling and delivery associated with the occupation after 10 days. I'm wondering why that's inaccurate. Did we actually start enforcing the fuel stockpiling previously that we're not aware of?
Thank you, Councillor. Just before I answer, Mayor, this has already gone past the 2-hour mark that was originally committed to it. I do need to release Deputy Chief Ferguson back to her role as operational commander. There's a number of issues that are important for her, as I had advised the Mayor and Council at the start of this. I'll be able to hold Deputy Chief Bell for a little while longer, but if I could just ask that Deputy Chief Ferguson be allowed to step away to her duties. Councillor, in regards to your question, we have understood the fuel to be a significant challenge for the past week. To the extent that we have been able to release resources away from the core footprint of the red zone, as we've talked about it, yes, we've been trying to do interdictions. The more resources we've requested and obtained, the more resources we've been able to release to do interdictions. So yes, we have been trying from the very beginning with minimal effect. Now that we have more resources, we've been able to release those resources to our members to pursue larger operations like we did overnight at Coventry and have done so over the last 36 hours. We're seeing a significant greater level of effect. Even with that greater effect, we've seen almost the same real-time change in the tactics of the demonstrators to frustrate those operations, and we're making real-time adjustments now to make sure we still have a significant impact on that effect, on that attempt to restrict fuel from getting into the demonstrations. Same goes for the funding. We've been trying to go after the funding for a week. We finally got it nailed down on Thursday into Friday, and within hours, they found 6 other platforms around which to do fundraising and distribution of those funds. We talked about that when we go after cars. As soon as we move 1 or 2, 4 or 5 come flooding in. So our efforts have been stepped up as much as we can. They've been as effective as they can be with the resources we have. Greater resources will allow us to have greater effect. That is what I said in answer to that question. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. In the mayor's opening remarks, we said that anyone caught trying to replenish supplies in the red zone is now being arrested and being charged with aiding in illegal activity. But we're seeing on social media now visuals that doesn't appear to be the case, directly beside officers in some case. So what is going on?
Thank you. Again, I'm not sure what you're seeing on social media and whether those are current things or they're previous from the several days ago, but I will ask Deputy Chief Bell to see if he can comment on what you're seeing on social media.
And on the ground.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have doubled down our efforts and our interdiction efforts. As the chief indicated, part of the gap that we have currently is our resourcing levels. We have every intention to have our members stop, question, seize, investigate, arrest, potentially lay criminal charges, depending on the course of the investigation, with every bit of gas or supplies going into the occupation area. As we see an increase and influx of resources, we will be able to bolster the points that we know those supplies are going in, and we will be able to increase that enforcement efforts. While we have had success in those areas, we continue to know that we need to expand that, and we will as we see the influx of resources come in.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief. I'm wondering about the towing operations and the idea of consolidating this protest. Any normal protest that's protesting the hill is up on the hill usually with people. They don't usually bring in their cars. It's different here in that there's trucks and cars in some cases. So in terms of towing, I see we've started to tow some vehicles. What is the strategy around that? Is it to push from the outsides in towards the hill and cordon off? If someone can just be as clear as possible on how towing is working now.
Steve, I know we don't have Trish on the line. Are you able to provide that initial description to the council's question?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you very much. So as it relates to the operation and how we would move forward on it, I believe it would be inappropriate to comment on our tactics we're going to use moving ahead. What I can tell you is we've heard much conversation about the restrictions around towing across the country. That's a reality that we've been dealing with right from the onset of this occupation. It's something we continue to work with Steve Kanalakis and his team on, as well as other jurisdictions, other police services, to look at how we can overcome it. We're getting to the point that we're looking for alternatives to towing in terms of how we would manage it moving ahead. But we don't see fundamentally at the end of the day, the removal of the vehicles being the obstacle as we go ahead.
Thank you for that. I'm wondering.
Just got 20 minutes, Councillor. 20 seconds.
20 minutes. We're going to be here a long time. I don't know if you want to hear me talk that long, Mayor. I'll just, I guess, ask about the enforcement piece and people on the ground. We've heard about, comments like towing is not an elegant solution, or that there might be other solutions outside of policing. There was references to political solutions when a reporter mentioned those. I'm wondering, is there resistance at all to enforcing what has become this occupation? And was it initially was fairly open and welcome? And I'm wondering why that messaging has changed so drastically from where we were to where we are now.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The resistance, there is no resistance. The capability is, do we have the resources in order to interdict in any level? At the beginning, no. We were managing a massive demonstration involving 3,000 vehicles, 3,000 trucks, several thousand other vehicles that did an influx into this city from as far away as St. John's and Victoria and Windsor. People were determined to come here. They were determined to bring their vehicles here and determined to protest with vehicles on our streets, which is different from most demonstrations. Once we handled that demonstration from Thursday night, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it clearly turned into something more than that, something that now resembles a demonstration, occupation, and as others have said, an insurrection. We've pivoted our plans around the reality of those changes. We've tried to gather more resources, and as we get them, we become more able to do enforcement on a range of issues, from noise bylaws to unlawfully parked vehicles to people actually engaging in criminal activity. You've seen that change in the last 72 hours as the resources have gone up. So have the charges and enforcement, the ability to take down camps, the ability to arrest and seize large numbers of people and illegal activity. If we get more resources, we can increase that. If we get more cooperation, we can negotiate our way out of things like we did with Confederation Park. So we're stepping up every aspect, from negotiation to enforcement to the invocation of civil society and 3 levels of government to get a quick, lawful, and safe end to this demonstration. That is what we're trying to do, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, it was reported actually over the lunch hour, national news was in front of the Chateau Laurier, and there were about 12 or 15 individuals carrying gas cans passing a police car, a parked police car, on their way towards the convoy. And when asked by the reporter why they weren't being stopped, he said, well, it could be water in there. There's no proof that there is diesel or gas. You could smell it. But I guess that's the frustration, that people support your decision to stop and arrest folks coming in the red zone with gas delivery. And then we see that today. So obviously, with limited boots on the ground, it's hard to stop everyone, but are canisters being checked, verified? If there is fuel, is it being confiscated?
Thank you very much for that question. In fact, I referenced a couple of times that there's countermeasures being thrown at us based on our operational success over the last 72 hours. I'll invite Deputy Chief Bell to provide some greater insights into the nature of those countermeasures and why people who are under-informed as to what's going on may think that we are inactive around our interdiction efforts. Steve?
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Mr. Mayor, as was indicated by Councillor Brockington, one of the strategies we are actually seeing employed is people are entering the zone carrying large quantities of water in gas cans. It is in an attempt to frustrate our efforts to interdict the fuel going in. We have since yesterday been actively involved in operations to interdict fuel entering the occupation area. We have also stressed to our members, with the volatility at times of the crowd that we've discussed, as they are looking at those interdiction efforts, officer safety needs to be a consideration, and an important consideration that they apply. Part of the ask that you're seeing today is to have more resources so that we can step up those interdiction efforts, so that we can stem the flow of gasoline supplies and other things that are helping to support the continuation of this occupation.
How long do we think the request for 1,800 personnel will take to deliver? Are we expecting that this week?
Thank you, Councillor. So our language has been immediate. Yep. The reality is, and I think my previous answers to Councillor Cluche, I believe, referenced that it depends on which resources are coming from which jurisdictions. If the RCMP needs to pull 10, 20, 30, 40 officers out of BC or St. John's, it could be a week or 2 weeks before they actually arrive there. If we are getting an extra 2 or 3 officers from Cornwall or Kingston, it could be 2 hours before they get here. If they're out of town, out of province or RCMP, we'll have to spur them in. That will delay by several days. Depends on the nature of the resource. Some of what we're asking for are highly specialized, highly skilled, highly trained individuals. They may be, and likely are, in high demand in other police agencies and may need to take a while before they can be released, and they may only be able to come here for several days. So while the number 1,800 is what we've asked for, we're likely not going to get that number. What we've asked for from a breakdown within there, we might not get what we've asked for specifically, But believe me, whatever we get, we will deploy as quickly and as effectively as possible to continue the range of activities that Deputy Chief Bell has described earlier on.
Okay, and again, I know you don't want to release your strategy in public forum, but the expectation, as you know full well, Chief, is that the occupation is ended as soon as possible. You can't wait until you get sort of the full complement of boots on the ground that you need. Are we going to see it's almost like a dissection of the areas where occupation is, and you focus on one and you close that down, and then you close down another, and we continue on a daily basis to make progress? You've made some progress, significant progress this past weekend. Can we continue to see that day after day this week?
To be clear, Councillor, that's exactly what I've said repeatedly since Friday, Saturday, Sunday, certainly today. We have been active from the beginning. With the resources we have, we've used everything we can to manage the demonstration, manage the impact of the core demonstration on the immediately affected communities, as well as all the growing locations, including now reaching out into the suburbs where the demonstration receives supplies. We've been managing it online through the financial systems. We've been managing and effecting arrests through international efforts, including into the United States. The scope of operations, the theater of operations is massive. Our numbers are finite, and the limits of our resources have been stretched beyond what they should have been. So we're constantly seeking resources and applying them wherever we can. We have never stopped. We've only escalated where possible, and we will continue to do so. I like the way you described it. We look at the highest risk, where we have available resources to mitigate that risk, and apply it. As soon as we knock something down, Confederation Park, we go to the next place. We try to contain what we've knocked down so it doesn't become reoccupied. Like we're still having a struggle at Coventry, where we knocked it down, but within hours, people have tried to reoccupy it, or they've found other staging locations. That is our challenge. Where we take one can of gas away and have success, countermeasures come back almost immediately. Something else that we're seeing now, we're having potential supply lines for us attacked. Literally in this meeting, a councillor has sent me a message identifying a critical logistical supply that we needed that is now being undermined by protesters or people affiliated with protesters to stop their business from supplying the needed equipment that we have for our core operations. We have people phoning in false messages, swatting messages to our police operations center for active explosive IED events, gun events that are drawing our resources away from doing the gas can interdictions. And we now have an active investigation south of the border to identify that. I would invite Deputy Bell to provide more context around that.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Chief. So, Mr. Mayor, we've actually had incredibly good cooperation through our investigations with our American partners. Specifically, the investigation that the Chief's talking about was a threat to the physical building at 474 Elgin today. That has resulted in cooperation with American authorities and ultimately ended up in the arrest of a person who initiated those threats from Putnam County, Ohio. So as the Chiefs indicated, we are getting more than just localized threats. We're seeing investigations that are being launched from across the country and across North America particularly. We are repeatedly receiving calls into our communications center from across North America. And these activities are extremely detrimental, extremely time consuming, and extremely taxing on our resources. We continue to manage them, but the ask in front of that we've put forward that this council is supporting is to augment our resources so that we can actually manage this situation moving ahead.
My final question is the various threats against the personal safety of elected officials and others. I saw something today, and I don't know what the timestamp was on it, but people making, clear threats to assassinate public officials and others. I know the OPS is looking into these, but do you have further comment on what we've been seeing within the last week to 10 days on this matter?
I'll leave Steve to provide that information again. Thank you.
Yes, Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Brocking, for the question. That's one of the investigations that I'm talking about. So yes, we have received active threats to public figures throughout this occupation. We continue to investigate each and every report that comes into us. Specifically, I believe you're referencing threats that were made to several members of council and other public figures in the city. What I can tell you is that we have an active investigation ongoing. We've had great support from the Homeland Security of the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, who have worked with coordinating with municipal police services in the United States to ultimately identify a subject for that, and we'll be following up on charges that we hope to announce in the coming days. The internet has created this as a North American primarily phenomena. We're receiving complaints and conducting investigations from across North America right now, and we've had amazing cooperation with our American partners through this.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone on the call today and all of those people that are working to end this insurrection in our city. I had a number of questions, but I think I'm going to try and be very brief here because I know that the service has important work to be doing. But I was going to start by asking about those jerry cans, but I think what's really becoming evident is that this is an organized, professional, sophisticated organization. These are not people from, some small community in rural Alberta that came to Ottawa to, air a grievance about vaccine mandates or border policies. This is far beyond this. This is an international effort coming out of primarily, I believe, the United States of America that is intended to disrupt our democracy locally. And you can see the sophistication and the effort that is happening here with their tactics. These are brazen tactics, the likes of which we have never seen in this country before. And they're escalating. And so I hope the upper tier governments have heard the cries from the police service and from the city of Ottawa today that we need all hands on deck to help this, because this is a major event, the likes of which we've never seen. And I agree with all those people that talked about freedom. This is not freedom, what they are fighting for. They are fighting to take away our democracy and overthrow our government. That's what they're doing in a nutshell. My one question that I really did want to ask was about that terrible event that happened overnight in Centertown with someone trying to set an apartment building on fire and tie people into the building. And that just says to me that the escalation of their tactics knows no bounds. And with that in mind, I want to know what kind of increased security the people, especially in the red zones of the city, will have to ensure their safety based on this brazen attack that our city is currently under.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask Deputy Chief Bell to speak to the investigation into that event. I will say, though, after that, Chair and Mayor, I will need to release Deputy Chief Bell for operational reasons, and I'll continue on and answer questions as best I can. Steve?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So we continue. We received that and immediately initiated an investigation. What I can let you know is that to this point, there has been releases provided that are looking to identify the subjects involved in those, and a full investigative team that's been dedicated towards it. At the time that we received it, we did augment security in that area. That has been part of the increased footprint we've provided in the Centertown, Market Lower Town, and Sandy Hill area over the past number of days. We know absolutely the effect this is having on our communities that are surrounding the demonstration. We know how traumatic it is. So we're absolutely dedicating resources and officers to be on the ground, walking those neighborhoods to build back trust and confidence within those areas.
Thank you, Steve. And again, just recognize that I need to release the commanders to their focus. We've committed almost 3 hours to what was a 2-hour meeting. I'll continue on until the very end, but I'd like to release Steve Bell now.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, that's all from me. I recognize that there's important work to do, so that's all from me.
Great, thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh, please. We have about 10 other speakers and then we have to get to the motion, so I'd ask people to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you to everybody who's been on the front lines, and that's including the councillors that are deeply affected by this. I thank you for the pressure you've been under and how you've been holding up. Very much appreciated. It's certainly being felt across the city. There's a sense of helplessness. The emails I'm getting in are constant. They're coming from my ward, quite a few of them, and lots with suggestions and ideas and strategies, because they just want to do something. There's a sense of helplessness, and they're constantly asking me, what can I do? What can I do? They really want to participate in helping to get rid of this convoy, this blockade. So I just wanted to pass that on because it's a very strong feeling overall. As the liaison on women and gender equity, I can't help but notice the effect on women and people whose genders make them more vulnerable in a volatile situation. I know that women in Cornerstone homeless shelter who've been hospitalized because of the stress of the constant noise and of the inability to sleep, afraid to go outside, and people accosting them on the street, telling them to take off their masks. And the situation with the Shepherds of Good Hope had protesters trying to take food from the homeless at their shelter. I also know the gender diverse people who have been aggressively screamed at on the street simply because they have a pride flag on their backpacks. They have to choose between going to work in fear or staying hostages in their home. This is nothing like a normal demonstration. This is a blockade. And I know that we all want this to end, and we're all concerned. I'm willing, as all councillors, we're all willing to work together. I appreciate the motions that have been brought forward by my colleagues, and I appreciate the input from the chief and from our manager on making them even stronger, if not as they see fit, because there's going to be ways to do that. I do have a question in terms of the costs and how we're managing. Previously, we heard the figure $800,000 a day for police resources. We're now hearing about that 1,800 personnel are needed. That's the ask. And residents will wonder, how does this affect the $800,000 a day? Are we asking for coverage? How is that getting covered? How does that tie in with this new request? And in terms of the provincial and federal supports? Thank you.
Maybe if I could just start with a comment, Councillor. In discussions I've had with both federal and provincial officials, it's been made very clear that we will be keeping track of all of our extraordinary expenses, new expenses, overtime, etc. And we will be seeking full compensation from the other orders of government.
Okay, thank you. Is it possible also to get a breakdown of what it looks like?
Chief and Steve Kay.
Yeah, thank you. Certainly I can ask Chief Administration Officer Blair Dunker to provide you with the framework around how we've been tracking costs to date and how we will go forward. And then it'll have to go back over to Steve Kanalakis for the city roll-up. But if I can ask Blair to provide an answer to the council.
Hi, thank you for the question. I've been advised in terms of the request we've made around officers, I can give you a sense that it would cost between 1.8 and 2.2 million per day. So up from 800,000 into the 2.5 million mark. And that would just be for the officers. We have asked for other resources, but I haven't costed those out as of yet. So details could follow in the coming days once we hear, what's going to be provided and how. For example, if resources are provided without cost, or whether they're on secondment, whether we have to hire resources. So it depends, what resources are offered to us. But the policing costs are going to be about 2.5 million a day if we do get all of those officers.
Okay,
Wendy
I
for
think
city costs, our treasurer.
That doesn't include city costs, of course.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor, to your question, on the city side, along with police services, we are all tracking our costs associated with this. We do that in terms of any emergency that happens here at the city. And we will be sure, in terms of our negotiation with the other levels of government, that all costs are covered, but we also look at services where we've had to close things down and seeking recovery of those pieces. At this point, we really only have a ballpark in terms of cost. Initially, when OPS came out with their 800,000, we had concluded or ballparked estimated for the city it was going to cost us about $1 million a day. It's going to go up a little bit higher than that, but we are tracking all of those things, and when we have a number, then we will share that back with council.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. As Councillor Eglai pointed out, the city of Ottawa is not the target. We just happen to be the location of this blockade and demonstration, and I think that has to be repeated. I think that was an excellent comment, and I thank you for that. We have to show that we're doing our part, but we have been totally impacted, and I feel very sorry for those that are hurt. And I would like to pass on what advice, and I think all councillors have this, for those that feel helpless, what can they do? Of course, they want to sign a petition. They want to do something. They want to feel they're doing something for their fellow citizens in Centertown. What advice can we give them?
Sorry, Councillor, that was a question for me.
I think so.
Apologies, and I do apologize. I'm literally in real time trying to secure some resources from Durham.
I can repeat if you like. I'm just talking about. I know you, for example, you were talking about how people are clogging up lines just to, and I've had that happen to me. They're just calling to say they're upset and they're distressed, and I understand that. And I'm sure that distress lines are packed as well. But if we can give advice for people of how they can be more helpful to, help end this, because they want so badly for this to go away. And there's just a sense of frustration.
Thank you. And this will not be by no means an exhaustive list, and there are probably those better suited to provide better information, particularly around mental health and stress management. First thing I would say there, this has been hugely stressful and impactful, and I would encourage anyone, including my own service members, to seek what employment-related or public service, not-for-profit related supports are around mental health stresses, financial impacts, and the range of direct and indirect impacts that people have experienced over the last week and a half and can anticipate going forward. I think we all need to be, and I've seen great efforts. We've heard from other councillors describe, neighbors working together. I do want to be cautious. I want to be cautioning around neighbors working together and activities that could stray into the realm of vigilantism. While I understand the frustrations around that area, I think we have to be very cautious around language we use as leaders and public officials in that area. But neighbors looking after neighbors, as we saw during the 2003 Eastern continent blackout, as we've seen throughout the course of the pandemic, and ice storms and floods and tornadoes, that is the type of neighbors looking after neighbors activity. We will, of course, continue to do everything we can with the resources we have, and you've heard a number of occasions around that. I think probably one of the things, again, it is communication, Councillor. It's as much as you can manage stress and consider where you're to send your information or request. Please don't use and don't abuse 911 call taking, 311, 211. Use it, but don't abuse it. If you are calling, try to be as clear and specific around what it is. We're experiencing a high number of swatting calls, mischief calls, prank calls coming in, and that is tying up scarce 911 resources that could go to police, fire, or ambulance. It is sending a lot of resources in the wrong direction when they need to be focused in the right direction. I won't speak for how that is affecting other city departments, but I'm sure similar factors are at play. Probably more broadly, I think there's a massive amount of information and unfortunately a massive amount of misinformation, disinformation happening out there that is undermining confidence and clarity around what's going on, confidence in the response of many agencies, not just mine. And I think all civil society leaders and elected official leaders have an opportunity and a responsibility to try to manage that. And I know how almost unmanageable that is. But those are my top of mind thoughts. But probably I go back to my first one. There is huge stress. Whatever supports are available within family, within community, within neighborhood, within employee bases, within 311 and 211 services, please take advantage of it. There's a lot of stress, rightfully a lot of stressed people. And that's probably my number one concern.
Thank you. Just want to pass on the appreciation on the ticketing. This is more for, I guess, for bylaw and police, but previously I'd asked about the ticketing because we were hearing stories about ticketing happening outside the red zone on cars just parked an extra hour, and then nothing happening within the red zone, and that's dramatically changed. And I just want to say that was very much appreciated. That was very much needed and appreciated, and we have to continue to do more. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kitts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know there's a lot of hands up and you have important work to do, but I'll just briefly speak from the heart in saying that I represent one of the wards that's farthest from where the occupation is occurring, and yet hundreds of my residents have reached out to share their concern, fury, embarrassment, disgust, and sorrow about what we are seeing occur in our city. And I want the residents of downtown to know that there is citywide empathy for what you are going through. Chief Slowly, thank you for coming today with a specific ask of what additional resources we need from our federal and provincial counterparts. Appreciating that you cannot give us your full operational plans, what can residents of our city expect to see change? Should we have more boots on the ground? Is it mainly that you're looking to improve the ratio between occupiers and officers?
Thank you, Councillor. What our current operating model is, as we relieve officers from demonstration responsibilities and we can put them into the neighborhoods that are most impacted by the demonstrations to pursue municipal, provincial, federal statute violations, that's our number one operational mode. That's the surge and contain component. Secondly, resources that we can free up from the demonstration to go after the supply of fuel, food, funds, things that are sustaining the demonstration and the unlawful acts, the unsafe acts. That's what we're doing. We talked about GoFundMe. We talked about the fuel depot at Coventry. We're talking about the canisters that are still efforts going in. That is the second area. Third area that we're looking to free up resources is to go after the footprints that are in those red zones. We brought down Confederation Park through negotiation. We brought down Coventry through a public order, intel, and investigation operation. We're looking at the next site and the next site and the next site on a 24-hour basis to continue to dismantle what we can, when we can, as safely and as lawfully as we can. Every extra resource we get goes to that. Given the events of last night, the arson that happened in Centertown, we're now going to have to deploy more resources to proactive patrols to literally watch buildings and alleyways for these types of potentially deadly activities that will draw away from our ability to do not noise bylaw, jerry can interdiction, and larger scale movements. This has been and continues to be an incredibly sophisticated, multi-pronged, continually fluid set of exercises. That is why when people say, when can it be over? What are you going to do exactly? I can't give you that answer because it changes day by day, hour by hour, scenario by scenario. With sufficient resources, we might be able to start to overwhelm that level of sophistication and capability and get back in control of this. We're getting more control. We're getting wins. We're changing their behavior. We're seeing a reduction in the footprint, the number of trucks, the number of demonstrations. What comes in on the weekend is going down. So we're having success. We're taking no solace on that. We are not taking our foot off the gas pedal. We're asking for more so that we can do more quickly, lawfully, and safely.
Thank you very much for that. And I appreciate that you mentioned the arson incident. I think this is a message probably, or a question for Kim. The handling and use of fuel and flammable goods has been a real source of concern for our residents. And I know that Ottawa Fire Services has been supporting Ottawa Police. Do our fire services have enough resources to assist with this and not leave our other communities vulnerable? And should we be asking for additional resources for OFS as well?
No, I can assure you that we have adequate fire services availability to meet our regular service demands as well as to assist with this operation. I don't think we need additional resources. I think that the demands on our service are much less than those of police.
Okay, thank you. And I'll end with this, which I acknowledge is more forward thinking in nature, but I think it's important because a lot of residents are concerned about not only how this is being handled in real time, but also what this means for the future of our city. We are a national capital, and yet it seems like there is no sort of comprehensive plan to address a multi-jurisdictional large political uprising. Why is that? What is our role in addressing this void?
Chief?
Sorry, thanks. Still trying to negotiate 100 officers out of Durham Region come up here. Councillor, I said this the other day, and I don't know whether it registered or not. You know, the first media call I got when this trucker convoy crossed Manitoba and was clear that it was going to make it all the way to Ottawa. You know, Chief, what are you going to do to prevent a January 6th insurrection event here in the nation's capital? We don't have a playbook for that. Neither did Washington, D.C. on January 6th. So I think there was one of the motions that came out, and we've been asked, I think it was by Councillor Eagle-Eye, to comment on specific motions. I think there was a motion that talked about the need for some sort of after-action review. Absolutely, that should be there. And I think the way it was framed, if I heard it properly, was this shouldn't just be a City of Ottawa navel-gazing exercise. This shouldn't be, hey, how can we get the cops to do better? This needs to be 3 levels of government, civil society, affected, impacted, victimized residents, and stakeholder groups representing those residents, saying what went wrong, and I like the way it was framed, and what worked well. And how do we do better the next time? Because guess what, folks? If it happened a year ago, January 6th in Washington, D.C., and it's happened here January 27th, whatever the day it was, here in Ottawa, it's going to happen again. A month from now, 6 months from now, a year from now, pick a pandemic or large social justice issue from now, something like this is obviously capable of happening again. And once you know the likelihood of a risk, any good risk management is to start to work on the mitigation of the likely next version of it. So I couldn't agree more with that motion. I might have some specific comments on how to make it more practical. I don't think May 2022 is when we're going to get the answers that I think you're looking for, but we could certainly start to get real-time recommendations that in real time can be implemented. So we're not waiting for the end of a glorious report to be delivered to us, but as good ideas come up, we implement them as well as we can. And we prepare ourselves in a continuous, more flexible cycle than we tend to do around these issues. But there are lessons to be learned, good, bad, and ugly, out of what has taken place here. And there is lots of people with lots of skin in the game that need to be involved in those important discussions. So I don't know if that answers your question, Councillor, but that's my best answer I can give you right now.
Thanks very much, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Hubely, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Kitts. I agree with all our comments. And thank you, Chief, for the comments on our motion. It is, I think you're reading the intent of it correctly, is that we do want it to cover the different levels of government, including the NCC, and all different parts of the city that was involved. So, you know, Ottawa Fire, as well as the emergency preparedness folks, public health, any agency that was involved in this, what could we do that, you know, to make it better? And I want to recognize that some things have worked really well, Chief. You know, you've been on the hot seat now for what, 2 weeks, and I know some days are your finest hours. Other days you'd probably like a redo, but we appreciate what you, your deputies, as well as the men and women of the force are doing. I'm going to go right to my questions. And as I mentioned, I'm hoping that with the motion that Councillor Tierney and I put together to take a look at this, I get your point that it may not be ready in its final book version by May, but we do need a lot of the lessons learned ready before Canada Day this year, because I agree with you, this is just the first of more of these protests that are coming until we can be better prepared to or have the tools to shut these things down. So I'm hoping you will participate in that. One of the frustrations I've had with this whole process is the scaling up of the resources and the pushing back of what's going on here. We saw in Quebec City, for example, on the weekend where they set up these truck checks, and that seemed to have a huge impact on that. So I'm hoping that that's a lesson learned and that we can look at trying to do that coming forward. If you had any comments on that, I'd like to hear it. Go ahead now if you want, and then I'll ask the other part.
Yes, Councillor, the MTO operation, or the Quebec provincial version of an MTO operation, did have effect positively there. We haven't seen that used in other areas. The Toronto event out in Alberta, we're considering in here, there are differences between the two provincial transportation operations and legislation, but as soon as we saw that as an effective technique, our traffic services unit is looking at considering for future events. So that's a short answer, I guess.
Okay, if there is legislation that needs to be changed, either provincial or municipal towards that, if that gets identified either through the report or through actions your department's taking ongoing here, we should try and get that changed before. The other part of the scaling up of the resources, I'm happy to hear you're looking for 1,800 additional resources, and I realize that's not 1,800 boots on the ground tomorrow or even next week. It'll be different stages. But given what the initial ask was, and you mentioned that the RCMP only provided 20 to 50 officers that are actually helping you. The rest are all on federal property, protecting federal assets. What's the likelihood of trying to put together 1,800 resources from across the country?
It's going to be very difficult, but we're committed to trying to do it to the fullest extent possible.
Okay, and are we looking at beyond police forces here, like OPP, for example, have auxiliary, different, are you looking at all law enforcement, for example, CBSA? Are we looking for help from some of the other federal agencies that do have law enforcement authorities?
Yes, sir. You would have heard earlier on City Manager Kanalakis referenced a series of calls, daily calls that he and I have been on with provincial and federal counterparts, from Solicitor General through to Public Safety Canada and several ministries at the federal level. One of the earlier conversations at the end of last week was the role of CBSA in interdicting protesters and weapons and supports coming across the border. In the same meeting, there was an offer that should we have a large resource request, that the federal government as a whole had capabilities well beyond just policing resources that might come to bear on that. That's why you see, we've said police and civilian within that 1,800. There may be civilian crime analysts, there may be civilian cyber investigators, there may be civilian financial, HR, and IT capabilities that will augment our ability to raise our game, sustain our operations, resist some of the attacks we're having on our infrastructure from a cyber standpoint. So yes, we're looking at the fullest range of supports from the federal and provincial levels to augment our municipal resources.
Are you looking internationally too? Because it's clear there's an American component to this, and I would believe that the FBI, for example, would have a lot of interest in wanting to likely help us out to try to identify who those resources are that are involved in this kind of activity. So are you even looking beyond our borders for that help?
Yes, sir. We've been engaged with, through CSIS and RCMP, the full range of international security agencies, national security agencies. Very specifically, and I think you heard Deputy Chief Steve Bell talk about several ongoing investigations, including death threats to city councilors and public officials, where we've engaged Homeland Security and the FBI through them into state and local authorities in order to identify, arrest in one case, identify in another case, and through CBSA, their counterparts in border in the United States around interdictions at the border. So this is whole of Canada, right now, whole of North America, in terms of supporting what's happening here on the streets of Ottawa.
Thank you. I've only got a couple more quick questions, one of which is something we're hearing about more so last week than last weekend. I noticed a big difference with the pictures and the social media feeds coming out of the weekend. We didn't see the symbols of hate that were so disturbing to everybody the week before. You know, I don't even want to give them any credit by naming them here. I think we all know what we're talking about. I want to know, like, do we have any intelligence whether they were part of the protest, or were these subversives that came in and attached themselves to that protest? And were there, do we know if there was a lot? Like, personally, and from talking to colleagues, I've only seen a couple of different pictures, but it seems that different angles of those pictures were used as well. So if you want to comment on that, or if it's an ongoing piece and you don't want to, I'll understand that.
No, again, I've been very clear. I'll do it again. So thank you for the question, Councillor. It was clear to us, remains clear. The 7 convoys that came from BC across, and the convoys that came up from Windsor through the GTHA, the 400 series highways, that's the bulk of the trucker protest. They're embedded at Wellington Street predominantly, as well as the Sir John A. Macdonald. Almost everything else was what I would call the lone wolves, small group, latch on protesters, demonstrators, agitators, criminals, I'm trying to find the right word, those who came to express their hate and latched on to this event as a place and a venue around which to spew the worst filth that we can imagine. We have had a substantial level of success in negotiations with the original convoy group to reduce the number of trucks, the size of demonstrations, and the activities around those footprints on Wellington and at the St. John and Macdonald. We have had little effect on the lone wolf, hate-filled, criminal-intended groups that have come, I suspect, locally, provincially, nationally, and internationally into this space. They come and they go with a lot of random activity, but an increasingly coordinated ability to frustrate our efforts. I think it was Councillor McKenney actually that really described that effect that we were all seeing midweek last week. There was sort of the demonstration in the footprint, the red zone, and the rest of the insanity taking place around it. And we've had to start to split our resources around that. And that, again, becomes more difficult when you have to split resources around multiple different causes, multiple different agitators, multiple different criminal elements. And as it's spread out from the core, I think as Councillor Dudas talked about it, it spreads our resources more thin. So I come back to it again, sir. All of what you're observing is accurate. The effect is difficult to manage. We're throwing everything we possibly can at it, and we're asking for as much as we possibly can from our partners at the other 2 levels of government to support that.
Thank you. Now, as I mentioned earlier,
30 seconds, Alan.
30 seconds, okay. Yeah, I'm hoping as part of the report we can get into, instead of me getting into too many questions on the planning piece now, there are certain things that I'd like to get answers to. So we'll address them to you later when you've had a chance to get a break from everything and we get this resolved. one quick question that cannot wait, though, is you're leading a force that's dealing with, cuts in our last budget cycle. There was a lot of talk about cutting even further. I want to get a sense from you if you're going to be okay to manage this, if we as a council need to do anything to get more funding to you. If you'd like to speak to that, I'd like to give you an opportunity to give us a heads up if you're going to need things.
And I'd ask our staff who are answering questions to be brief as well. We want to get through this list. The chief has then asked for a recess for about 20 minutes to review the court decision and how it impacts some of the motions. And then we have, I think, the last count, 13 motions. So if we could try to be brief on both questions and answers, and then we can get through this at a reasonable time and get the chief back to doing his #1 priority, dealing with this crisis. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. First answer, we, in our letter to the mayor that he's forwarded on to the 2 levels of government, we've asked for full cost recovery. So there's no impact on our operating budget, therefore the city's responsibilities in regards to that. Our chair has been active in that and has worked with the mayor. So that's the first thing. The second thing, there is an ongoing and important discussion between the board and the service around flattening the cost curve of policing. But within all that, and the chair has been clear, I won't speak for her, I've been clear, there are elements in policing that are unpredictable. I don't think any of us predicted we would have the tragedy that was the explosion in Maryvale in the first week of the year that drew in massive police resources and city resources for days on end as we recovered bodies and secured that site. And we still haven't even talked about the impact of the inquests and coroner's inquests that will come from that. And then we had this one. So this is a challenge with policing in a major jurisdiction like this in the nation's capital. This is not a normal budgeting process where we can have predictable environments around which we can allocate resources with great certainty and confidence. This is a clear example of those challenges. But again, I would leave that to Chair Deems in her role as chair of the board and the city staff in terms of how it would seek to frame this incident in a larger funding equation for the city going forward, and we'll contribute as best as we can to that.
Okay, thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's it for me.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tierney, please.
Apologies, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a big stump speech or anything, so I'll just get right to it. First of all, Chief, last night was probably the first time that I actually had a bit of a, oh, thank goodness moment when I saw Coventry, what was happening there. I sometimes just listen in on the Zello trucker channel, and clearly it has shaken them. There was some good movement, because the perception in Ottawa up till now is this group has received a white glove treatment. And finally, we're starting to see things. I'm hearing it's because of the numbers. I saw the group that was in there last night. Clearly, they were much more big people going in there. They were organized, unlike traffic cops and street corners. It was a very tactical force. That being said, I guess my couple of quick questions are, there was just a tweet recently by Ottawa Police Service. And it's very concerning. I don't, originally media and myself were kind of confused, thinking maybe it was a hack. It seems to be a sympathizer style tweet. I think the public needs to know what that was about. And surely while you're in this meeting, maybe you don't know all the details, but I think we have to know what that tweet was about and how it's going to be dealt with. And if it was a sympathizer within our own force, how it's going to be dealt with.
Yeah, sorry, sir. I don't know what you're referring to at all.
And we didn't hear, Tim, you cut out, so we don't know what you were referring to, actually.
Oh, apologies. So there was a tweet that came from the Ottawa Police Service account that looks like a sympathizer a tweet.
Again, sir, I'm sorry. I've been in this meeting for almost
Fair enough. I'll move to
3 hours. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm assuming you'll probably get briefed on break. Second, I think when it comes to, I don't know if it's Steve Kanalakis that's best to answer this. When it comes to the towing issue, Obviously, passing that motion, very critical to be able to free up funds. Do we have people on the towing list, standing offer list now that have refused to go pick up vehicles, or we see a challenge there?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor.
Now, I have an inquiry that will come in at the end. This really upsets me. If people aren't living up to their legal obligations and want to do business with the city, that's a problem. I'm glad we passed the motion to be able to circumvent that. But will there be ramifications? And this is in my inquiry, and you take time and answer it later. Ramifications for people that aren't fulfilling their legal obligation to the city.
We are actively looking at that right now.
Okay, great. And again, it was a real eye opener walking around downtown with Councillor McKenny Menard and everybody else. Even live when I was on air, I got screamed at. It's a very toxic environment down there. So while I'm happy things are starting to move, it's not where it should be at. I feel a big concern if we don't address this issue before this next upcoming weekend, because let's face it, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know it's the weekends when the crowds come. Is there any chance that you think there could be resolution before the weekend, Chief? I know that's a big ask.
It'll happen as soon as we can make it happen. As soon as those resources come in and we can step up our efforts, we will. Councillor, I do want to, you raised an issue that I'm not aware of. I asked for my head of strategy and communications, John Steinbach, to let me know what's going on. He's signing on right now, and he'll provide an answer to your question, or at least some context to it, and I can comment on it at that point. I still haven't seen the tweet itself, but I've asked for some more context and clarity as to what your concerns are. So I don't know, Mayor, I'll leave it to you as to when or if you would allow that, but as I said, I haven't been briefed in 3.5 hours, and that's news to me.
Okay. And I have one more question, Mr. Mayor, about accommodation. When I was on the board, I always had questions about accommodation. The numbers always, they were getting high at one point. It was about 99. How many of our sworn members are on accommodation right now? And is this an impact on what's going on?
Thank you very much. That has been well tabled through our public meetings with the board. That is a priority that we've had in place from before I even arrived here, and has certainly stepped up. It was one of the main priorities prior to the budget challenges we're having now for our new Chief Administration Officer, Blair Dunker. I would ask Blair if you have any numbers handy, or you could provide some context. But the number of available officers is a factor in our ability to deploy a full complement of budgeted officers. So Blair, do you have any additional insights or stats that you can share with the council?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a stat on that with me, but I can certainly get the information, and I can only say that it has been an issue and it is something we track. So the information is available. I just don't have my fingers on it at this moment.
Okay, anything else, Councillor Tierney?
Are we going to get a briefing on what I was asking about later on? About the tweets? Yeah, it's very concerning. The public is pretty upset about it, and it does read kind of poorly. So I'll give the chief, and again, John Steinbach, if he's able to get on here. I think comms was my last question. On the first day of the protest, when it was a protest before an occupation, to get translation back, it took 24 hours based on that tweet. And I'm hoping we've refined that, knowing that we have this big company that's doing communication stuff. And I think that's one of our stumbling blocks, is the communication side of things. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Next is Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And a lot of questions been asked, but I have to ask a different question, probably to the city manager. Or maybe Dave White, is he still with us, Dave White? Dave, can you tell us the difference between the city declaring state of emergency versus if the province would have declared a state of emergency? Just briefly, the difference between the two.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, and to confirm, I am still here. The municipal declaration under Section 4 of the statute provides very limited authority. It provides only the authority to issue orders that are not otherwise contrary to law. So there are no specific extraordinary powers, the power to impose a curfew or anything like that, that are vested in the city or the mayor as a result of that declaration. That can be contrasted with a provincial declaration, which is under Section 7 of the same statute. There are specific powers many of which you've seen exercised by the province over the course of the pandemic, with respect to the ability to restrict the access to people in certain areas and at certain times. Those, to control the flow of goods and things like that, to affect prices and things like that. So that framework exists for the province. If, for example, and you'll see reference to it in the memo, if the impact of an emergency extends beyond the borders of the province, then that's where the Federal Emergencies Act may be triggered, and it replicates most of those same kinds of powers.
And thank you for that, Mr. White. But what I'm trying to establish, if we can still ask the province, if we choose to declare a state of emergency, and because it's still within the province of Ontario, what's happening right now.
Mr. Mayor, certainly it's within council's authority to request that of the province. It is within and wholly within the province's discretion as to whether it wishes to make that declaration.
And if they make that declaration, the province, that will give a lot more power to the police, and especially to the OPP, and making sure that vehicles on the highway been stopped or seized or pounded or all the above. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, the mere fact of the declaration does not give the police any additional powers in that regard. It gives the province, essentially the cabinet, the ability to make orders to address the emergency, which can then be enforced by police. So as I said, that's what you've seen during the COVID pandemic, but it does not expand existing police powers in that way.
Okay, thank you, Mr. White. And Chief, a couple of questions, and I'll get to the point. Vehicles has been used in many incidents. It's mixed with the public, with the demonstrator, with the community, with children. I'm going to have a direction after asking the mayor to talk to his federal and provincial to make sure in the future vehicles should be banned from part of the demonstration. We all know under the Charter of Freedom right, you have the right to express your freedom, but vehicles in those areas, and we've seen vehicles in other jurisdictions, they cause some harm and damage to everyone. Do you agree we should we should ask our mayor to speak with the federal and provincial government, making sure vehicles, any type of vehicle, whether anything is being considered vehicle under the Highway Traffic Act, to be abandoned from gathering as a part of a demonstration?
In principle, Councillor, thank you for your question. Sorry. In principle, I would support anything that makes. I probably will butcher Councillor Luloff's eloquence earlier on, but anything that supports the Charter of Rights and this democracy in the truest sense in which it was intended, not in the way it's been perverted in this and other circumstances, then I would support that. That is an area of charter law that, I'm a cop, not a lawyer. I think that is an important area for exploration in an after-action review for what types of legislative changes, federal, provincial, and municipal. I think that's a necessary area of exploration, but that is a level of charter discussion. Is a vehicle a bicycle? Is it an electric bicycle? Is it a wheelchair, an electric wheelchair? I know we're talking about trucks, massive big trucks that can kill people, but we've had deaths from electric bicycles as well. And so I just think it's a thoughtful question. It requires a thoughtful response well beyond my ability, other than to say anything that makes protest more peaceful, more lawful, more safe, I would be in support of in principle.
Well, it's good to hear that, but also, we're all thinking ahead. We want to make sure that doesn't become customary every time. We know that people have the right to demonstrate, but to bring those machinery to the demonstration, we need to find a way. One of the area, I'm sure you explored it with your folks and your own legal team. Have we thought about a court conjunction to be able to seize the vehicles are involved in this demonstration. Seizing the vehicle doesn't mean you have to tow it, Chief. You know what I'm talking about. You can seize the vehicle, whether today or a month from today. It doesn't matter. If the vehicle involved in some lawful activities, that could be seized at future date. But have we explored that area?
Yes, Councillor. We have on a number of levels. So seizing the vehicle in the moment in an offense, yes. Seizing the vehicle at a later date. We've talked about using the footprint, particularly in Wellington, as a pound itself, so we don't have to worry about towing those vehicles away. They just remain in place while we take care of people who are in and around that vehicle. All those options. We're also consulting with Crowns and have been for a while around whether or not any of this represents a criminal offense and a criminal enterprise, in which case there are further processes around which evidence can be gathered, including vehicles and chattels associated to it. So we're looking at literally everything. And we've requested in the letter that we sent to the mayor today, we requested the convening of 3 levels of government and other areas like environmental, public health, MTO, to consider the fullest range of existing or potentially evolving legislation to give us more power to lay charges, more consequences, and consequences including the seizures of vehicles, end of insurance, end of licensing, anything that could have a material impact on the overall circumstances that we're seeing here in the city.
Well, I don't have any more questions, but I just want to say thank you, Chief, to you, to the leadership, to all the partners, been working with you and under your command. Today we are on day 11 and we can be thankful. We don't have casualty, we don't have injuries. We've seen what happened in other area when, you know, I don't have to remind you about Toronto and the G20, how things turn around against everything we're doing. So I just don't want that to be forgotten how much we appreciate the men and women. They're working long hours and keeping their cool, trust me, to be able to continue being antagonized and act professionally. I must say is something to be proud of the membership and how they are handling the situation. So that's our message to the membership through you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gower, please.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple areas I wanted to ask about. One was around transit. These, let's call them blockades, are significantly impacting bus transit. Thank goodness we have the O-Train LRT running underground, so at least we have a way to get passengers east-west through downtown, but there's significant impacts to any route, any surface route that passes downtown and Gatineau. Is there being a priority being placed on restoring the roads that we rely on for bus service in the downtown area?
May I answer, Mr. Mayor?
Renee?
Thank you very much for your question. For sure that our goal is to go back in downtown, for sure, but we want to do it safely, and we want to make sure that we'll be able to run the buses, and we want to make sure that our either customers or bus drivers will do it safely.
From an enforcement point of view, though, is there a priority, perhaps Chief Slowly or even Chief Ayat, around if we're picking and choosing areas where we should be reopening, are we prioritizing transit routes first?
Thank you. As soon as we will be able to drive safely, we'll do. Actually, we cannot run the buses because we don't have routes to do.
Right, and that's just it. So I haven't heard anyone speak about transit in any of the updates other than it's not running. And I think it is important that we give our residents at least some idea of what the plan is to restore. You know, even that choke point near the War Memorial that's impassable basically to regular traffic, or, you know, through Rideau Street, the ongoing closure of the Rideau Center. I'm asking if there is an operational plan from security or OC Transpo to make those a priority as the first roads and routes that are reopened first as we continue to clear and contain the occupation?
Yeah,
Yes.
Chief Slow. I'm just wondering, Chief, slowly, because it's more when the roads will be ready. I'm sure we try to prioritize to get the bus routes back up, but it's probably too premature at this point. Chief?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor and Councillor. Shortest way to say the risk priorities that we look at are first public safety. For instance, any incursion into an area that will block the emergency lane is a major priority. And so far, through negotiation and efforts of enforcement, we've been able to keep those emergency lanes open and increase the number of emergency lanes. A lot of the enforcement that we took place on Saturday, we basically almost fought for an entire day with a huge amount of charges on probably an entire city block worth of emergency lane that we finally got opened again. And have tried to maintain that. We risk rank each of those footprints around where they're blocking access lanes to the emergency, normal routes to and from hospitals, other critical infrastructure. Bus and mass transportation are critical infrastructure, so that is part of the consideration. And we have city workers embedded within our command center so they can inform us around things like what would be better to open or what would be more detrimental to be closed as part of our risk ranking on a daily basis about where we target. The more resources we have, the quicker we can target those major risks, knock them down, get to the next level and the next level. That's what we're trying to do here. Assuming we don't have new risks, new threats that draw more resources away, that's exactly the approach. Highest risk, best resources, knock it down, move to the next one. Knock it down, move to the next one. As we knock out an area, we try to contain it so we don't have to go back to it. We try to stop other areas from springing up so we don't have to spread those resources again. But that's essentially the modality we've been in for the last 4 or 5 days. More resources will allow us to continue that trajectory and get on top of the larger area that we're operating in.
Okay, thank you, Chief. That is helpful. Related to that on paratranspo, I've got to think there must be people living downtown whose access to paratranspo must be extremely limited. Are there accommodations being made to make sure that people who rely on paratranspo have the ability to move around the city?
Yes, Councillor, absolutely. We put on our site web the information that for people who's living downtown and who need paratranspo, they can call us, and we do our best to bring them where they have to go. And if it's required, we ask for help from police or other stakeholders. But for sure, it's a priority for us because they cannot walk to take the LRT, unfortunately. So that's why we do so.
Okay, merci. I want to shift to the question of an injunction. As I understand it, there's no injunction identified that would help, but there may be an opportunity or there may be a reason to seek an injunction. Procedurally, is that something that staff have delegated authority to pursue on their own, or does the mayor have authority to ask for that to be pursued through the state of emergency, or does it need to come through council for approval if we go that route?
Mr. Mayor, generally speaking, my office has delegated authority to commence any proceedings necessary to defend and advance the interests of the city in that regard. Obviously, it's always subject to such direction as council wishes to give. But in my view, again, provided that it is in support of the overall kind of operational plan, and is not, for example, intervening in a civil matter between other parties, my office does have that authority.
Okay, thank you. 2 quick thoughts. First of all, I think Chief Slowly has mentioned a number of times we have avoided a riot, we have avoided serious injury, we have avoided fatalities. That's a significant accomplishment. I'm not sure that would have been the case in some other cities in North America. So thank you, Chief, to you and to your officers and staff for keeping us safe in that regard. And I would also like to quickly thank all of the counselor assistants who have been helping us as counselors to respond to the many phone calls, emails, and messages, many thoughtful comments from residents, but some downright bizarre and disturbing emails that we receive as well. And we can't thank our assistants enough for the help that they provide us through crises like these. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, it's a very good point, Councillor. Thank you for saying that. Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to make comments. You have my motion. You know, I think we have to think about it as today as the world looks on really in disbelief at what is happening in our city. It really is incomprehensible that we're here on day 11. The federal government of Canada, has lost control of its capital. And the city of Ottawa has lost control of its residential neighborhoods. Both have fallen to a mob. And I can tell you this, that today is Monday, February 7th. I am more worried for my residents today, February 7th, than I was last Monday, January 31st. And I can tell you that for anyone who thinks that this past weekend was more successful than last, has not considered what that means for residents. It was not more successful. Residents were living in terror this past weekend. You know, it's one thing to have a convoy come into the city, and that opened up space for a lot of extreme elements. And last weekend was not an easy one to live through in this city. But what we saw this past weekend, where we had a different nature of mob, if you will, coming in pickup trucks, completely disconnected from the main convoy. And I can tell you this, that whether I agree with them or not, the driver of the big rig from Lethbridge that showed up last Friday and left on Monday didn't go out and stalk women. He didn't go out and, you know, harass, bully people on transit because I had a mask on. He didn't try and set anything on fire. But this past weekend, that's what we had in our city. So unless you were here, unless you came downtown and you saw it, you cannot in any way think that this weekend was a success. Numbers are not the issue. Numbers are not the issue. We opened up a chasm to show us in this country, in this city, that we have such an ugly side. And it's come in and it's glaring. And it is as a result of ongoing inequities, it's polarization in politics. But I can tell you that there is still no urgency in this city for what is happening to residents. I went down to Bank Street on Saturday, and unless you were there, there is no way to describe it. You can't even look at pictures. We had OC Transpo shelters turned into kitchens. People were everywhere. It was mayhem and chaos and anarchy. And that's what we expected our seniors to walk through to get to groceries. You know, I spent 2 hours down on Kent Street yesterday. And while, you know, I didn't take it lightly, I went down, tried to get them to think about the injunction that was coming, to sign it. I can tell you this, it wasn't until I left Kent Street and I started to walk home down Lisgar, and that's when I was in more danger. Because it's the people out in the neighborhood. It's the people who are roaming our neighborhoods. They're in trucks, they're in big trucks. They are emboldened. We're not doing a thing. Nobody. In 2 hours on Kent Street, I saw not one police officer my whole way home, not one. I was more frightened walking home than I was on Kent, in the middle of it, speaking to them. So people they remain terrified. They're traumatized. They're fleeing their homes. If anybody could leave, they're gone. Animals are going hungry. You know, you heard about the fire in the building. I just got an email while I'm on this meeting from a woman said, "Hi, Catherine. Do you think I'll be safe to go do my groceries tomorrow?" How do I answer her? How do I answer her? Do I tell her, "Don't worry, they cleared Confederation Park"?
1 minute.
No worries. I'd like to finish. Thanks. So my motion is asking that the federal government, that we ask that the federal government assume responsibility for what's happening outside of the residential neighborhoods in the parliamentary precinct. Our local police force cannot keep order in the parliamentary precinct at the same time as it's keeping residents safe. It's not possible. It's not about numbers. It's about prioritizing. It's about separating them out so that we have an entire force dedicated to keeping people safe. We're begging you. We are begging you. This country, this province, this city, we're begging you to collectively come together to defend one residential neighborhood, just one. It's not about numbers. It's about an extreme element that is roaming around the streets of our residential neighborhoods. And I can tell you, it's not safer out there. Only a man would say that today. I can't send, I'll tell you, success will be in the outcomes. My outcome will be when my daughter can get to school on the LRT, because right now I can't send her. Young girl with a mask on. We're hearing what's happening on the LRT. It'll be when people start to move back in their homes, when women can go out after dark, when people are queer, Black, Indigenous, Jewish, can just go downtown, walk in their neighborhoods. It's when people can go back to get pet food, and people aren't asking us if it's safe to go to their grocery store down the street. That is when we will have some success. That is when we can say we had a better weekend. But until then, I don't know what more to say. It's not working. What we're doing is not working. 1,800 is not the number. Last week it was 150, and that meant 20 new people in Centertown. It's not enough. We have to separate it out. The federal government has got to take responsibility for their precinct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Catherine. Chief, I cannot describe to you the anger and the powerlessness and the fear that I am hearing about from residents. You heard incredibly clearly just now from Councillor McKenney about the effect that this is having in Centertown. And you are focused, absolutely appropriately, on the red zone, and you're focused on Centertown, and you're focused on the Byward Market and Lower Town. But as long as these protesters have some critical mass downtown, the effects that Catherine just spoke about are being felt around the city. People are harassed on LRT for wearing a mask. They are being harassed in Westboro and Hintonburg, walking down the street by men in trucks with hateful slogans on them. Clerks in LCBOs in College Ward are being harassed. No one in this city is safe as long as these demonstrators continue to be there. I heard last week, early in days, about the reticence that police had to enforce the law. The risks that you felt that would put our bylaw officers and our police officers in. This weekend, we saw a counter protest that was peaceful. We saw an excellent action last night at Coventry, in which police were able to accomplish their task. I want to ask you today whether you can assure the residents of Ottawa that you are committed to a constant escalation of enforcement to put this city back in the hands of its residents. Are you as reticent as you were a week ago to enforce the law? Is this a commitment that we can expect you to keep?
Councillor, thank you very much. And I share your passion, and like you, deeply moved by the expressions of Councillor McKenney and others who've been extremely eloquent, and I can obviously see it in your own state right now how much this means to you. So thank you for that. And it takes a lot of courage as any public official to open their emotions on a public stage like this, and I've been there. So thank you. It's powerful even without the words. But let me be clear. My commitment has been exactly to that since my first day in office, and will remain to my last day in office. There was no reticence to enforce the law. It was our ability to do so. Just because we can doesn't mean we should. And I think you can understand how that applies in a range of areas. There are many things that I can do to enforce the fullest letter of the law in almost any circumstance. It's whether that's the right thing to do, whether it's going to affect a purpose beyond just the enforcing of a law, and whether or not the enforcing of the law will actually cause more violence and more harm. So I know you want a simple answer to a very straightforward question. I cannot give you that. What I can give you is what you'd essentially asked me. Am I fully and 100% committed? Is the service fully and 100% committed to resolving this situation as safely and as quickly as possible, as lawfully as possible? That answer is yes. But we're going to need more resources than we have. The more that comes in, the more that I do. The more that we can relieve from the downtown footprint, the more we can go into the neighborhoods of Councillor McKenney's and yours and Councillor Dudas and all the other areas where the LRT travels through, and all the other highways that brings criminal elements into the city to contribute to the unlawful, unsafe demonstration. So yes, you have my 100% commitment, as you do with 100% of our members of our service.
We expect to see an escalation in enforcement, ticketing, the kinds of operations that we saw last night at Coventry, the kinds of operations we saw yesterday at Confederation Park. What is your assessment of the level of risk and volatility that is in your mind as you contemplate further actions of this nature?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. Could you try to?
So we saw yesterday, and it was amazing to watch in real time in my inbox, the hope that the operation to remove the shack and to clear Confederation Park and to go into Coventry and to remove the fuel and to begin issuing tickets in their hundreds. That was new for residents. We took some hope from that, and the tone of the hundreds of emails that are coming in was immediately changed. Will that continue?
Sir, absolutely. Thank you. You validated what we announced on Friday, the efforts that we put into resource once we were able to get the extra resources that myself, Steve Kanellakis, and others have been negotiating. That's the impact. When we can free up resources from the demonstration, we can go in numbers aggressively after those highest risk individuals and highest risk areas. We still don't have enough to cover all the areas that the previous speaker talked about. That's our challenge right now. Where we can free up resources, we can make immediate impact that is felt immediately. We had that response. I won't speak for Steve Kanellakis, but literally with our provincial and federal counterparts at 11 o'clock this morning, several of the deputy ministers on the call who live in the city and transit through the downtown core and have constituent areas in that said the same thing. We felt the power of this weekend's operations. We can see the safety better. We can feel it. We have greater range of movement. We're able to do more normal things. Thank you for what you're doing. We need to do more. Yes, we do. And so you're getting a resource request that is being drafted right now to go to the mayor, to go to 2 levels of government for more resources so we can do just that. That is our commitment.
The frustration we feel is, you've heard a lot today of social image pictures and mainstream media reporting on the steps back, the gas that continues to make its way into the core, and we're worried. We're worried that enforcement is going to be a real roller coaster with a lot of steps backwards, and we're hoping to see continuous momentum. I have just one other question for you on the operational side.
Sorry, sir, I wouldn't want to interrupt, but I do want to create some frame of expectations. This has been one of those journeys where it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, a step sideways. We've described the nature of this. It is not a single linear group of risks that we knock off in sequence and then we get closer and closer to a defined end state. It hasn't been that way from the beginning. I suspect it won't be that way until we get to the end. But we will continue to do our very best to make forward progress within the ability that our resources and the laws allow us to. And we will continue to engage civil society at all levels of government to try to find other allies and other opportunities to advance that as quickly as possible.
Steve, can I just ask, if you are successful in cutting off the supply of fuel, how long until the trucks stop on Wellington?
1 minute.
I have to tell you, I've heard everything from several hours to they have the ability to maintain some level of power for up to 6 months. I don't have a D license. I've never driven a truck, and I don't know what other new technology exists under the hood these days in these vehicles. But we're doing our best to cut off the fuel, the funds, and any other supports that will enable this unlawful demonstration to continue. And we're trying to get help from all 3 levels of government to do so.
We need you to do that. Mr. Kanalakos or Mr. White, there has been a lot of discussion about leveraging the insurance that truckers have. Is that something that the city can play an important role in pursuing? And if so, do you need any direction from us to do so?
Mr. Mayor, from the legal standpoint, the insurance, and appreciating that we don't know, certainly legal services doesn't know as to whether these vehicles are insured in Ontario, other jurisdictions, south of the border. We don't have access to that information. We don't know what the terms of their insurance would be. Normally speaking, that is something that would be within the jurisdiction of the province, either under the commercial vehicle operator regulations or in that regard. So bluntly, I don't believe that's something we can leverage effectively, at least from a legal services standpoint.
Mr. Mayor, these are part of the conversation Chief Slowly and I have been having with our federal and provincial counterparts. That is something that is actively being looked at. It is within, it's not even federal jurisdiction because the trucks are provincially licensed and insured. And so the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario would be looking into that to see what regulations and tools do they have to have an impact on their insurance and on their licenses to operate commercial vehicles. So that is actively happening, and we'll report back if and when we find out something.
I appreciate hearing that. Mayor, thank you.
Yeah, I also, excuse me, Councillor, communicated with Premier Ford the same issue of MTO inspectors being involved in delicensing, if that's an option. So he said he'd look into that just a few hours ago. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, just to remind people, we'll deal with Councillor Fleury and King's comments and questions. Then we'll have a recess so that the chief and his legal counsel can review the court injunction, and then we'll come back. So, Councillor Fleury, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for your support. The motions are very helpful today, and obviously I couldn't have said it better than what my friend and colleague Councillor McKenney said a few minutes ago. I do have questions, and I'll make a statement later. My first question is, I guess, to Kim or Steve K, and it relates to bylaw services. So I'm following what's happened in the weekend in the City of Toronto and City of Quebec. And they are issuing fines by sending it to the offender's home address so that they don't risk any enforcement issues. Are we doing that here in Ottawa currently?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, Councillor, we're not currently doing that, but we are gathering evidence so that the charges could be laid later. And we're working on that with and through police as well.
Why are we not?
I'd have to ask Roger Chapman, but it's my understanding that at this point in time, we have our resources attached to the police, and we're trying to do as much on scene as we possibly can. And any follow-up investigations will lead to those types of charges. We still have to investigate and gather the appropriate evidence. Just because a vehicle is there and has a tag on it doesn't mean that it's actually the owner that drove it there. So there's a little bit more work than just sending information out to residents.
Okay, I'd like clarity because it seemed to work effectively in the city of Quebec over the weekend and minimizes the risk to enforcement, but also maximizes the financial penalty. On the same theme of bylaw services, I'm hearing that bylaw is on the ground, even outside of the red zone, and that the Emergency Operation Center is telling officers not to enforce. We've had a number of incidents of cars parked anywhere and everywhere, or trucks parked anywhere and everywhere on sidewalks outside of the red zone. And my understanding is that the EOC has told officers who were at site not to ticket. Could I understand why that's the case?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor, I can let you know that all of our activities right now, if there's a potential of it being related to the protests, go through the NCRCC, and a decision is made whether to proceed or not. I know that there are several hotspot areas that while they may not be in the red zone, they're a concern based on the individuals that are in those spots and their potential criminal past, and they're working together, and as a result of that, it poses a threat to our officers. So we coordinate our response through the NCRCC to make sure that we're not putting our officers at any risk.
We need to build confidence. We need to send those tickets to their home address. On our legal team side, David, I'm not a lawyer. I've not studied law, but a lawyer who works with the provincial government, not officially, but does follow all the time, sent me some documents in relation to the municipality of Toronto and specifically the tools they used on Occupy Toronto. And even if I don't have an opinion about the Occupy Toronto case, I want to understand if we are using some of those court decisions to inform our actions here locally, because there seems to be, aside from the park and the trespassing components of the park, there seems to be a pretty clear legal path here. Could you clarify if you agree?
Mr. Mayor, certainly happy to review any material that you're in receipt of. Certainly my office and my team review all the law with respect as it evolves that affects the municipality. So, in the context of being prepared, for example, for an injunction, anything that is out there that is helpful, we will have reviewed. And if it's unhelpful, then we look to distinguish it. So if you want to send me that, I'm happy to pass it along to the rest of my team.
I will. Yeah, certainly I will. I'm not a legal mind, but there seems to be a number of decisions by the Chief Justice there, the justice, that I'm not sure why they can't be used for the same purposes. David, in the note you sent an hour before we started council, there's a number of comments that you seem to repeat, and I want to make sure that I fully capture them and understand them. On paragraph 2 of page 6, policing authorities have not advised us of any gap in their existing enforcement powers. Are you saying that the law is not the problem here, but our ability to respond? And I'll be turning to the chief on those questions after, but I want to understand that you're saying that the current law and environment of law is in place and allows us to bring this to an end.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if I could be so bold as to say that the existing law is enough to bring it to an end. That said, as you've heard from the chief, this tends to be a resource issue. There are authorities that exist under the criminal code. There are authorities that exist under provincial statutes. There are authorities that exist under municipal bylaws that can be leveraged in their totality as a means of safely bringing this to an end. Certainly, we continue to work with our colleagues with the Ottawa Police to identify if there is a tool that they believe that they could deploy, from a legal tool in that sense, that would assist them to address this. Then those are the things that to the extent that they fall within our authority and our jurisdiction, that we are there to support them with. So when I say that no gaps have been identified, again, that's not an issue of resourcing. That's a question of what legal authorities exist, appreciating that it is always in the discretion of police, as it quite rightly is, as to when to enforce, how to enforce. As you heard from the federal ministers earlier today, those are the responsibilities of policing. The system that we have in Canada, and obviously in Ontario and the city of Ottawa, is that those directions are not provided by elected officials, and that's why my office doesn't advise the police, for example, in terms of their enforcement power. They have counsel for that, and they can refer those questions to the Crown.
Okay, the last one before I turn to a few questions to the chief, or maybe this one is in relation to both David and Chief. Could an injunction let OPS and authorities seize and drive the trucks away? We keep hearing of resourcing issues relating to tow trucks vehicles. Have you considered an injunction in that context?
I can go first on that. One of the challenges that any party has, particularly a public agency, in seeking an injunction is ensuring that it is ultimately enforceable and it is not so broad that the court is actually inclined to give it. With respect to the enforcement of an injunction, generally speaking, that's a civil matter and it's a contempt issue. It would be an extraordinary remedy to have, at first instance, an injunction that would allow, for example, just the outright seizure of a vehicle under the terms of that injunction. Whether there might be other legal authorities that already exist, I would defer to the chief in that regard. But that is something that obviously we would explore. But again, that would, at least in my experience, be an extraordinary thing to see incorporated into an injunction like that.
1 minute, Councillor.
Councillor, I don't think I'd have much more to add than what you've heard from Mr. White. So,
Chief, thank you. I know you've been on the hot seat, and appreciate you're trying to get clarity, and you must have so much information. But I have 4 rapid fire and 1 last question here. So I'll pose the 4, and if you can answer for residents, businesses, in reflection of what many of my colleagues have been asking. Chief, when will this occupation end? Chief, when does an occupation become illegal, and what does that mean? Chief, when will the businesses be able to open safely and feel supported by authorities? And Chief, when will residents be able to walk on our streets with masks if they choose so without threat?
I'm not sure if you intended to get exact answers from that, Councillor. I don't have exact answers for you.
I think residents of Ottawa 10 days in are looking for clarity. I mean, we're asking for additional resources. What does it look like? What does a look to an end look like?
I'm not going to give you an answer as to when anything will end. I can't give you that answer. That's my answer, and I've said that repeatedly. An occupation by definition is not illegal. It's the act of individuals that make it illegal. There is law within the federal statutes that create the context around which you can make a case for a criminal enterprise, traditional organized crime, motorcycle gangs, street gangs. There's legislation and jurisprudence and common law that will define those as group or singular activities, and we're looking at all that through our consultations with our crowns that we have been doing for the last 2 weeks. And where we can lay charges in those areas, we will. In fact, they've advanced some of our investigations and led to some of the arrests and charges we've already made. So we are looking at the fullest extent of the law as it relates to any illegal activity, municipal, provincial, and federal. And we've made a request to the mayor looking to extend those powers, extend the fines, and extend the consequences. And you've heard from Steve Kanlakis that we're in daily communications with two levels of government to look for additional legal tools to apply to bring these demonstrations, these unlawful, unsafe acts within the demonstrations to an end as quickly as possible, as lawfully as possible. All options have remained on the table, and we're pursuing all of them, particularly those we feel will have the shortest, most biggest impact.
Okay, and the last question from me, Mr. Mayor, it's to you again, Mr. Chief. The City of Quebec City and City of Toronto over the weekend appear to have different legal readings as it specifies to truck movement and control of that. Is that new information to you, or do you still stand by by the fact that we allowed trucks to move right into anywhere in the core and find ourselves in the position we're in today? If you don't have the answer, that's fine. We can take it offline.
I do have the answer, Councillor. Thank you. I've been less well briefed on the Quebec circumstances, more well briefed for a whole bunch of reasons that I don't need to go into on the Toronto piece. Toronto did what we did this weekend. They blocked roads significantly. They learned and observed what happened in Coutts, Alberta, here in Ontario, in Winnipeg, Manitoba, and they made adjustments based on what the operational successes and weaknesses were. We learned, and we did the same thing Toronto did. We put up a lot more blockages, a lot more highway off-ramps, a lot more bridge closures than we did, and we had similar success in reducing the impact this weekend from last weekend. I put air quotes in success. I realize when I say that, that triggers a number of things. Success can be measured in a number of realms. For me, it's been a relatively narrow one, but I accept what has been described by other councillors far more eloquent than I have today, that we have to be careful how we define success. So with that context, the Toronto Police and their operations of the city allowed trucks to come right into the heart of the downtown. They closed two east-west points, Wellesley and College, and they closed a chunk of a north-south around University Avenue and Queen's Park Circle itself. They did not close the entire city. They did not close the entire downtown core. They closed certain streets. We actually closed way more streets here in Ottawa than Toronto did. They had Deputy Minister Mario Di Tommaso on a call 2 days ago describe the effectiveness of using heavy tow trucks to deter trucks from the Toronto demonstration. He said, and I quote, "They brought out one heavy tow truck and there were 6 trucks parked and those 6 trucks left." We had 1,000 trucks in the city on Saturday. We had 3,000 trucks in the city on the previous Saturday. The scale of operations is not even comparable. That would be comparing an orange to the sun in terms of the size of what we were dealing with here this past weekend and the previous weekend. I am extremely proud of the success that the Toronto Police had in their operation this weekend. It bears almost no comparison to what we went through this weekend and the previous weekend.
So, colleagues, we're going to take a recess till 5:25. The Chief and I and Steve Kay have a Zoom call with federal and provincial ministers right now, so he needs the time to get onto that call and then has to deal with the injunction. So we'll meet back again at 5:25 and we'll go back to Councillor King and Councillor Meehan, and then we'll go to the motions one by one. So we'll recess, as I mentioned, till between 5:25 and 5:30. Thank you. Merci. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll restart the meeting in 1 minute. On va recommencer la réunion dans 1 minute. Merci. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're reconnecting. I'm just checking on the status of who is going to represent the Ottawa Police Service, because the chief, I believe, had to go on to another briefing. And so maybe we can ask, there was supposed to be at least one representative of Ottawa Police Service here.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it's Steve Bell. I'm here to represent.
Oh, you are? Okay, thanks, Steve. Thanks, Deputy. Okay, so just to recap, we have 2 more speakers to ask questions or give comments, and then we're going to start the motions, and we'll go one by one on those and vote on them one at a time. Councillor King, please. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. This unlawful occupation has affected all quarters of the city, including my ward. I know that I, along with my community, are pleased that the police service has taken action and has been dismantling illegal encampments and staging areas. This work must continue, obviously, in earnest, along with escalation of enforcement in neighborhoods in the downtown core, as we heard Councillor Leeper appeal for. We have seen and heard the perilous stories and have seen the incredible work of Councillors McKinney and Fleury to address the concerns of residents in their wards, because their communities ultimately represent our collective community, and the wants and their needs is really to see the occupiers leave. Communities need the illegal occupation to vacate our roads, parks, and also our transit system. To draw from Councillor Gower's questions on transit and Councillor McKinney's observations about people being harassed on transit, can we get a sense from staff, both from the city and from police, concerning how security and enforcement is being addressed on our transit system to keep riders safe? We've heard the stories about harassment, and obviously some of our most vulnerable residents use the transit system because often they don't have a choice. So I want just some insight as to what we're doing in terms of security and enforcement around transit.
Thank you, Councillor King. I can answer this. If you don't mind, I will switch in French, so be ready, please. Nous avons mis en place beaucoup
we have many measures in place to ensure the safety of our riders in the train, because right now the LRT is passing through the red zone. So right now we have 2 specific inspectors, 2 in the east, 2 in the west. And right in the middle, where we have more riders around Rideau Station, Parliament Station, and Lyon Station, normally we have 4 people. Actually, normally we have 2 people. Right now, we offered overtime to anyone who wants to go and work in these stations, going up to 4. We also changed the message in the train saying that masks are compulsory, just to make sure that we don't have people intimidating others by telling them to remove their masks. Pretty soon, at customer service, we will have a group wearing red shirts. They will be there to show that there is a presence. We want to we want to make sure that the anti-mask protester will not intimidate our riders. So this is one way to get involved in this very special situation. We're following very closely what's going on. Today, I even asked our manager to be present to show that, yes, I will be there, I will wear my red shirt, and I want to support my employees and our riders.
Thank you for that. I also wanted to know, though, from your assessment, whether there is a need for more security. And if there is, because we've heard anecdotal stories about people being attacked in the environs of the transit stations and when they're using transit. So I'm wondering from your assessment whether there is a need for increased priority on security, and if there is, whether that can be incorporated into the resource asks that we are making with other levels of government.
Oui, merci. Pour l'instant, nous avons un très
For right now, we have a very good support from my colleague Kim Mayotte. So we're talking to see how we can help each other. I understand also that we have to deploy our staff in the most efficient way possible. So yes, we feel that we're supported right now. And like Chief Slowly mentioned it, we cannot abuse of the 911 line. So, but if you're having any issue, you can use it. We also have emergency system within the stations, within the trains, so do not hesitate to use it. I do believe that by deploying our red shirt as of tomorrow, will have an impact and will help us in the hot spots until the end of the protests. So everyone is there to collaborate, and I think that we have a good support from my colleagues. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. I think that is a concern. So I hope that we continue to monitor the security situation on transit, because we're hearing that emerge as a major issue. Obviously, there's challenges on our streets, but there's also challenges in our transit system as well. And we need to ensure that those are addressed. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor King. Councillor Meehan, if you'd like to introduce your motion, please.
I would be happy to do that, Your Honor, Your Honor, Your Worship. Yeah, while I'm looking for it, I just have to pull it up here. I have it. Can I just say something briefly before I introduce it?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. You got your 5 minutes.
Just actually one question has to do with the injunction, the noise injunction. You see all over Twitter that people are being urged not to respect the injunction and to continue tooting, like blowing horns again tonight. There's nothing to suggest that they will adhere to it, except that, you know, when we get an injunction, I think it's extremely important that we enforce that injunction as stiffly and as toughly as we possibly can. Otherwise, it's useless to even go that route. So I would hope that the police tonight are prepared to clamp down really hard on anyone who, you know, violates that injunction. Also, I would respectfully suggest that bylaw is being way too pussyfooted around the trucks that are downtown. Waiting to investigating who owns the trucks, you're just wasting time. Councillor Fleury suggested that we ticket anyway. I think we go ahead, we ticket anyway. You send those tickets one a day for a maximum amount to the owner of that transport truck. Don't waste time. Don't, you know, let's not be as nice as you want, as we obviously have been. We've got to do what's necessary, and that's just ticket away. Send it by mail. You don't have any confrontation with the truckers who are causing all the trouble. And not only that, get the license plates of all those trucks that are running through the neighborhoods and do the same damn thing, okay? Here's my motion. And this is seconded by Councillor McKenney, by the way. Whereas Ottawa is the capital city of Canada and as such should have the necessary legislative powers and funding to ensure the peace and security of the city of Ottawa. And whereas in 1988, the Federal Emergencies Act was passed into law, whereas the Emergencies Act sets out procedures by which emergencies and public order threats are present, and whereas the governor and council, that could be a member of the provincial legislature, someone with the city, would be empowered to make orders and regulations concerning the threat following the provisions of the Act. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Ottawa enter into discussions with the Federal Minister of Public Safety to determine whether the Emergencies Act can be invoked at this time. This piece of legislation was passed specifically for an event like this. So I think that we have to explore if this would give us the tools and it would get the federal government to come on board. I'd also like to ask if we have given the protesters a deadline, a firm deadline, that they must be leaving the city by noon Tuesday or 6 o'clock on Wednesday, or something's going to happen. We could fill the Armory building next to City Hall with geared up riot police, just have them sit there. They don't have to do anything. It's maybe the suggestion of a threat, which is what Premier Legault has been doing, that actually gets something working, it gets something going. Give them a deadline, see who leaves, and the people who don't leave, do something. I'm clearly frustrated along with everybody, but I think the time for being nice has passed. I'll leave it there, but I would clearly suggest that we have to start taking some serious measures into consideration, and the Emergencies Act that currently exists within the federal government is one of the routes and one of the tools that we should examine. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cloutier, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Thank you. Just your indulgence to get back on the list with just one short follow-up question, given that we're in committee of the whole. Is that okay? I have a question.
That's permitted. Go ahead.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Kanellakis, the stadium close to my ward, Councillor King's ward, has been used as a lightning rod for angering my community in Eastway Gardens, as it appears to be serving as a staging ground for continuing protests. Can you tell us, was the Titans organization, the baseball team, involved at all in the decision to allow demonstrators to use that parking lot? And if not them, how was that permission given, Mr. Kanellakis?
And I know I've seen, thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yeah, I've seen a lot of commentary about the Titans and the Titans receiving a lot of negative feedback from residents, people talking about not buying tickets when they start the season, and criticizing them for, believing that they are somehow participating and endorsing the people who have taken possession of their parking lot. In fact, the Titans weren't involved. When the convoy was coming into Ottawa, our general manager of Parks, Recreation, Culture Facilities, Dan Chenier, agreed to allow the parking lot to be used as a temporary parking to basically relieve the downtown core of the congestion, because we had so many trucks coming in. What no one anticipated was that they were going to stay there. I mean, that goes back to the premise of whether they were going to leave after the weekend or not. So then they took over that area. Police went in last night and took the fuel, but they're still there. And the Titans now are in the unenviable position of having an encampment on their property of trucks that can't be moved. So I want to be clear to the public and to you that the Titans have in no way endorsed or supported what's happening here, and have not provided any facilities or resources to support the protesters. They are effectively victims of what's happening in this city of Ottawa right now.
Thank you, Mr. Kanellakis. Yes, they and other entertainment and restaurant businesses in the core, and here post-COVID and post this occupation, will need all of our support. So thank you very much for that, Steve.
Okay,
Thank
I
you, Mr.
see
Mayor.
Chief Slowly has his hand up. Chief Slowly.
Mayor, apologies. I now have to go to another duty myself. I've got Deputy Chief Steve Bell, who will remain here as a representative for the executive and answer questions. I'll join back as soon as I can. I do want to just follow up on one thing earlier on the Councillor Cherney asked about. I've finally been briefed up enough on it, and I think there's been some emails back and forth, but the supposed tweet that was in sympathy with the protesters, that was a tweet that we sent out to thank the Algonquin and Anishinaabe elders who came in to help to successfully and peacefully negotiate the end of the Confederation Park encampment. So we were thanking our Indigenous elders who supported that success, not expressing sympathy for any element of the protest and demonstrators. Just to clarify that. Secondly, while I was on this call, Deputy Chief Bell represented me on a call with all the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, including Police Chief Jim Raymer. I will leave it to Steve to expand on this, but my understanding is that Jim Raymer, who I've worked with for over 30 years, said explicitly the reason for their success in Toronto was based on learning from what took place in Ottawa and Winnipeg and Coutts. That there was no way they would have been able to do their operations, have their tow trucks ready, have the number of officers, have the road closures, have the enforcement plan, if it was not for learning from us, sharing intelligence with us, and they credit us, quite frankly, for a lot of their success. This is the factor that we're seeing. Nobody has the plan. Nobody has a magic bullet for all this. We're all learning in real time. We are working together as much as possible. And because of that, we're starting to have more consistent success here and in other jurisdictions. And I think it's disingenuous, quite frankly, to try to compare and set against police services who should be working as partners as we actually have been. And I'd like to just put that as the context for this council to consider. With that, Mayor, thank you. And I will turn things over to Deputy Bell to represent me and the service, and I'll join back as soon as I can.
Yeah, and Chief, that was the sentiment I received from the Big City Mayors Caucus. They were meeting today as well through FCM. And, you know, unfortunately, we were the first ones to be attacked in this way, and, you know, lessons learned to the other jurisdictions, but they were not gloating about it. They were very supportive and want to send police officers to help us. So thank you for that. Okay, so we have a number of motions. The first one is Councillor Dudas, seconded by Councillor King. It's been introduced. Councillor, you're entitled to speak to it again if you'd like, and the floor is yours. Maybe just give a synopsis of what the...
Yeah, I won't read it. I won't go over what I said earlier. What I might say, though, is I know that there was questions early on by some of my colleagues in regards to, you know, having very specific items in some of the motions. I have to say, this is a very fluid situation. The chief has spoken to that. Our city staff know this on the ground. We don't know if what we write in a letter today or what we ask today is going to make a difference tomorrow, or if it's going to make a difference if the convoy returns this coming weekend. I purposely wanted to not be prescriptive, but to give our mayor and ourselves the ability to back OPS and to back our city staff so that as they go forward and work with the province and the federal government to receive whatever logistical or financial supports they require, that they're able to do that. Because it's going to be absolutely essential that we stay flexible throughout this whole situation. And I will say that that speaks to my other two motions as well, and that, you know, putting in a number of officers is essential, maybe today. Tomorrow it might not be as imperative. Maybe we'll need some other kind of support. So to the point about being, you know, having specifics in the motions, I wanted to make sure that we are not hamstringing our police, nor are we doing that to our city services, that they have our support going forward to enter into conversations and negotiations with the province and with the federal government to ensure that we get what we need to end this occupation of our city.
Councillor Egelai.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm absolutely supportive of the sentiment and intent of the motion. My question or my concern was whether or not this gives Mr. Kanalakis and the police services and yourself, frankly, Mr. Mayor, in your various discussions with your federal and provincial counterparts, whether the motion gives you enough direction so that you don't have to keep coming back to council to get further clarification of what's needed or what's necessary. I think, and I would expect that Councillor Dudas is of the same mind, that wants to send everybody off that needs to have the tools in their toolbox to be able to carry on, get their job done, and move things quickly. So that's my only concern. So I wouldn't mind hearing from the city manager and police services that they're satisfied that this gives them the ability to go off, get the job done, and access the things that they need to access without, again, having to keep coming back to council.
May I ask the clerk, Mr. Mayor, to put the motion up, because there's several motions and I just want to be clear, and I was distracted for a second just so I can see it. Again, that therefore be a result.
Yeah, maybe the last paragraph, which is therefore be it resolved.
Sorry, we just have to flip back to that motion, Mr. Mayor, from Councillor Dudas, seconded by Councillor King.
I think it's quicker for me to read it out. Therefore, be it resolved that the mayor, supported by City Council, formally and publicly call on both the Government of Canada and the Government of Ontario to step in and immediately provide all necessary financial and logistical supports required to bring this occupation to a peaceful end and allow the City of Ottawa to return to normal. My view is this is perfectly in order, and it's expressing the desire of council that we need those two other orders of government to move quickly with both financial resources and human resources. Steve K. is
I have no issue with the motion as it is. I think it gives us lots of leeway. We're having those discussions now, and this further supports our efforts. So thank you.
Okay. Councillor Dudas, do you want to add anything else, or can we call for a vote?
Happy to go to a vote.
Okay. Carried?
Carried.
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 Okay, our next one is request for support to Ottawa business. It's been a revision. Councillor Dudas, seconded by Councillor Harder. Councillor Dudas, if you want to introduce the therefore be it resolved and then tell us what the change was from the original motion, please.
Certainly. I'll just wait for it to be on screen. This really speaks to the impact on our businesses, and once again, the need that they will have to try to recover from this circumstance. It's going to take them a very long time to get over this. And they had high hopes of reopening last Monday after the lockdown had been lifted. So the only change that this includes, and once again, I thank you, Councillor Fleury, for highlighting this, is that it includes specifically focused on supporting Ottawa businesses, which was originally there, the changes, and their employees impacted by the occupation.
Okay. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions on the motion? Oops, sorry, Councillor Brockington. On this
Just
motion.
one very brief point, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for moving this. I will support it, but at the end of the day, this goes back to the taxpayers helping businesses for losses. And at the end of the day, that may be a short-term fix, but the organizers need to be held accountable for the impacts that they've had on the people and businesses of the city. So it's one thing to go to other levels of government to look for financial assistance, but again, it shouldn't be taxpayers at the end of the day who pay these bills. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shirelli.
Yes, Your Worship. Is there going to be any oversight to this to be clear as to which businesses were actually closed as a result of this, as opposed to a result of the lockdowns, et cetera, and which ones actually stayed open?
Well, my understanding is that it's similar to what the provincial and federal programs now, that it would be application based, and they would have to sign a waiver and be subject to an audit if they're putting misleading information down. Is that your understanding, Councillor Dudas, as the mover?
That is correct.
It would be, I raised the point, Councillor Shirelli, that CERB was helpful and it was extended when there was a government-imposed lockdown. My argument is we're now in another lockdown, which is protester-imposed. And so I spoke with both federal and provincial ministers about the fact that they have to be flexible because our stores and our shops shut down not of their own will or by a government decree, but because of the safety and endangerment of customers and employees and owners of these small businesses. And I received a sympathetic hearing because they recognize, for all intents and purposes, these folks are locked down.
Okay.
Thank you. So on the motion, carried?
Carried.
Next is from Councillor Dudas as well, seconded by Councillor Tierney. Councillor Dudas, if you'd like to introduce the...
Yes, thank you. I did read it earlier. I won't go over it again. Once again, we have heard of the impacts of this occupation on our social services downtown, and they're struggling to provide the services that we desperately need to see our vulnerable residents receive. So therefore be resolved that the mayor, with the support of City Council, make a formal request to both the provincial and federal governments for funding specifically focused on supporting community social support agencies impacted by the occupation.
Est-ce qu'il y a des questions, des commentaires? Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you. I am almost certain to support this. I'm just reading between the lines. We know, for example, that the protesters, the occupiers, were particularly devastating at Shepherds of Good Hope. Is the intent of this motion to help restore some of the losses at some of those agencies like Cornerstone, who have also been quite devastated, Shepherds of Good Hope, that there is some sort of restitution to them? Or is it intended to be funding that would help with ongoing support during the occupation?
I apologize, Councillor. Was there, who were you directing that to?
Oh, sorry. You know what? To Councillor Dudas, please. Thank you.
Okay. No, I'm happy to jump in. I think that the restitution aspect is going to be imperative in terms of the implications of this occupation. But once again, if there are criteria in place that are established by the provincial and federal governments in terms of the long-term impacts of this on these very vital entities in our community, then I would very much say that this would also encompass that as well. Because this isn't a one and done. This isn't just what happened at Sheps. This is long-term implications on their staff, plus the impacts on their clients as well too, and the safety they feel. So if they're able to put dollars to that kind of impact, then I would say that that would be encompassed in this as well.
I'm grateful that you're putting this forward. Thank you very much, Councillor Dudas. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Curry on the motion, please.
Yeah, just to my earlier point, like, this motion is excellent. The non-specific nature of it, though, when you think, I think it was you, Mr. Mayor, who indicated this has been psychological warfare for people. When you think about just supporting community social support agencies impacted by, I wonder what that really means on the ground. Like, that's all I'm trying to get at. What does that specifically mean? And I wonder if each time we could have a comment from staff on anything else we could change in there, or if that affects them in any way that we could change the motion to make it better, obviously.
Donna Gray.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that language is clear. We would use the vehicle, the Human Needs Task Force, and it would be the agencies and the supports that we know are being impacted in the downtown core. So I think that gives us enough specificity and clarity to do that work with our partners.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, on the motion by Councillor Dudas, seconded by Councillor Tierney. Carried. Next is a motion by Councillor King, seconded by Councillor Deans. Councillor King, if you'd like to bring the therefore be it resolved up.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Colleagues, we must make clear to those responsible for this unprecedented illegal occupation that there is both cost and consequence for the continued disruption and occupation of Ottawa's downtown. Our police service is expending $800,000 per day, a debilitating cost that should not be borne by taxpayers. As a consequence, I'm introducing this motion to ask the provincial government to put into effect legislation that would give the Police Services Board and the Solicitor General the power to collect excess costs from the occupation's organizers. Almost after 3 years that the Comprehensive Police Services Act has been passed, it has not been put into full force by the province as legislation. The financial pressures that this illegal occupation is placing on our police service needs to be addressed, and the implementation of the Comprehensive Police Services Act is a tool to address these pressures. That's why I'm asking you to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Gower, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to support this, but I just want to make note that in the whereases, the councillor has specified that this is an illegal occupation. My concern is that future councils here or anywhere else in Ontario don't look at this as a signal that it's okay to try to recoup the costs of any peaceful, lawful protest or demonstration. I think it's important to specify very clearly this is because of the extreme and illegal nature of this demonstration. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Moffat, please.
Thanks. Actually, just in line with what Councillor Gower just said, can I get a legal comments on this motion, just to get an understanding of what the impacts and implications are of this type of a decision to go after? I mean, obviously we've all heard a lot about this one in particular, and I don't want to talk about this specific one, but just in general, to Councillor Gower's point, the impacts on potential other protests.
Mr. Mayor, obviously we have no experience with this legislation. It hasn't been put in place yet, but that said, if you look at the way it's framed, this would be something of an exceptional case for it. It really is framed around the idea that those people that, for example, might be even holding a peaceful protest, but who require additional police resources, a parade, those kinds of things, where we already may have some cost recovery. I think it's at some level it's formalizing that, but it's also providing this additional opportunity to seek the let's say the delta between the normal policing costs and those increased policing costs that result from their activity.
All right, thanks. I just hate to think of a situation where the government of the day, just because they don't agree with the protest, has the ability to go after them for costs. Again, regardless of what we're seeing right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shirelli, please.
Yeah, to legal again, what's the difference between this and retroactive legislation? Because it appears that if this were to be enacted in this circumstance, it's coming into force after the action.
Mr. Mayor, you're quite correct as to when the act would be in effect. The period that it would be in effect for is something that we would need to look at. As you say, right now, it is not in effect at all. In the ordinary course, legislation is effective only from that day forward. So if, for example, if they were to declare it in force as of tomorrow, there may be an argument, and again, subject to a clear retrospective application, it would apply for presumably those increased costs that are incurred as of tomorrow and into the future.
So it would not apply to yesterday and last week.
Absent something in the declaration, or absent some other revision of it that makes it clear that the legislation is to have retrospective effect. The default for legislation is that it is effective in terms of determine anyone's rights from the date that it is in force and forward.
Yeah, and generally, if there is a retrospective aspect to it, that has to be announced by cabinet before it gets passed, right? Otherwise, the court won't let it apply.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. It can't be essentially. It cannot be read into it. It must be clear on its face in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And in the line of the question of Councillor Shirali, Mr. White, is this motion could be modified not to be include a police service act was not been approved since 2019. That you mean has not been approved. Can that be modified to make it sound you're not going after something has not been adopted yet by the government, but could just still do the ask instead of focus just on that area? I hope you know what I'm talking about.
Mr. Mayor, I think as I read the motion, the request is, of course, the legislation has been passed. For it to be in effect, it must be declared in force. The request is for that schedule that this section forms part of to have it declared in force going forward. So it's not specific to that section, but it is, as I read it, the schedule that this falls under.
Okay, thank you, Mr. White.
All right, thank you. So on the motion by Councillor King, second by Councillor Deans, carried. Adopté. Sent by Councillor Shirelli. Okay. Next is Councillor Leeper and King, Council Committee meetings and reduced council items. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This has been an exhausting 10 days. I know as someone who is adjacent to the ward in which this is happening, in which we had any number of issues around parked trucks, and in which there was a fuel transfer point being set up yesterday that took several hours of work with residents and police to deal with. I cannot imagine what councillors Fleury and McKenney must be doing, confronting in terms of trying to be prepared for substantial committee work. And frankly, I think most of our residents would expect us to be focused on bringing this occupation to an end. I am asking that we cancel the planning committee meeting this week, that the city council meeting be stripped down to just those elements that have statutory deadlines, as well as items that can pass on consent, and that built heritage be stripped down to a very basic agenda, something that is critical to do. Moving forward, I'm asking that committee meetings be canceled unless there is very substantive and important work that has to be done. And that would be partly up to the discretion of the chairs to hold special meetings. But I cannot imagine, I don't have staff people replying to the correspondence about the protests, the demonstrations. I'm being asked by my residents to be present and to share information. No one else is. That is a role that we as city councillors play in our communities, and it is a time-consuming role. And that is the role that I would like to be focused on through the course of what is hopefully a relatively brief pause. The next couple of weeks, if this occupation is gobsmackingly allowed to continue, are going to be extremely difficult for councillors, certainly in the downtown, but certainly for all of you as well. So I really hope that you can support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, we have a number of speakers on this. Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
I'm gonna be brief, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to my colleague for bringing this motion, and I think my colleague Councillor Kidd said it earlier. I think we're all in it. The emails, I think you've seen the headache is all coming to all of us. We're all involved. We all support our colleague who's really in the midst of this, Special Councillor McKenney and Fleury and yourself and Menard. We understand the pressure you receive from your resident. But my question to ourselves, and I'm not trying to be, isn't that goes with what this demonstration wants you to do, to paralyze your city and have you not be able to do any work? And isn't that a win for the protester to say, we shut down? It's not like, the issue is with the federal government in Ottawa, and I think Councillor Eglai said it earlier, is not the issue with the resident of the city of Ottawa. By canceling city business, isn't that giving a wrong message? hey, you paralyze our city, we're not going to be able even to have a meeting. I mean, we have the leadership in the city, whether police, our city staff, and we support them. We're here to anytime they want to meet with us, we're available. To cancel that, I think is going the wrong way. I'm sorry, that's how I feel about it. I feel like somebody is winning here, and it's not you, and you're giving up on this one. Anyway, I will not be supporting this motion. Sorry, I was hoping today a council will come in with a big unity, help each other, especially the councillor downtown we mentioned. I'm going to support Councillor McKinney's motion about Wallington Street with all my heart. But this one, honestly, on a fundamental issue, I'm not going to support it, and I hope you don't either.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, and I'm glad this motion came forward, but I guess I just can't support it because I can't hear and think about, even as I went to bed last night, that officers are out there working 14 days in a row and 18-hour shifts. I mean, I don't have a problem staying up at night writing emails, and I don't care if it's till midnight or 1 a.m. And I know that certainly I offer support to the councillors who are spending more time on this, and my the staff in the Canada North office would be happy to help in any way. But I can't support us doing less work when we have the situation we have outside and our officers working 14 days in a row. So I can't support it, sorry.
Great, thank you. Councillor Kitts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, as I said before, I have such deep empathy for what my colleagues, Catherine and Metsier, are going through, and their staff. I can't imagine how I'd be feeling. So I do deeply appreciate what Councillor Leeper is trying to do. I find it problematic how all-encompassing the motion is, though. You know, we heard clearly today, we don't know when this will end. We don't know how long the state of emergency is going to be in place. So no committee and council work at all during that time feels to me that we're further impacting our residents in different ways. So I guess this would be a question for the clerk. I don't know what this looks like procedurally. Are you able to work with the affected councillors to proactively lean out upcoming agendas and defer non-time sensitive items affecting their wards, if that is the will of Councillor McKenney and Councillor Fleury? And if you need direction on that, I would be happy to put that forward.
Mr. Mayor, appreciating that I don't have a camera today, it's the city clerk. The short answer to the question is yes. Actually, in the council procedure bylaw, and it's referenced here, section 14 sub 7, talks about the fact, and I'll read it, Mr. Mayor, during an emergency period, council and committee meetings may be convened as special meetings in accordance with sections 14 and 87, subject to the following two conditions or three conditions. A, agendas must be limited to the items that, in the opinion of the chair, informed by operational staff and the city clerk's office, that they are time-sensitive nature and that they must be considered during the emergency period. B, subject to the minimum notice provisions of the special meetings, the mayor or chair of the city clerk's office shall endeavor to publish agendas in accordance with the timelines set out therein. And a third one with regards to special meetings being called. So the effect, why I wouldn't support the motion, the effect would be to eliminate those sections that I've just read, which actually provide council with that very flexibility that you require. So I, at the end of the day, would continue to work with committee chairs, work with them with the use of section 14 sub 7 of your procedure bylaw, and would be able to work that out. Ironically, Mr. Mayor, for those of councillors who remember, we made amendments, or council made amendments to this section back on March 25th, 2020, as a result of the beginning of the COVID crisis. So you made all of these changes in order to adapt, and I would not recommend making the changes that are recommended in the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kitts, anything else?
I think I understand. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gower, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to ask staff if staff has any concerns about the staff resources available to support the meetings. For example, offices through the clerk staff. Is there any concern that you would not be able to fully support us during the during this period of crisis downtown?
Mr. Mayor, it's the city clerk again, and no, I have no issues in that regard.
And I suppose the same question specifically to Built Heritage Subcommittee or Planning Committee, is there a pull on staff resources that would prevent the essential staff from being able to participate and respond to questions from councilors at any of the meetings this week?
No, Mr. Mayor.
The other thing on my mind is defining urgency of files and of items. We have two committees this week that happen to be related to planning. And although it may not be urgent to any of us individually, I would think anyone who has a file tomorrow at Built Heritage, or anyone who may have a file being considered this Thursday at Planning Committee, the ability to have their files considered is of extreme importance and could have financial implications as well to those applicants. So it's not without consequence any delay in city business. So I'm not going to support this motion, but interested in hearing other discussion here.
All right, thank you. Councillor Eichley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank Councillor Kitts for the question to the clerk as well, as to whether there's already existing mechanisms to assist here. You know, I have a bit of a flavor for this in the sense of my office after the tornado, and just emails, phone calls, site visits. I get it, and I feel for my colleagues 100%. You know, these are not easy times, and they're not. You know, there's no rule book or guidebook for the councillors involved as to what to do when you have, you know, an occupation like this, when you have a natural disaster. 100%. But I have to think back to what Eli said earlier, and it sounds to me like we're helping them achieve some of their goals by doing this. We're saying to them, you know, you come to our town, you disrupt our situation, you disrupt our community, our residents, and you slow down the business of the city. And to me, we don't want to do that. We want to get back to normal as quickly as we can. Get back to normal. We want to keep things moving forward. And I, you know, I sincerely hope and I believe that the clerk's office will work with the impacted councillors. But I think we're obligated to continue to do our job for the whole city, and not give in to this situation that we have. And again, that's with 100% support and empathy for what my colleagues are going through. Again, had a small taste of it, you know, at the beginning of term or just before the beginning of term with the tornado, and your staff are tired, you're tired. I get it, I understand it. But I think we'd be sending a message saying, you know, again, you've come to our town, you've disrupted us, and you've achieved part of what you want to do, which is to disrupt the business of the city. And I don't think we can do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the conversation from all of my colleagues. I guess the difference here really is that, and again, I reflect back to the experience of residents, not the experience on the Hill. And it's an ongoing threat. It's not over. People are still in fear for good reason. There's an occupation happening of very violent people in their residential neighborhood. Think about that, up and down your streets. So I'm not tired. I get up every morning at 5 a.m. and by 9 a.m. I've had 2 breakfasts and 3 coffee. I'm fine. But I think that to be able to anticipate the need and the requirement to pivot at any moment really is what we're asking for here. I'm not sure that, and I can appreciate what Councillor El-Shantiri said about, you don't want to give in. And that's true, but I'm not sure that our legislative agenda is really giving in terms of, maybe it is if we did it long term. So what I'm going to suggest here, and I hope that it's something that you will consider, because I'll tell you, for me, again, it's not about being tired, but it's about just not being able to represent my residents on files that are important, that are upcoming, citywide files. So maybe it's, and I wonder if Councillor Leeper would accept a friendly amendment that we do this just for 2 weeks. We have council in 2 days, so 2 weeks and 2 days, and we revisit it then. So it's not ongoing. It's like right now, when we are in the thick of it, our residents are in some imminent danger. We've got this occupation happening in the residential neighborhoods. If we would just reconsider this after 2 weeks. I'll leave that to Councillor Leeper to decide if that's a friendly amendment, and then we can allow you to proceed on that basis.
Thanks, Councillor McKenney. And yes, I would accept that as a friendly amendment. We just need a bit of a pause and a chance to catch our breath. The planning committee this week will have the hospital on it. 3 of the councillors who are immediately adjacent to the hospital are heavily implicated right now in occupation work. I'm not going to be prepared for that meeting. It's been 11 days. And Councillor Curry, it has not been writing emails. Councillor McKenney, I would be very happy to take that 2 week. We just need a pause.
Okay, Councillor Menard, please. Yeah, sorry, the clerk has put it on the screen what she believes is your intention, Councillor McKenney. Does that capture it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Councillor
Leeper. I just want to make sure Councillor Leeper is satisfied with that as well. But.
Sorry, yes, actually that is, I'm just reading. Yes, that's satisfactory. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Menard.
Thanks, Mayor. I think that amendment is important. I think we're talking about a very short period of time here where this is needed. I hear the line about sort of giving in by supporting this motion, and that's really difficult to hear. I think there's a lot of things we've had to adjust in the city. Our library is closed, our transit services are detoured, our roads and pathways are closed, and we do that for a reason. And it's unfortunate. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's happening right now. And this is escalating. Things are getting worse. People are more dug in now. And that's where you see potential for this larger escalation. And there are meetings coming up this week. There's a huge, heavy workload potential with those meetings. I don't want them delayed indefinitely. I think we need a week, maybe 2 at the most. But there's a lot of work that is involved that needs to be given proper time with motions and other work with constituents and delegations and questions. There's a lot of preparation that goes into those meetings, and we're inundated. It's not just emails. It is meetings with other officials. It's being on the street. It is constantly being on social media and other connections that have been made with groups that are organizing here to support each other because of the lack of support that they've received. I think we're asking you for your support. It's not about the occupation. This is about the support for your colleagues. And this is a time that we need that help. I really appreciated Councillor Tierney and Councillor Dudas coming out and being there on the street with us last Friday. Councillor El-Shantiri, I heard your comments. I can only remember back to the floods. That was a time where, I went out to your community. I know you didn't know I was there, but I was there. I was shoveling. I was filling sandbags. I helped your neighbors that were having struggles there on the side of the street because I stopped by them and I helped them sandbag their house in your community. And we're asking for that same support right now, that type of support. And that for us is time, because it is not feasible right now. This is in our core wards. They are more affected than anybody, and we're asking for your help. So please do vote in favor of this motion that's been amended by Councillor Leeper and Councillor McKenney. Thank you.
Colleagues, before we carry on, Councillor Dudas and Councillor DeRuz, as our deputy mayors, have a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. We need to do this before 6:45. So, Councillor Dudas, if you could introduce the motion, please, seconded by Councillor DeRuz. And it's on the screen, Councillor Dudas.
Sorry, I was on mute. Be it resolved that the meeting time be extended past 7 p.m. until 10 p.m. pursuant to subsection 8(1)(c) of the procedure bylaw number 2021-24.
Okay, and the clerk will tell us about the broadcast changes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can confirm that we will continue streaming the special meeting on the Ottawa City Council YouTube channel, Conseil municipal en français. The Rogers TV English cable channel may cut over to other programming later this evening, but we will continue streaming live on the City of Ottawa's Ottawa City Council YouTube channel.
Okay. Councillor Brockton and Kevin, I believe you have your hands up for the motion, not for the procedural motion. Is that correct? So on the motion as presented by the two deputy mayors, carried?
Carried.
Okay, and back to Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the amendment by Councillor McKenney. This is short term and hopefully not long term. Maybe I'm an optimist, but I'm already getting a feeling of what it takes. I had to cancel a community meeting tonight, so very disappointing to do that. And you put so much work into these things. Because the focus is here. I have to be here. I have to join you and be with my colleagues and do this. But it's obvious that this is taking over for now, and I can only imagine the stress that's on those that are directly affected, because we're certainly feeling it here, and it's not happening in our wards, but the implications are, and our residents are very concerned. So I sympathize, and I don't think it's an unreasonable request, considering especially planning committee, which is a doozy of a file for those living centrally, and I think that it needs to be treated seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. What's the impact of not having planning committee this week to hear the hospital site plan matter?
Mr. Willis.
Mr. Mayor, staff will take whatever direction council gives, because that's what we would do. I did connect with executives at the Ottawa Hospital last night and this morning, and they do have concerns about an indeterminate length of delay. As a matter of fact, any delay is of great concern to them. What the hospital told me, and I'm repeating what they have provided me, is the hospital has an agreement with Infrastructure Ontario and the Ministry of Health related to an on-time and on-budget commitment based on a finite capped budget from the province. The effective inflation on the hospital project is $9 to $11 million per month with any delay, and there is a cascading effect of any delay that happens. The hospital this is the last of a sequence of approvals. City Council had approved an official plan amendment. City Council had approved the zoning, the master site plan. This is the site plan for the garage. National Capital Commission gave its approval. So this is the last approval they need to go to tender. And the hospital has said that they had actually been on target to get this approval in December, but delayed at our request to add additional public consultations. Which it is. And I think, there's an understanding from the hospital that we're in difficult times. They've just conveyed to me the consequences of an indeterminate delay.
Thank you. And it was also scheduled for January. That got pushed into February. So there's been more than one postponement. What about other matters on either that agenda or other agendas that would not be heard in this 2-week window?
So, Mr. Mayor, since yesterday, we've done a sweep through the 2 agendas and the subsequent weeks. The files of concern, one was the Daly Avenue one, which is addressed in Councillor Leaper's motion, because we did flag that yesterday, and Councillor Leaper, at our request, added to deal with the Daly Avenue one, because that is a safety concern of a building that has been subject to a fire. We have another file of concern in Councillor King's ward of Built Heritage related to request for new construction, that if council doesn't deal with it in the time frame, the city's opinion on that matter will have no regard, because the applicant will have the right to proceed without city council's regard. Those are the files of immediate concern. Staff have not gone further out than the most immediate meetings to do an analysis at this stage, but applicants will be understanding, but we do have concerns the longer we go.
Yeah, I guess my final comments would be, I would ask committee chairs, when you're looking at your agendas, to consider the workloads that we have, and if there are agenda items that can be pushed to a future date, so be it. But I support continuing the business of the city flowing, and would like to see our meeting schedules continue. But I am cognizant of the heavy workloads that we're all facing. It's not just the city councilors in the downtown core. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think Councillor Menard, you've already spoken.
Yeah, just I think, are we at committee of the whole, or are we not?
Yeah, I just want to make sure other people who have not spoken once have a chance.
Yeah, I didn't see anyone
speak. Okay, Councillor Menard.
Thanks. So just on the one piece that was mentioned by Mr. Willis around the hospital, we've got in emails here from folks saying that can go on the 10th or the 28th of February. So my understanding is that which it should not go any further than that. It should go on the 28th, but that's the emails that city staff have given to us, 10th or the 28th. So it's odd that now all of a sudden something is changing, that it can't go the 10th or the 28th. I just want to get clarity on that. Can you please just confirm that all along we were saying this could go on the 10th or the 28th? There's another number of other concerns, but on that one specifically, my understanding was to go on either date.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the email that Councillor Menard is referring to.
Staff. It's from your staff, Steve. It's from your staff.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I don't have that email in front of me, so I don't know what the councilor is referring to. I mean, obviously, staff will accommodate whatever council decides.
Yeah, it's okay. It's directly from your staff that said the 10th or the 28th. So I don't know how else to describe it to you. Maybe I'll forward it to you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councillor? Councillor Luloff, please.
Just very briefly, Mr. Willis, based on the information that you have, what additional costs will be incurred by the Ottawa Hospital project if we are to delay, as is being suggested here, and who ultimately pays for that delay?
So, Mr. Mayor, depending on the length of time council delays a final decision on our planning committee, because the planning committee is the final decision since it is a site plan approval. The hospital has identified $9 to $11 million per month in inflationary effects of the delay of the hospital project, because there's a knock-on effect all the way through the system. That's the information I've been provided by the hospital. I don't have the information from the hospital here, but I presume because the province has a fixed total cap, that means that they would either have to find, I presume they would either have to find cost savings in the project or go increase the local share component provided by the community.
And the local share component may end up being the City of Ottawa, or could end up being in part the City of Ottawa?
Mr. Mayor, I can't comment on that. It's there is a request for a local share. It's up to council ultimately to decide what its local share contribution would be.
Okay, well, given the ballooning costs we've seen of major infrastructure projects and the ridiculous costs that we're paying right now in policing, I don't know if pushing this project any further down the line is a wise move. But I see that Councillor Leaper's up. I'll cede the floor.
That it, Councillor? Right. Does anyone else wish to speak before Councillor Leaper wraps up? Councillor Deans?
Mr. Mayor, I'll be really brief. This is an event unlike any other that we have seen in our history. This is an all hands on deck event. Every one of us are impacted. Certainly the downtown councillors and those with leadership roles on council have an awful lot on their plate, and their time and attention is focused directly on this issue. And in my mind, a 2-week delay, whether it goes on Wednesday or if it goes on the 28th, really doesn't matter. What does matter is that we focus on the needs of this city that's in a crisis and where we've declared it an emergency. So I would just suggest to our colleagues that we hear from our colleagues that are really asking for the time to be able to give every single issue that goes to in front of council the time and attention that it needs.
Thank you. Anyone else? Wrap up, Councillor Leeper, please.
Thanks, Chair. I actually put my hand up to ask you to consider calling the vote because we don't want to spend a lot of time on this. There is obviously much more urgent things to do, but I would ask colleagues to help us create a little bit of breathing space so that each of us can best represent our constituents in the legislative agenda over the next couple of weeks.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'd urge you not to support the motion. This group that's terrorizing our city, they've shut down our streets, they really want to shut down Parliament. It would almost be an added bonus if they're able to shut down Ottawa City Council business. The worst possible signal that could be given to this group of hooligans that are terrorizing our people. We need to continue on. We've heard the cost implications, $9 to $11 million for a 1-month delay on the Civic Hospital. It's time to move forward with our agenda and continue to do the work on behalf of the people of Ottawa. So yeas and nays on the motion, the Leeper motion.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
I'm sorry, no.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor El Shantiri.
No.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Eglai.
No.
Councillor Moffat.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Harder.
No.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Conseiller Fleury.
Oui.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor McKenney.
Of course.
Councillor Meehan.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Derouse.
No.
Conseiller Cloutier.
No.
Mayor Watson.
No.
10 yeas, 14 nays.
Our next motion is by Councillor Menard, seconded by Councillor McKenney. Councillor Menard, if you'd like to introduce the be it therefore resolved.
Sorry. This is this is the idling motion. So it changes our idling bylaw for a specific area in the city that targets this activity. So therefore be it resolved that the temporary additional provision in the bylaw be enacted with a sunset clause of 2 months, hence as follows. Section 3 be amended to add immediately after 1A, occupied vehicles with the temperature outside the vehicle is less than -15 degrees Celsius, including the wind chill value as determined by Environment Canada temperature reading, to be applicable within the demonstration zone as defined in Schedule A, attached to this bylaw, and RCGT Park at 302 Coventry Road. And thanks for bylaw working on this together.
Des questions? Any concerns by staff? No. Okay, on the motion, carried.
Carried.
Okay. Next is daily media availability. Councillor Deans, please. Second by Councillor King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if they're going to put it up on the screen, but basically it just says that residents need access to timely and accurate updates about the ongoing convoy demonstrations, or whatever we want to call them, occupations, and that there is a lot of misinformation about the demonstrations out there right now, and the situation, the response from Ottawa Police and City of Ottawa is very fluid, and that the city is not currently providing daily updates to keep the public informed on how the demonstrations are evolving and the plans to end them as soon as possible. So this motion, that therefore be it resolved, is asking for city led by the city's Emergency Operations Center to organize a daily media availability for the duration of the demonstrations, occupations, including participation from a spokesperson from the Ottawa Police Service, bylaw services, and other affected city services as relevant. And I just think, communicate. We need to be providing accurate, timely information to the public on a regular basis, and we haven't been doing that. I think it's time that we did. Social media is rife with misinformation, and I think it's incumbent upon the city to make sure that we're pushing out accurate information on a timely basis. So that's the essence of the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Kanellakis, any comments on the motion in terms of the logistics and so on?
Mr. Mayor, no, to be clear, I know in the one, whereas it says the City of Ottawa, the communications for this event in terms of when it ends and advising the public is led by Ottawa Police. They are leading the response to this, but we agree that they have a small communications team. We agree with Councillor Deans that it's very difficult for them logistically to establish a daily briefing. We believe there should be a daily briefing. We spoke to our police colleagues and Pimmer, we've spoken to Valerie Turner, our general manager, and Pimmer, and from our side, the city side, will do the logistics to ensure that there is a daily media briefing with police being there and city services to ensure that the information gets out to the public on a daily basis.
Okay, Councillor Dudas. Oh, I think you took your hand.
I was just going to ask for the city manager's perspective on that.
Okay. Anyone else on the motion? Carried, adopté.
Carried.
Next, motion by Councillor McKenney, seconded by Councillor Fleury on the parliamentary precinct. Councillor McKenney.
I've already spoken to it, Mr. Mayor. Yeas or nays?
Okay, I'd like to ask police, do they have any concerns with this? I know early on in the
Yeas and nays have been called.
Drafting of this.
Yeah, yeas and nays. I've already called it. Thanks.
Yeah, you have to with the question. And you
yeah, I think it's important we hear from the police, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah.
But if I call it, do we not have to go?
No, you have to, Councillor, the rules require you have to call it right at the start.
I did.
So
I said yeas and nays right away. Yep. So let's go. Yeas and nays. Do you support the downtown or do you not? Let's go. Yeas or nays.
Okay, our deputy clerk has a clarification.
Mr. Mayor, if the member is moving to put the question, then the procedure would be to move to a vote on putting the question. And then should that motion pass, then we would move directly to yeas and nays on the main motion.
Okay, putting the question. Thank you. Thanks, Kate.
Just on a point of order, all I want to do is ask a question on it. I want to support the motion, but I'm being blocked from asking a question on a motion I support.
Exactly.
I think there's a lot of support, Councillor McKenney, for this. I just think we should hear in fairness to the police, but I believe there's strong support for your motion, and I know that.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in our review of this motion, we've relied on some legal advice from our lawyer, and I'm sure David White can also provide us some additional perspective. We will remain the police jurisdiction. Anything we can do to help support RCMP resources and other resources to come to us would be exceptionally beneficial. We will always maintain command and control of the situation, as is our obligation under the Police Services Act. But we do appreciate any motion or any efforts that the council can put forward to support additional resources to come in.
Okay, Councillor Moffat.
Thanks. Just to correct me if I'm wrong, the parliamentary precinct map includes the intersection of Rideau and Sussex. Is that correct?
Deputy, do you know?
I believe it ends at the Rideau and Sussex. So the old train station would be the very easterly edge to the parliamentary precinct.
Okay, but just to be sure that if we do this, RCMP takes over the Wellington Street aspect, but we wouldn't lose the ability to properly police that Rideau and Sussex. For whatever reason, it seems that that's a very hot spot, especially on the weekends. And I think if we get to a point where there's a last stand, for some reason I get a feeling it's going to be at that intersection. I just want to make sure we can properly police it.
So, point of order, Mr. Mayor, point of order. I thought that what we heard from the deputy was that we needed to vote on putting the question. We haven't done that yet, and now we're into a whole bunch of questions. So Councillor McKenney had asked that the question be put. Now we're into a discussion, and I need to understand how what the deputy said didn't cause us to vote on putting the question.
Well, I think
thank you, Councillor Harder. I pulled that and allowing the questions and debate on the motion. Thanks.
Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Last briefing, I believe, on Saturday from Chief Slowly, he had indicated the parliamentary precinct is Ottawa jurisdiction, Ottawa roads. We would not be able to allow the RCMP to take over, but I'm looking at the specific wording of the motion at the end that talks about the jurisdiction. So I think we're all in favor of asking as many jurisdictions to come and assist Ottawa as possible, including the RCMP. And I do believe Councillor McKenney wants to relieve OPS in this corridor so they can come into our residential communities and provide that service that's been lacking. So I understand that. I just want to make sure we've got the right worded motion before us that will achieve what is being attempted here. So I don't know if Mr. City Clerk can comment on that or whether the Deputy Chief can, but I want to make sure if the RCMP comes in, they will actually be able to do what Councillor McKenney wants them to do.
So, Mr. Mayor, I can probably start on that. Our legal counsel's review of the Police Services Act indicates that under that, the police jurisdiction is responsible for the policing within the areas where we are responsible, within the city of Ottawa, other than Parliament Hill. So the ability for the RCMP to come in and take over all policing control within that area is not allowed under the Police Services Act. We would support any efforts to have more RCMP resources come in and help support us under our command structure to actually manage the occupation we have going forward. But currently, as it stands, it's our legal counsel's opinion that there is no provisions within the Police Services Act to allow a different police service come in to take over an area.
Can I just clarify that? I think Councillor McKenney's intention is not to have the RCMP on Wellington, but they would still report to the command center, which is the Ottawa Police Service. And in other words, it then frees up the officers that are OPS officers on Wellington to put them into the neighborhoods and the communities. So I think, we may be overthinking this because the officers, the RCMP officers are sworn in as special constables by the police board. And the OPS is known as the one that is controlling the situation. So I don't see what's wrong with having RCMP on Wellington that frees up our officers that know the neighborhood streets better than RCMP officer who may come in from Alberta or British Columbia. Anyways, that's just an observation. So I think Councillor Deans, or I'm sorry, Councillor McKenney, and then Councillor Deans.
Can I just finish?
Just on the point of order, could you put the motion on the screen so that we can see it?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Brockington, I apologize. You have the floor still.
Yeah, what I'm getting hung up on, Mayor and Councillor McKenney, I know you'll address this in a second. It's the words assume responsibility. That's different than working under the command of the OPS. So if we receive RCMP officers and they're directed to work in tandem with the OPS and they just so happen to be sent to Wellington, I think as per the mayor, that's okay, that can happen. But I think, and I want to yield to Councillor McKenney, I think what they're asking is something a bit different. And so that's why I'm going to yield the floor and seek that clarification.
Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Brockington. What I need to have happen, because I can see clearly what is not working, because it's right here. And so I don't want RCMP to take over necessarily. I understand what Deputy Chief Bell is referring to. It's why I use the words assume responsibility. What I need is, and what I'm looking for is that the RCMP right now have got responsibility for the grounds of Parliament. So had this rushed to the grounds of Parliament and stayed there, it would be overseen by the RCMP. And at this point, our residential neighborhoods, if this were happening, would be, we would have our local police service responsible for the control of residential neighborhoods. I want you to just think of it that way. So it's not just on Parliament grounds, it's also in Wellington. It's over in, on Sparks, the Prime Minister's office. This is a very multi-jurisdictional. All you have to do is come to one Sparks Street Mall Authority meeting to understand how multi-jurisdictional this area is. All I'm looking for is that OPS leaves it to the RCMP. I don't care about command and control, but leaves it to the RCMP to maintain the public safety within that precinct so that all of OPS can come into the residential neighborhoods. If in fact RCMP say, we need 100 OPS, I'm not quibbling about numbers and where people go. And all I know is that at this point, for 11 days, I have been struggling to make OPS aware of the difference between what's happening in the non-residential area versus the residential area. And residents are suffering the consequences. It's again, and I said this last week, this is not an indictment of one force over the other. It really isn't. It's just a matter of clarity so that we are putting the resources where they need to go so that our local police are actually serving the neighborhoods that they're committed to serving, that we need them in to serve. And that's their priority. And RCMP's priority is in the parliamentary precinct. That's it. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to see who is next here. I think it's Councillor Brockington, you're finished. Councillor DeRuse has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor McKenney clarified it for me. Because I want to make sure that we're adding resources, not actually losing resources. And I think Councillor McKenney articulated that very well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Conseiller Fleury, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Moi aussi, je voulais exprimer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I think we have to talk about the importance.
our city teams, they know businesses, they know residents. So I'm in full support of Councillor McKenney's motion. I think it is important. I think eventually we'll have to have a bigger conversation on should the City of Ottawa oversee demonstrations. That is not for today, and that's not what's on the table. But for today, under the state of emergency, I think it is important. It is an important motion to pass. So thank you everyone for your support.
Merci. Councillor Dudas, please.
I was just going to thank them for introducing this. I think that this is absolutely essential, and it ultimately is calling for additional resources, which we've been hearing our chief ask for. It's asking them to be, prioritizing a given area. And in this case, that area makes the most sense, being the parliamentary precinct. So I think this is actually complementing what our chief has asked for, that we are freeing up the resources. And I think the federal government needs to take responsibility for the area that they're responsible for. So I thank them for introducing this. I will be supporting it.
All right, thank you. Councillor Deans, please.
I think it's a little late in the day, and I'm still a little bit unclear. So I want to be very clear before I support this, because I listened to the press conference with Bill Blair this morning, and Bill Blair said that the Ottawa Police Service is the police of jurisdiction in that area. And what I think we all want is more RCMP resources, not dedicated to, watching over residents of federal officials or anything like that, but on the ground to assist us. And I think we're all in agreement with that. But I've read this motion, it's gone off the screen again, but I've read this motion and I'm not entirely clear that what this motion says is what some of my colleagues are hearing. So I just want to ask Deputy Chief Bell if he could be very clear on what his impression of this motion is. Is it that we are taking OPS officers off Wellington Street and turning the jurisdiction of Wellington Street down to Rideau and Sussex over to the RCMP? Because I didn't believe we could do that. So I just need some clarity.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, Councillor Deans. As I indicated before, that is exactly my concern with the wording in this current motion. I fully support, and I've said it when I was here before, and I know the chief continued all of those comments. Anything we can do to get additional resources to help us within the area of the occupation is exactly what we are looking for. My concern with this motion is how it reads. It identifies that the Ottawa Police would be removed from that area, and that area of the safety and security would be public safety and security would be turned over to the RCMP. That is an operational consideration in terms of how we deploy our resources, because that is an area where we are legally bound to provide policing services to. This, the way it is worded, is looking to take that legal obligation that we have away from us and place it onto the RCMP, which under the Police Services Act is not allowed. We are the police of jurisdiction. We have the sole responsibility to police that area. We are looking for and in absolute support of any motion that will help augment our resources. I don't believe that this one actually achieves that.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Deputy Chief Bell. And I would just ask the mover of the motion if there isn't some wording that we could find to accomplish the desire for more resources without getting into a jurisdictional battle. Frankly, a jurisdictional battle, a constitutional battle, or any other battle right now is not what I think we need to focus on. We need to focus on resources. And that is the key essence of it. We heard from Bill Blair. We just heard from Deputy Chief Bell. Jurisdictionally, Ottawa Police have control of that. And frankly, if they decide to go in and do an operation on Wellington Street, this motion seems to preclude OPS from participating. I mean, to me, let's leave the operations to the Ottawa Police Service. Let's leave the jurisdiction to who has the jurisdiction, and let's focus on what I think we all want, which is more resources on the ground to end this insurrection. That's all.
I
for me.
think, Councillor, if I could just comment, the last line seems to give that the comfort that I have. It says, subject to the resolution of any jurisdictional discussion between Ottawa Police and the RCMP. So they will go back as a result of this motion and discuss if there are any jurisdictional issues at heart. So I think that gives the chief the opportunity to once again restate and recommit that he is in charge, and that we have sworn officers as special constables from the RCMP that he will assign to Wellington Street. So I feel comfortable because it says subject to the resolution of any jurisdictional discussions between the Ottawa.
Well, we just heard from Deputy Chief Bell, and we heard from Bill Blair earlier in the day that there are significant jurisdictional issues that preclude this. So maybe to David White then, David, could you clarify how this motion would be interpreted? Because I think it's unfair to the community and to Councillor McKenney to leave some false impression that the RCMP will be taking over if jurisdictionally that is not possible. So I just think that we have to be very clear on what it is that council is passing if they vote for this motion.
Mr. Mayor, to follow on the comments from the deputy chief, and as we've heard, there's nothing that council can do to change the fact that the Police Services Act applies in those areas that are not Parliament Hill proper or those other federal properties. As a result, the Ottawa Police retain responsibility, overall responsibility for police services in those areas as the police force of jurisdiction, as it said. The way I think I understand the intent to be that, and appreciating that the RCMP have made officers available, and they have peace officer powers by virtue of their RCMP status. They have the authority to enforce the criminal law across Canada, but they've also been provided with powers as special constables for the enforcement of Provincial Offences Act charges and municipal bylaws. My understanding is the aim of the motion is to allow the RCMP to focus on Parliament Hill and those federal properties, appreciating that the officers that are provided to the Ottawa Police as special constables with those powers will remain under the direction of the chief, subject to deployment at the direction of the chief. Council, again, and just again echoing just some of the comments that we heard earlier in the day from the federal ministers, council cannot direct the police in that regard. So I think that's hence the purpose of the last part of the motion in terms of the resolution of any jurisdictional issues. But I don't understand it anyway to be any effort, because it would be outside council's ability to expand or limit the application of the Police Services Act or effectively expand the control of the federal government. It is, as I understand it, a resourcing issue, and it is intended to respect the various authorities and jurisdictions, both of the RCMP and federal government and the Ottawa Police and the Police Services Board.
Okay, well, if that's what it is, then that's fine. If this is changing jurisdictions that we do not have the power to do, then it's not fine. And I just think that we have to be really clear. I think we all agree with the premise that resources need to be on the ground, and RCMP resources can be there, that's fine. But I don't think we can leave a false impression in the community that we're changing jurisdictions. Those are all my comments.
Thank you. Councillor McKenney, I wish in hindsight I had allowed you to call the question. Councillor El-Shantiri.
No, but I think that's a good debate, Mr. Mayor. I think some of the point Councillor Dean trying to clarify is very important. And I think the deputy also seemed like there was some misunderstanding. Under the Police Service Act, Ottawa Police is the sole responsible for policing in the city of Ottawa. any help, any support, any other police service, they're welcome to Ottawa, but they got sworn in as a special constable under the leadership of the chief of police in Ottawa. I thought the question was, or the motion was, to request the RCMP to, basically police Wallington when Ottawa police can do the neighborhood policing. And I thought that's a great idea because the RCMP familiar with Wallington, our police officers familiar with the neighborhood officer. But now we're saying we want to, and if they understand it, to transfer the responsibility, and we heard from the lawyer, which is he's more familiar with the Police Service Act than any of us, is clearly that's not the case. So we're not transferring the responsibility of Wallington to any other police, because under the Police Service Act, even any other police who does something wrong is still responsibility of the Ottawa police to deal with it. So we had many Gs before. We had visitor from United States president. We had police officer from all over the country. At the end of the day, the responsibility was with the city of Ottawa police. So I'm in support of the motion. Presumably, that's the intent to help relieve the police officer right now are on Wallington. To have them work in the neighborhood and have the RCMP or any other police, doesn't have to be the RCMP, but any other police to take over on Wallington. That's my understanding of the motion, but I'll wait to hear from Councilor McKinney. Thank you.
Excuse me, Councilor Meehan, please.
Thank you. I'm just going to revert to my old career here. This just in, the Prime Minister is about to speak in the House of Commons on the convoy protest. That's momentarily, okay? Let's hope he can say something that might help us diffuse this. Thanks.
Excuse me, Council, you have nothing else to add, Councilor Meehan?
I thought that was pretty important. No,
yes,
thank you.
Breaking news, Councilor Eglai.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any breaking news, but I just, I guess this is a question to Councilor McKinney. I think the concern is you want to have people who know the neighborhood in the neighborhood. You want the cops that know the community in the community. So the question I have to you as we go back and forth in this, do you really care who's sitting at the top of the pile and giving the direction as long as the bodies around the precinct are non-Ottawa police and the bodies in your community are Ottawa police? If you follow me.
Yeah, I follow. Thanks. Thanks, Councillor Eglai. I think the motion is pretty clear. And I've been saying it for over a week, and my residents, I can tell you, are begging for this. What we have seen as long as our local police are focused on what's happening in the parliamentary precinct area, resources follow and the focus goes there. Even today's update, we talked about a parking lot. We talked about moving trucks off Wellington. We talked about Confederation Park, which are all important. But there was nothing about the Kent Street apartments where diesel every night is pumping into people's bedrooms. There was nothing about Lisgar Street and how dangerous it is right now to walk down. There was nothing about what's happening at Bank and Somerset. There was nothing about Bank Street. There was nothing about how people are just being terrorized in their neighborhood. It's not the focus. So the motion simply says, and I think it's pretty clear, and the last line does recognize that there are jurisdictional details to be worked out. Surely there are brighter minds than mine who can figure that out, or we're all in trouble. But essentially it is have the RCMP responsible for the safety and the security of what is happening in that non-residential area. I don't care what the number is, 1,800, 1,000, 10,000. Like at this point, the numbers almost are meaningless to me unless it's done properly. I just want the focus for our local police to be in the residential areas and to relieve them of that and allow the RCMP to focus on what's happening in and around the precinct, because the RCMP aren't going to, I mean, how long will people have to wait in this neighborhood for the RCMP to get around to understanding that we've got people actually living downtown when it's taken 11 days for this conversation to even be happening? People are watching this in disbelief. They've been begging for us to like focus, to do something for residents. That's all we're asking for. I think that the motion is clear. RCMP, it's not to say there's no OPS with the RCMP on the Hill. It's about just pulling it apart so that they have the responsibility here and we are in our neighborhoods. I'm just not sure that I can be any clearer. Thank you.
And thank you for that. And I'm fully supportive of your motion. And if we can get the local police into the local communities and give some peace and comfort to your residents, absolutely, 100% supportive of your motion. So thank you for bringing it.
Okay, so on the motion, carried?
Carried.
Carried. Dissent by Councillor Shirelli. All right, thank you. Our next motion is by Councillor Fleury, seconded by Councillor McKenney. We have about, I think, 5 more motions to go. Councillor Fleury, if you'd like to bring in the therefore be it resolved, and the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if it could be added on the screen. Basically the bylaw. Therefore be it resolved that staff and bylaw and regulatory services consider making an application for a set fine increase for offenses as set out in the above mentioned bylaws for more effective deterrence at $1,000 per offense as provided for under the Provincial Offences Act, and be it further resolved that these set fines remain in place during the declared state of emergency.
Carried.
Yeah, just on that, I think because I mentioned it in my opening remarks, we've already got some of these carried, so this just adds, I believe, the open air fire bylaw. So carried.
Carried.
Okay. Carried. Next is Councillor Menard, seconded by Councillor McKenney, vehicle occupation in the core. If you can go to the therefore be it resolved, please, Councillor.
Sure. This is all about towing vehicles out of the residential area in the core. Therefore be it resolved that City Council supports city staff in using the recently declared state of emergency and enforcement powers delegated to them under legislation and the city's bylaws to tow vehicles illegally occupying residential areas and address ongoing impacts of continued bylaw violations from these individuals. And further resolve that staff advise council daily on the status of enforcement activities and the number and nature of tickets issued.
Carried.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order. Doesn't this come awfully close to directing the police what to do in this situation?
Mr. City Solicitor.
Mr. Mayor, the motion itself does not direct the police. It is directed at bylaw services. It is also
Sorry, I meant peace officers.
I think it would be a concern if council was directing bylaw services to particular vehicles or something like that. That is where the direction of councils tends to get problematic. I think the motion as drafted is a motion of support and doesn't require bylaw enforcement to exercise their discretion in any particular way, appreciating that there may be instances where they simply cannot, or they may require police assistance. So from my standpoint, I don't see a legal concern with this one.
Carried.
Carried.
Motion carried. Adopté. Next is after action review by Councillor Hughley, seconded by Councillor Tierney.
Carried.
There's an amendment by Councillor Menard and Leaper that the CPS be the committee that oversees it versus Hubley Tierney wanting FEDCO. So Councillor Hubley, if you want to introduce your motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this is a motion to produce a report that will look at all the good and the bad and the pre-planning, the deployment during the event, every aspect that we want. We purposely structured the motion so that hopefully we could all support the motion, and anybody that wants to can add to the annex, which will be the questions that we asked to have answered within the report. That'll be a living document. The reason we chose FEDCO was because our own governance report that I believe got 100% support says that when it crosses over multiple jurisdictions like this, it becomes a FEDCO responsibility. So I answered Councillor Menard and I said, I think it should still return to FEDCO to meet the governance requirement, but there's nothing stopping us from also distributing it out to any other committee. We're looking for the police board to be involved in this. So I'm quite sure, I don't want to speak for the chair of the police board, but I would think she would probably want a copy of this report tabled at her committee as well. You know, it may end up showing up at multiple committees. There's going to be a transit component to this, for example. So I would hope that we can come together, vote for the motion as it's written. If you need an amendment in there to say that we're going to send it out to the different committees, then I would see that as friendly, but I would not change it moving from FEDCO to CPSC. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Harder.
I'm calling the question to be put.
Okay, shall the question be put?
I just have one quick thing there, and that's just, I support it going to committees. That's fine. I mean, we can.
No, this is not the way this works.
Yeah,
So the question has to be put.
It isn't the way it works, Mayor. You know that.
So the question, we have to vote on the question shall be put.
Yes,
Carried?
we do.
Carried.
No.
Carried.
Right. So on the Hubley Tierney motion, I understand Councillor Menard, you're not moving your amendment anymore.
But I think Alan had I reached out to Alan and he mentioned that, yeah, he's happy with it going to other committees. So for me, that's friendly enough, as long as we can get it to the committees that need to talk about this. And I talked to the clerk and it seems like the overview of most of those items in the annex is CPSC. So as long as it can go to CPSC as well, I think we're fine. But the majority of those annex issues are directly CPSC issues. So as long as that's friendly, Councillor Hubley, then great.
Okay. On the Hubley Tierney motion?
Carried.
Okay. Next is Councillor King, seconded by Councillor McKenney, condemnation of hate at occupation. Councillor King, please, with the therefore be it resolved.
Thank you, Your Worship. As we know, during this occupation, our community has had to deal with an extreme level of harassment and discrimination. The level of extremism, racism, intolerance has been unconscionable. We see the parading, or we saw the parading of Confederate flags, swastikas, yellow stars of David, along with the desecration of rainbow flags. This has resulted in great trauma for systemically marginalized and discriminated against members of our diverse communities who have suffered the most during the last week and a half of this occupation. As I had said in the statement issued last week by United for All, a coalition dedicated to eradicate racism, which the City of Ottawa is a part, true freedom requires the health, safety, and security of everyone in our communities, not only for those who have the loudest voice or the privilege to take up space. Many of the illegal occupiers have repeatedly claimed to be peaceful while doing nothing to eliminate the prevalence of hate symbols at their occupation. The threat of violence is a violent act in and of itself, and all of these symbols represent beliefs that are inherently violent towards marginalized groups. Confederate flags, yellow stars of David, and swastikas are a rallying cry to racist, homophobic, xenophobic extremists, encouraging their hateful prejudice ideology. That hateful ideology is not welcome nor encouraged in Ottawa, the nation's capital of the world's most multicultural country. Colleagues, I ask you to join in standing with our marginalized citizens who are being repeatedly traumatized by this hateful imagery by supporting this motion. As elected representatives of Ottawa, we have a responsibility to declare in the strongest terms that this is false. These symbols will not be tolerated in our city. Therefore, be it resolved that Ottawa City Council unequivocally condemn the racism and anti-Semitism and discrimination experienced by the Black, Jewish, Muslim, racialized, and members of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex communities in the strongest terms. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I see
Carried.
hands up, carried, adopted.
Carried.
Merci.
Carried.
Our last motion that I'm aware of is moved by Councillor Meehan, seconded by Councillor McKenney. Councillor Meehan, if you'd like to introduce,
Yes,
speak to your motion.
thank you, Your Worship. This motion simply is asking that we examine a possible tool that would give us more authority. We haven't, at this stage of the confrontation protest downtown, we haven't asked for any additional powers to step in and to take any decisive actions. But I'm not saying that that's an oversight, but I would like us to take a look at what we could possibly avail ourselves of if we should need it. And that is the Emergencies Act. This is federal legislation that could be enacted in a situation like we're facing right now. It authorizes the taking of special temporary measures to ensure the safety, the security during an emergency. And we are facing an ongoing threat. We're seeing that these protests and confrontations are springing up across the country. I think it's a good idea for us to examine if what we could avail ourselves of here would make sense, maybe here and elsewhere in the country. Just some of the things that we could see here: the authority to regulate traffic within specific areas. This would give us the power to distribute essential services elsewhere. Emergency payments, another one, or provide fines of up to $5,000. I'm not saying that we ask for the power to enact the Emergencies Act, but I would like us to explore whether or not this could be a possibility. That's all I'm doing with this motion. Thank you.
So a question to our city solicitor or Deputy Bell. I'm not familiar with the Federal Emergencies Act. Is this one step towards calling in the Army? Is this what's required? I'm not clear on what we would be voting for and what the implications are for this particular.
Can I just say that this is not the War Measures Act. This is that was taken off the books. But yeah. This is a step down from that. It is not as tough. There's very little mention of military, but it does give them more power. So I would assume that there would be that ability.
Yeah, I just am not comfortable because I don't know what the implications are. So Mr. White and then Mr. Bell, Deputy Chief Bell, is this needed? And maybe you can give us some clarity as to what the powers are of this act.
Mr. Mayor, I would defer to Deputy Chief Bell in terms of whether it provides any additional authority. I would note that the Federal Emergencies Act, I think, and there are a number of sections. The one I think that's likely most applicable would be the declaration of what's called a public order emergency, does provide additional authority in the federal government to make orders regulating certain things, public assemblies and things like that. I would note that the Federal Emergencies Act can be invoked only where the scope of the emergency extends beyond the borders of one province and requires consultation with the attorneys general of any of the provinces affected. So it tends to be certainly it would be a slow process. I understand that those discussions are comprehensive and largely directed at ensuring that the emergency that is sought to be addressed exceeds the capacity of the province to deal with. I would know in the event that council is seeking the authority in some body, it would not be the authority in the municipal council. I would note that the powers that are available to the federal government under their own Emergencies Act are largely replicated in the Provincial Emergencies Act. And, as I said, that was the legislation that the provinces relied on to enact orders to address the COVID pandemic, for example. And I think in the grand scheme, the federal government has certainly demonstrated a reticence from involving itself. We heard that earlier today. And just on the last point, the declaration of an emergency, whether it be federal or provincial, is really not a step towards the calling out the military. That would be under presumably under the National Defense Act, which involves the essentially a petition or a requisition by the Attorney General of the province to the federal government, the Minister of National Defense, to assist the local authorities, the civil authorities. And again, I think the federal government has been quite clear that it is not in a position, certainly as things stand, that they are considering invoking anything that would see the deployment of the military in the city of Ottawa.
And Deputy Chief Bell, is this required? Do you need this at this point in the occupation?
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. In our review of all the different options we had, this is something we did briefly look at, and it wasn't something that we were canvassing at this time. We provided a full list yesterday of the resources we believe that we need, and this wasn't a piece that we included in that.
So we'll go to a vote, but Councillor Meehan, would you wish to withdraw it, because there does not seem to be the request from our professionals in the police department?
I would just like to clarify, I'm not asking that this be enacted. I would like us to discuss and examine at some point, maybe this could be requested. We are seeing a lot of different provinces getting involved in protests, and there's convoys crossing provincial lines, that there may be a time. I would just like us to be prepared. That's simply what I'm asking.
Okay, Councillor Harder.
Yes, Mayor, I think that I'm calling the question, please.
Okay, shall the question be put? Carried.
Carried.
On the motion, yeas and nays?
Councillor Gower,
No.
Councillor Luloff,
No.
Councillor Curry,
No.
Councillor El Shantiri,
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley,
No.
Councillor Eglai,
No.
Councillor Moffat,
No.
Councillor Tierney,
No.
Councillor Harder,
Yes.
Councillor Deans,
Yes.
Conseil Fleury,
Oui.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor McKenney,
Yes.
Councillor Meehan,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
Keep
Sean?
going. It's not there.
Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor King,
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli,
No.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Derues,
No.
Conseil Cloutier,
No.
Mayor Watson,
No?
Mayor, I'm here. I'll just vote yes on this. Thank you.
I vote.
Okay, with the will of council to allow Councillor Menard's vote.
Carried.
Of course.
Okay.
then that would be 12 yeas, 12 nays.
So that loses. All right. Motion to rise and report. Councillor Cloutier, please, seconded by Councillor Kitts.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire.
Thank you so much.
That the Committee of the Whole rise and report to City Council, and be it further resolved that any motions, votes, and declarations of interest recorded during the Committee of the Whole session be deemed to be recorded in the council session.
Carried. Adopté. A confirmation bylaw.
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Que le règlement suivant soit lu et adopté.
That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of February 7, 2022. Adopted? Adopted.
Councillor Cloutier and Kitts.
Councillor Cloutier,
The proceedings of the city council meeting of February 7th, 2022 be
Right.
adjourned.
I apologize.
Thank you.
We actually had a number of directions and inquiries. My apologies. So we'll hold off on the adjournment. Councillor Tierney has it's an inquiry. Councillor Tierney.
It is inquiry. I'll keep it brief, and I know our wonderful clerk staff will put that up on the screen. And apologize to my members of council before. I'm eating a super hot curry Jenny made me tonight, and I didn't realize my mic was off before. I'll just wait for the. This is based on the conversations that took place today, given that the towing companies with city contractual obligations were not available during the February 2022 City of Ottawa occupation. What immediate measures can the city take to sole source alternative provisions of service? What are the ramifications for the city contracting companies which fail to meet those contractual obligations, and how can this be avoided in the future? Thank you very much to my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have direction from Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and we didn't talk about it earlier. Mr. Mayor, in your talks with various federal and provincial ministers, there's it is on the screen now. Would you please ask them to both consider and appreciate that the cars, regular trucks, and transport truck, as well as most farm vehicle, etc., should not mix with public demonstrations and pedestrian demonstrator due to the various possibility of harm to the protester and everyone and anyone in the vicinity of the demonstration. As well, all know Canadians have constitutional right to free speech and object to any action undertaken by the federal, provincial, and municipal government. We also know that peaceful protests are the hallmark of democratic country. However, we must always try to provide the safety environment of such a demonstration. Mr. Mayor, we've talked about this before, and I'm hoping in your discussion with both levels of government, we can create something. Vehicles should not be mixed in any demonstration in the future. And I hope both levels of government, they will accept or they will change the rule and something like this. What you're doing here, asking you.
Merci. Thank you, Councillor. That direction to staff. And in inquiry, Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I will have one change by next meeting of council. I am going to change that to the meeting of February 23rd. Residents across Ottawa have been directing thousands of questions to members of council regarding how this occupation was able to take root to the extent that it did in Ottawa. And they are not satisfied with the public responses provided, responses which have changed day to day in ways that some residents have described as inconsistent and contradictory. Residents are not satisfied with the answers being provided to them by their chief of police, and council should be aware of what options are available for council to investigate further. Can staff please advise members of council of the options available by the council meeting of February 23rd? For council to subject to scrutiny, investigation, or public review the handling of this protest come occupation in our urban core by the chief of police. Thank you.
And I'm glad you put in it's by February 23rd, so it's not for this week's meeting.
Exactly, yes, that
Okay,
was a mistake.
Makes
Thank
sense.
you. I'll change that.
Okay, so we'll go back to the confirmation bylaw. Councillor Cloutier and Kitts, please.
Confirmation bylaw, Mr. Mayor, certainly that the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of February 7th, 2022.
Adopté, carried. Adjournment, Councillor Cloutier and Councillor Kitts, please.
Que les délibérations du Conseil du 7 février 2022
That the
soient
proceedings of the City Council meeting of February 7, 2022 be adjourned. Adopted. On a
PM. I thank all my colleagues. discussion on the extraordinary pressing issues that are facing our city. I thank you all for your input, your motions, your passion, and your compassion, and we will get through this together. And I, again, thank you all very much for the thought that you've all put into your questions, your motions, and your statements today. Meeting adjourned.